on the FM band. 92.7 gets us on your car radio, so should be nice and clear. If there's a bit of a problem that way, always doesn't hurt to let us know what is going on. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, we have called you to the lanes. Nolan, I'm guessing that you have gone through the run order already. A couple of times probably, but it looks like we are starting with Pro Bracket and going into Sportsman. So with Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket called to the lanes, we are going to put Sportsman on standby, of course, and then we'll be going into Super Pro and Hot Rod. Hot Rod, of course, presenting sponsor, the Old Car Center, and Super Pro, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Then we go into Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycle, and then the Super Combo category, qualifying session number 1, will be followed by the Peden Industries Junior category. So that is the lineup for this morning.
First pass of the day. Dustin Brewington brings out the 1999 Camaro out of Kennebec, Washington to race Dennis Winton in the Shaggy Bel Air. Once again, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, this is your third call to lanes 1 and 2. Your class is running now for their first of 2 qualifying hits. Brewington turns on the red light by 41 thou. Dennis Winton goes 10 thou to the good. Dustin Brewington goes through at a 10.240, 129 miles an hour. Winton 11.604 at 114. That brings up William Wood in the 1992 Mustang Fox Body to race Richard Love in his Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports S10. Red light for Richard Love, 32 thou red. William Wood goes 0.36 to the green. Red lights, of course, do not matter in qualifying. William Wood together for his 10.38 with the 6, 134 miles an hour. Richard Love goes at 10.702 at 123. That brings up Rich Dyes, the Transporters Logistics Chevy Nova to race Del North Graves over in the right lane. Dale Northgraves, 9,000 of a second reaction time puts him to the number 1 qualifying spot. Goes to 10.461 at 127 miles an hour. Rich Dye's 11.355 at 117.
And that's going to bring up Mel Patterson and Ralph Ehlers. Ehlers in the Mustang over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. He'll ignition. Over here out of Maple Ridge, the malfunction Pontiac Acadian. Qualifying session number 1 underway. The malfunction car runs at 10:16, 132 miles an hour, 13:06 for Ehlers at 92 miles an hour.
Time goes up John Tabak in the Rad Torch Systems S10 to go up against, looks to be Brian Heffel over in the Chevy Vega over there, Lordco side.
So John's back from Maple Ridge in the S10 over here, Tower side. First hit at the track here on a Saturday morning. Great reaction time for John. 009. 009 reaction time. He runs at 10:48 at 127 miles an hour.
Takes the number 1 qualifying spot based off of the 10,000 second margin. The one that he just beat was a 009 with a 6. He was a 009 with a 1.
With a 1, yes. Grant Gordon and Veronica Hodgson heading down track. They will stop the clocks with a 12:28 for Veronica at 109 miles an hour. 109 for Grant as well. 12:25 was the ET.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Summit ET Sportsman to the lanes, please. Not the NHRA Sportsman. That is our Summit ET Sports to the lanes. Unless, of course, you've bought one of our Summit ET tech cards for today. That is Sportsman to the lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro on standby.
So Matt Warner and David Rastad rolling into the stage beams now. Warner out of Sumas, Washington in the Ford over on the Lordco side. So Rich Ray over here on the Tower side runs a 983 in his dart. And Matt Warner goes 1063 at 124 miles an hour. So John Barrichello over on the Lordco side. Over here in the Carmen Ghia, that is Terry Hoogson. Terry driving the wheels off of that VW out at the top end. Goes 1183, 110 miles an hour. Barrichello in the big Dodge goes 1129, 117 miles an hour. And here comes Steve Baskerville now from West Vancouver in the Golf. We are in qualifying session number 1 in Bubba's Speed Shop Pro bracket.
And we are backing cars up. As reports, some dreaded fluids, not from a car, but from high above, up at the top end.
So we're shutting down the cars on the start line. The Camaro backing up, encountering some additional problems as it was smoking a little bit more than usual. They let the smoke out. You're not supposed to let the smoke out. you keep the smoke in. That's the whole plan.
Are we saying this weather delay is a blessing in disguise then for our racetrack?
You never know. You never know. You said it. You said it. So, they will take the Camaro back into the pits probably and have a chance to do some maintenance on it, shall we say. And, we're in a bit of a holding pattern as we got word that there is some weak cloud activity at the top end. So while that gets sorted out, Mother Nature will be doing the sorting in that particular case. We are on a little bit of a holding pattern. So we have called Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman. I think, we're going to put a hold on anybody coming to the lanes for right now, as we're just going to hang tough for a second. It should clear. This is Summit ET race number 8 and 9 this weekend, and so full program here with all of the Summit ET categories. And one of the things that if you've been paying attention on the Facebook page, you noticed that there was an announcement a while back, a couple of weeks back, that the team here at Mission Raceway has been working very hard behind the scenes to make 2023 better than ever. And what that translates into is a little bit more cash in your pocket, with higher fuel costs, with inflation. We want you to know that we appreciate the effort that each and every one of you make to race here with us each and every race weekend. So there are a great group of companies who feel the same way, and that's why we are committed to giving away over $60,000 in the guaranteed bracket racing payouts. And we couldn't get there without the wonderful sponsors. So to make sure that you give them a like and a follow whenever you have the opportunity and support them in any way that you can. First big sponsor, of course, being the Titanium Auto Group. We thank you for your support. And then we welcome back Rad Torque Systems, the Super Pro sponsor, Bubba Speed Shop in the Pro category, Vancouver Car Wraps in Sportsman, the Old Car Center in the Hot Rod category, Mountain View Harley Davidson in Motorcycle, and, of course, Peden Industries for taking care of the 4 Mission Raceway Junior Drag Racing classes, and that would be Junior Street, Junior Lightning, Junior Thunder, and, on some cases, Junior Storm. So thanks to all those companies for their financial support, making the bracket racing program 2023 just a great success so far.
One thing this weather delay does allows me to do is kind of look over some of the patterns so far we've had when it comes to winners in our classes. And one thing that comes to note is what pattern. So far, in a lot of classes, most notably Pro, Super Pro, and our Junior Dragsters, we haven't had a repeat winner yet this season. I know Nick Douglas has got a pretty firm stranglehold on the championship right now for Sportsman, taking the last 3 wins. And Tyler Smith, well, he's got a bounty on his head in Junior Street. He swept 4 back-to-backs to kick off his season and going for win number 5 in a row this weekend.
Wow, that's consistency. We always talk about consistency being the key factor. It's not necessarily the fastest or quickest race car out there. It is the race combination, the most consistent combination of car and driver that is going to win races and keep you in the points. Consistency.
I think when it comes to defending champions, one driver that I'm going to be keeping an eye on, I think Nick Bond could be in trouble here for Junior Lightning. Remember, he was the one that took that win from Colton Moore in last season, but he's only got 1 win to his name so far. He's been eliminated otherwise in the semis on back. So he could be in a spot of trouble as you got a lot of drivers like McKenna Thompson, Lexi Winnabotham, Ciel Gagnon. It really does seem to be the girls' show in Junior Lightning this season.
Yeah, it's sort of like the alcohol classes in Alcohol Dragster where the women are dominating almost week to week at every race. Certain categories seem to favor different people. So yeah, it's getting tight. The competition is really, really tight.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure at this point, even in the top fuel categories, Brittany Force, I think, holds now the top 10 fastest top fuel drag records of all time.
Of all time, yeah. Guess David Grubnick might have something to do with that too, tuning that car to the performance that it has.
So while we do have some slippery bits on our track, the good news is, unlike what usually happens when we get these weather delays, the weather has not persisted. It does seem to have ceased up at the top end, which is where it first came in from. And so it looks like about the 3:30 mark might be a bit of a concern as it stands. So I think we'll get that dried up, and we should be able to get back to running here, I would say, hopefully pretty quickly from what it's sounding like on the radio here.
Yeah, I don't think that we're going to be down for too much longer, but obviously safety being the factor that we're looking to here. We want to make sure that the racetrack is as safe as possible for cars that are going to be heading down. So we thank you for your patience as we wait this out. I'm always fascinated over the years, the times that, especially in the late 60s, there was a lot of talk about building covered racetracks, and especially for drag racing, that they never really came up with a viable solution to cover the racetrack in a way that made sense and was affordable. So we are at the whims of Mother Nature.
There are indoor racetracks that aren't go-kart tracks, and it's something else entirely. I think what's most notable for a lot of race fans would be the Chili Bowl down at the Tulsa Exhibition Center that runs in the first week of January, and before that, there's another race, same place, the Tulsa Shootout, I think that one's called, and I believe there's now the Castrol Nationals now, also indoor stadium. I believe it's like an old basketball stadium on the indoors that they run that one. Even shorter, but instead of dirt midgets, they're running late models.
Yep, there was. I was reading some old drag racing magazines as I was refiling my collection, and there has been some discussion, especially like I say in the late '60s, where they were racing 8th Mile inside a big warehouse. I mean, it was one of these really long warehouses, and they were able to do stock car racing up to the 8th Mile. I can't imagine the noise level inside on an event, even like the Chili Bowl or any of those things. I do recall one year going to see some monster trucks at Rogers, and that's when you have two of those trucks doing their actions inside. It is loud. It's pretty loud.
And I went out to one of those events myself. This was many years ago, but I was the same way. The noise was nope. My ears were not taking that at all. Earplugs did absolutely nothing for me that day.
Yeah. It we've become a lot more conscious of the harm that can happen from too much noise. You see that at all the national events. I mean, can you imagine working next to some of those cars in so many of the classes where the noise level is just well in excess of what it should be? So it's not surprising to see all the headphones and earplugs.
And I've worked as a course marshal down for the SECBC races down at the Speed Fanatics Motorsports circuit for several years, and even there, you only usually have one person with a headset communicator for track marshals, and the other one usually just has earplugs something. I never ran those, and while yes, I loved the noise, every single day I would go to regret it when I got home.
I actually, a few weeks ago, went and had my hearing tested. Because I figure, well, I'm at races, and I've done a lot of concerts over the years, and it didn't come back horrible. So, I was gratified at that. But that was partially to resolve the situation where my wife is always telling me that I've turned the TV up too loud because I'm going deaf. So clearly, I'm not. And if she hears this, she'll know I've said this before. I'm not going deaf. I've lost a couple of frequencies that is normal for the type of listening that I do.
I think the fact that we're behind, double pane glass tends to help with that a lot.
Exactly. Well, and drag racing, from a hearing standpoint, it's loud for a short burst, as opposed to a music concert that is loud for a good 2-hour period. So you've got that going for you. But nonetheless, we do urge everyone to take the necessary precautions on your hearing. If you are sensitive to that, wear the headphones or the earplugs one way or the other. Better that you do what you can to be safe to your ears. So we still await word from the track officials that everything is clear and ready to go. There's just a little bit of moisture in different parts of the track, but we should be getting back into racing here momentarily. Well, once again, we are in a bit of a holding pattern here. I'm looking at the start line, and boy, it's a fair amount of brain power on the start line. All sitting there contemplating, thinking happy thoughts, I'm sure. They're all there thinking happy thoughts and wanting this to clear up.
Latest word at least is they are going to have to drag the track a bit before we can get things up and running as they attempt to dry things off and get us up and moving a bit quicker.
Get a little bit of heat in the track from dragging it.
You know, usually I'm used to seeing our temperature meter here on our MRP Lordco TV live stream climbing throughout the day. I've never seen it go from 13.8 to 13.4, though, in the span of a half hour, so that's new to me. I guess moisture in the air tends to do that, though.
Yeah, it's just one of those days. It is very humid out there, very cool, and so 13.4 is the temperature right now.
And you're not kidding about the humidity. I mean, yesterday, it was horrendous out here. The mosquitoes were out to play, biting everyone and everything that they could, sink their fangs or whatever into. It was only 17. It felt like it was almost 30 because of how humid it was out here.
Yeah, this I think has been a more humid year than in previous years. I have a humidifier in my comic room where I keep my comics, and it is definitely a little higher than normal, and humidity is not what you want for a paper collection. You want it dry, so still nothing we can do about it.
Nature tends to do what nature will do. It doesn't care what you say about it. You'll have to say rain's the great equalizer in motorsports. I'd say that's most true in drag racing because it means everybody's at a standstill.
Yeah, with automotive events like F1, where you change your tires and you're still racing in the rain, like you say, rain can be that great equalizer on the racetrack for events like that. As a matter of fact, you think that rain is going to dampen the excitement, but in a sport like F1, it actually heightens the excitement because suddenly players who weren't necessarily players are on equal footing, and whoever manages the racing surface better is, going to come out ahead, perhaps.
I think most notably when you reference F1 would be actually Belgium, 2021 at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. George Russell at that point was still running in the Williams team, and in that year, as much as I hate to say it, Williams was by far the slowest team on the grid, yet when it poured a monsoon down in the Ardennes, that George Russell took that Williams, he put it right up onto the front row of the grid alongside Max Verstappen in that Red Bull.
Yeah, there's it really does change the dynamics of an event. No question.
It tends to benefit people a lot, depending on your region as well. For example, Russell benefited with that a lot because he was from a region of England where it rains a lot. So he had a lot of experience on the go-kart scene, racing in the rain. He could hone his skills. Same story with Jenson Button in that way.
Well, you notice that in drag racing too, that where there are events that where the track is not necessarily at the I don't want to say not prepared properly because they're always prepared properly, but there are certain tracks where you can't be running your 3.6s or your 3.7s, and when you come back in the ETs and speeds like that, It also is an equalizer for some of the single car teams to perform as well, because they're used to running at that level all the time. And so suddenly they're running as good as the top teams. They can't run the 3.6s or the 3.7s if they're in top fuel or funny car, but they can certainly run the 4.0s. And if everybody's running 4.0s, then everybody's got a shot at it.
It really is incredible how much just the environment in general has to play a hand in how racing of any kind pans out. It's the same story, even for road racing series. There was actually even in the fall, the leaves become a great equalizer at our local track here, because a lot of the cars that are really fast but have very small grills, they have to run slower because the leaves are constantly getting all over the grills, and they're overheating the cars a lot faster than cars that have much more open grills on the front.
Who knew? Who knew? So the tractors are out at the top end and doing a double drag out there just to do what they can to keep the moisture to a minimum and also heat in the track. So we continue to be in a holding pattern.
Of course, we got Door Wars coming on up before too long here. It'll be Door Wars 11 here at Mission Raceway Park, 11th annual running of one of our biggest events of the year, and it will be running from Thursday all the way through to Sunday. Thursday, of course, just a testing day. Same with Friday for our little cash races there. Friday evening, we'll have the Outlaw qualifying. So that'll be where we'll see, Limited Street, Outlaw 275, 604, Street Legit. Saturday, all those Outlaw classes will eliminate throughout the course of the day. And Sunday, well, we're back to just regular racing then for our cash races on those days. I believe that's when the Doorslammers will have their eliminations as well, will be on that Sunday.
Yeah, that's always one of the really well-attended events, night racing. Fast cars, eighth mile, quarter mile, all sorts of high-performance vehicles that we don't always see at every race. So it's special that way. If you're into the outlaw categories, they only make a few appearances here over the course of a year, and Door Wars is certainly a highlight on their schedule. We have our contest on for Door Wars 11. Powered by the Titanium Auto Group. If you would like tickets, well, you can dress up like your dad for a chance to win tickets to Door Wars 11. You can come up to the second floor of the Timing Tower if you have dressed like your dad, and we'll take your picture and any information that you provide. We can do this over the race weekend, and the winner will be voted on by staff at the end of the weekend and announced on Monday, June 18th, on the website. So dress up like your dad. Come on up to the tower and get a picture taken. You could win tickets to Door Wars 11.
Or anything.
It's the way it should be.
No breaks, no crashes. It was
Should.
For a special event, it was about the most run-of-the-mill day we've ever had. Clear skies, weather wasn't ever a concern.
Dark and sad.
Which, you wouldn't think so, considering the pro mod wreck that happened the day before.
Oh, Jerry, look what I found for Andy.
What's the tractors that
Did you get all Tractors are doing their last drags, and I believe we're about to get things underway here within the next 5 minutes or so as our safety crews are starting to return to their positions, which always a good sign. So getting a bit more heat into the track. And, well, if you ever want a good sign they're about to get underway, we're going to make that call. Sportsman back to lanes 3 and 4. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, this is your call back to lanes number 3 and 4 for your first round of qualifying here on this Saturday morning.
So yes, tractors rolling back into the parked position. That means that we're going to roll some cars up to the lanes here pretty quick and continue on with the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying session number 1. Engines have started. So Steve Baskerville over here on the tower side in the Golf, 2018 Golf, 2-liter turbo. And in the other lane, Rob Monroe Jr. driving the 69 Blue Acadian. Well, that Acadian's going to get to the stripe first, but it is often Steve Baskerville going rounds because he's pretty consistent in that Golf. Goes 1287 at 111 miles an hour. Robin Rowe 1070, 123 miles an hour. Getting to the stripe first. And that brings up Mark Brenzinger and Ross Walker. I was talking to Mark in the staging lanes last race, and he was saying that when it says Vinny's Speed Shop and Bail Bonds, Vinny is the name of his cat. It's the out of time 64 Nova. And actually had that name on the car before the movie made that phrase popular. Goes 961. 961 and 139 miles an hour as Ross Walker runs 131 miles an hour at 1006. That brings up Dustin Hunter and Ray Bollinger. Bollinger in the big Pontiac, the Land Yacht, 63 Pontiac with 355 cubic inch small block Chevy under the hood. Ford power in the other lane as Dustin Hunter takes the Falcon to the stripe in their qualifying session. 149 miles an hour for the Falcon at 912, 1052 for Ray Bollinger.
This brings up Lorenz Schwartz, our 2022 King of the Track for the titanium moniker from Bubba Speed Shop, Chevy Monte Carlo. Racing a Mustang Fox body over in the right lane. Now, Schwartz racing in 2 series today. He was qualified for the Sportsman Diesel category in the National Hot Rod Diesel Association qualifying night over on Friday night. So I'm expecting to see him back today to run his Silverado when we go racing tonight for the NHRA.
I was wondering what he was driving, his Silverado. Okay, well, that makes sense. Not putting diesel into the Monte Carlo, I don't think.
got him moving around a bit off the line, kind of weaving around in the groove, but keeps his foot in it. We'll run through 10.98, 119 miles an hour. Lorenz Schwartz goes at 10.11 with a 6. At 133, we'll bring up our classic trio. Jim Benke in the Radtor Systems Titanium Auto Group Bucky's Mini Excavated Wheel Standing Barracuda to race Chris Stone in the Stone Cold Racing Willowbrook Motors Dodge Dart.
So up, like always, in that Barracuda. Jim Benke was out of the Barracuda driving his other car last race. Said he couldn't quite figure out why it was doing what it was doing. Benke ran a 10.11, which is what they normally run, 131 miles an hour, and Chris Stone goes 10.09, 130 miles an hour.
Three-time winner in Sportsman this season, Nick Douglas, bringing up a Charger instead of his usual Dart for this latest run. Sean Langley takes off with the Hustler Mach 1. And it'll be the Mach 1 to get there first. Goes 11.90 with a 312 miles an hour. Nick Douglas goes there second in the SBB Racing Charger with a 12.34 with a 3 at 110. That brings up Jim Mantle in the Pacer and Kendall Freed, which of course means we have left Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket and rolled into Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman for first round of qualifying. This of course means that Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, you are now on standby. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, you are now on standby. Jim Mantle gets set to bring the Pacer up to the staging beams, racing Kendall Freed. Mantle turned on the red light by 0.04 of a second. Doesn't matter though when you're in qualify. He'll run through at the 14.540. 89 miles an hour. Kendall Freed goes to 15.405 at 87. To bring up Steve Baskerville in the Volkswagen Golf with a 2-liter turbo engine underneath it, but still no slouch that VW, racing Eric Hansen in the Plymouth. .105 to an 0.37. Down on the starting line side of things. Baskerville at the top end goes 11.71 with a 9 at 113. Eric Hansen goes a 12.836 at 104. Next pairing up going to be Emma Siddon, the Tops Auto Repair Dodge Dart, to race Sylvia Hookstins into 66 Ford Mustang.
Emma, of course, getting her start in the Junior Street program. Started her racing career at about 9 years of age, and so has been around racing all of her life. Out of Kelowna. She's over here Tower side in that Dodge Dart.
Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro. We need a Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. And we're also calling Hot Rod to lanes 3 and 4. That is Super Pro to 1 and 2. Hot Rod to lanes 3 and 4. Motorcycle, you are on standby. Got a Hyundai over here in the TCS lane. Races against Carson Barlow's 1970 C10. I'd say something we would see down in the Mopar Auto Supply Friday Night Street Legal events. Barlow will take in a 13.553, 97 miles an hour. The Hyundai going to go 17.544 at 80 miles an hour, which will bring up Kevin McCauley and the Old School Cutlass to race Roland Lowen in the Meteor. McCauley goes red by 0.08 of a second. A 007 with an 8 as Roland Lowen was 0.04 to the good. McCauley runs an 11.854, 112 miles an hour. Roland Lowen will go a 12.912 at 101. That brings up Randy Hermson in that behemoth Oldsmobile to race Ryan Ledrette in the 1971 Muffler Tech Automotive Chevelle. It's another red bulb, 26th thou, this one here on the start line. We've seen a lot of red lights so far in qualifying, but good to get out of the system early as opposed to having this happen in eliminations.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, Nolan. 13:30 for Randy Hermson. 104 miles an hour, and sometimes, that's 3,800 pounds of Oldsmobile rolling down the track. We joke about it, or we say things about it, but Randy is one of the most consistent runners out here. He's out here at the racetrack nice and early, and he is always on track, and he is dedicated to what he does. The other lane, Ryan, ran at 12:44 to 105 miles an hour. That sends Nick Douglas and Gary Fawcett down track. Fawcett in the Silver Plymouth and Douglas in the Charger. Goes 12:24, 110 miles an hour on the TCS side. Lordco lane, 14:21 at 94 miles an hour.
Sean Langdon will bring up the Mach 1. Sidney Jung, winner of the opener down in race number 4. Bringing it up once again. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for Super Pro and Hot Rod to the lanes. Final call for Super Pro and Hot Rod to the lanes. Motorcycles. We'll bring up motorcycles to the lanes as well. That will be motorcycles. Coming off to the lanes for first round of qualifying. Sidney Jung and Sean Langley hightail it down track. And it'll be 11.807, 112 miles an hour for Langley. Sidney Jung goes at 12.008 at 107. I just realized I forget to put all these things on Twitter this entire time.
So that is going to do it for Sportsman. Next up is going to be Super Pro. So we're going to go a little quicker here. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. So we continue to get word from the top end that there is a slight amount of moisture in the air, a slight amount. That, given the current situation with the breeze and all, should not pose too much of a problem. Get the start line touched up now. The start line crew putting some gold dust rosin on the some old school rosin, and then spray it with a little bit of VHT. Get the start line nice and tacky as we are looking to have Rad Torque System Super Pro next to the line. Hopefully you've had a chance to head over to the Half Track Snack Shack. Grab yourself a bite to eat. I was going to say a cold drink, but I don't think that would necessarily be required on a day like this. Maybe a hot coffee. They got that there. Make sure that you stop in while you're visiting us here at Mission Raceway into the Pro Shop. All the latest gear, apparel, headgear, jackets, hoodies, some die-cast cars, stickers, pins, glassware, all sorts of good stuff. Not sure that you'll need the sunscreen today, but they have that there. Bug spray, might need that. And earplugs, probably need that. Chocolate bars, ice cream sandwiches, freezies, that kind of thing, all available for you at the Pro Shop right across the patio from the Half Track Snack Shack. We have a number of events that are being contested here this weekend, and one of them, of course, is the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series. This will be race number 8, I believe, in their series. Tomorrow, race number 9 in the Summit ET Racing Series. It is a series that's contested across North America. It's actually the world's largest motorsports program. They have about 80,000 racers in competition in the ET Series. It's a bracket racing format, so that allows drivers in all sorts of vehicles to compete against each other. Doesn't matter whether you're driving a dragster, a roadster, a sedan, or a motorcycle. You all compete on an equal basis because of the handicap system. They collect points throughout the year, and so participating NHRA member tracks across North America host regularly scheduled events such as this, and they award those points, and then at the end of the season, each track selects a team of racers from among its top points finishers to represent the track at the Divisional Summit Racing Series Finals, and that is where you'll start hearing about Team on a Mission. Division champions in Super Pro, Pro, Sportsman, and Motorcycle receive a Division Champions trophy, jacket, and cash, and then they advance to the NHRA Summit Racing Series National Championships at the season-ending Auto Club NHRA Finals. That takes place in Pomona, California, where they receive travel money as they compete for cash, the National Championship trophy, a jacket, and various contingency awards. And that's what is being contested this weekend, certainly. NHRA Summit ET Racing Series, along with the diesel event that will be running a little bit later on this afternoon. Their eliminations will take place later this evening. The National Hot Rod Diesel Association on the property for the weekend. Qualifying happened yesterday, and tonight they kick things off. 5 o'clock is the start time for the NHRA. Qualifying diesels only. Eliminations actually start about 6 and goes tonight until about 10:30. So that is the National Hot Rod Diesel Association on the property here at Mission Raceway as well this weekend. Hey, so we thank you for your patience as we wait out the little bit of moisture that is occurring at different parts of the racing surface. You see the safety crew on the track from time to time just checking to make sure that it is safe to send cars all the way down the quarter mile. It is because we're dealing with a certain distance of, certainly a half a mile. It is entirely possible that while we are dry here at the start line, there can be moisture occurring at the top end, half a mile away. So we have people positioned, obviously, with the safety crew all the way down, and they send us reports throughout the racing period that tells us whether or not it's safe to send vehicles down. And right now we're just in a bit of a holding pattern, waiting for the breeze to dry off the track. In situations like this where there's a little bit of moisture in the air, it's always a good time to wander through the pits and take a close-up look at some of the racing vehicles that are on the property. If the drivers are not busy with their vehicles, or the crew members, they're certainly anxious to chat with the fans, and some of them will even have merch available. So if there's a way that you can support the racers by purchasing merch, that would be great. It keeps everything flowing. I mentioned how the Pro Shop has Mission Raceway and NHRA souvenirs. Well, as I say, some of the Canada West Doorslammers that are on the property will have some as well. They have 2 qualifying sessions today and will be going into eliminations because it doesn't look good tomorrow. So we're going to be doing 2 qualifying sessions as opposed to 4, and then going into eliminations for Canada West Doorslammers here during this NHRA Summit ET Series event. So, yeah, you're probably hearing cars running, and as we send cars back into the pits, it's just a little bit spitting out there, and we need to, no need to keep them in the staging lanes when we're going to have to do a little bit of patiently waiting for clouds to move away and for us to get back to safe conditions. So we'll continue to be in a holding pattern. Have fun wandering in the pits. Make sure that you stop by the Half Track Snack Shack and the Pro Shop and do all those things that you can do. Take a look at all the great diesel rigs that are on the property, and we'll keep checking in with you every so often to keep you up to date so that you can get back into the bleachers when we get back into racing action.
So if you're feeling a bit bored down in the pits or in the stands, I wouldn't blame you. Weather delays have a tendency to bore all of us, but that doesn't mean you're short of things to do. As Jerry's been mentioning, you can check out the Half Track Snack Shack or the Pro Shop, and we've got the show and shine for the National Hot Rod Diesel Association going on until 5 o'clock p.m. down on the spectator side, as well as the Dyno Comp has just opened up at 10 a.m. So, as of 20 minutes ago, that Dyno Comp has opened. It will be open until 4 o'clock p.m. That is all down on the spectator side. If you're not wanting to walk over the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge, though, check out Vendor Row, just behind the pit side grandstands. They got 8 vendors lined up down there. I'm sure you could get some mighty nice apparel down on Vendor Row. So come on down and take a look and go for that wander throughout the pits. We remain in a holding pattern. And we will hopefully be back up and running shortly. cover in a holding pattern, and unfortunately, it does seem as though the moisture is in fact picking up. We can see it starting to accumulate now, kind of in a few puddles in various locations. So we're hoping this will lift off soon, and we can get back to racing here with the NHRA Summit ET Series at the titanium strip in short order. And of course, don't forget, you have the National Hot Rod Diesel Association coming on up this this Saturday night as well. That is, of course, weather permitting, which we are hoping it will. But once again, if you want to hop up, take a wander around the pits, break out the umbrellas, now would be a good time to do so. See what there is to see down pit side. So as we continue to remain in a holding pattern, we are still holding out hopes that this rain will come to a stop shortly. It doesn't look to be monsooning, more just kind of spitting and sprinkling. We're hoping it'll taper off in the next little while. But in case you were wondering if you should probably start heading back to your cars, the answer is no. Word on the track is that at this point, if it were to stop raining right now, it would be at least an hour still before we were to get things ready, because we would have to dry the track, re-prep it, make sure everything is in tip-top shape. So once again, that is going to be, it'll be at least an hour yet before we get things back underway. That'd be if the rain were to come to a stop here within the next couple minutes or so. So no rush to prep up the cars and make sure they are ready to run in a little while. It's going to be a bit yet. I'm expecting we'll have an update for you closer to about noon, 11:30-ish. We'll try to get something for you by then, and we'll see if we'll still be in that holding pattern, or if we will have started the track dry process by then.
So we're, as you can no doubt tell, continuing to be in a bit of a holding pattern. It is, I'm told, drying out there, and that is always good news. We like good news. Nice to see folks wandering through the pits and stopping at some of the displays, booths along the fence. That's great. Nolan just headed out, grab himself something from the Half Track Snack Shack. So I encourage you to do that yourself. It's coming up a little after 11 o'clock. Time for some lunch and do those things. We just continue to be in a holding pattern here as we were in the middle of Sportsman, but as soon as things change, we'll certainly let you know ahead of time so that you can head back into the stands. But we, as always, appreciate your patience as we wait it out. So just give you a quick update. We are continuing to monitor the weather. We've got both tractors out getting rid of a good portion of the surface water off of the racetrack. We have the turbines out there as well, and some blowers. So we're doing everything we can with the start line crew. We have cars doing the Mission Raceway 500 up at the top end, but there is still a little bit of moisture falling, and so it's kind of a waste of gas to keep doing that. So we'll monitor the situation and keep you posted, but there is still far too much moisture in the air. We left off at the beginning of Super Pro, Rad Torque's Super Pro, and so that is probably where we will pick up unless I get any further information. But at the moment, we certainly continue to appreciate your patience as all track officials are heavily involved in trying to get this race underway, and it's going to be a little while yet. So, again, we thank you for your patience.
So here's, I guess, your half-hourly update for where things are at. We are still going to be in a holding pattern with no changes so far to our track state, apart from the fact that it has begun to pick up a bit more. The puddle of knowledge over here, the starting line, has taken form, which is not ideal, to put it mildly. So we're going to continue to hold out hope. We're not making a call just yet. So we'll keep with it. We will see if we'll be able to get ourselves sorted for tonight. So I have good news and bad news. I have one racer up with me. Do you want the bad news or the good news first, Tom?
Let's go bad news first.
All right, well, the bad news is the rain has not improved anything up at the top end. So we are putting Mother Nature on the clock. If it has not stopped raining within the next 20 to 30 minutes, we might end up just calling it. But we're going to hold out hope until then. So we'll be able to give a more definitive answers around half past. It is currently 12:05. That is going to be in about 25 minutes from now. On the plus side, or at least on the plus side for the juniors, you can swing on down to Shelly's trailer for the junior tracks, the junior streets, for some music and marshmallow roasting. So if you want a little bit of a sweet treat, some s'mores, swing on down to Shelly's trailer, roast some marshmallows. Well, the rain seems to have surprisingly let up. Wasn't thinking that was going to happen at first, but we are going to start the track drying process. So at this point, we're going to ask for as many people as possible to donate their cars for the Mission 500. Swing on up to the top end of the racetrack. We'll get any cars with street tires out there to start drying things up at the top end of the racetrack, and we'll hopefully be back and running underway within the next hour and a half or so if the rain continues to lift off and we don't get another bit of a downpour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We are having one qualifying hit. Due to all of the major rain delays we have had, we are knocking the second round of qualifying out from the run order. So once again, that is one qualifying hit, and then straight into eliminations. That is including Canada West Doorslammers. So once again, we are down to one qualifying hit. As a result of this rain delay, as we try to fit our full program into this afternoon, that is including Canada West Doorslammers.
So things are progressing quite nicely as far as drying the track. You can see all of the vehicles on the quarter mile out at the top end, as well as we are making improvements here. Every minute it's getting better and better out there. I see that big bright yellow object in the sky popping out once in a while, so that's good to see as well. Had a note come up here. You know that as part of the race weekend, we have got all kinds of activities with the National Hot Rod Diesel Association on the property, and one of those things is the dyno. That's right. The Chaos Diesel will be running the dyno in about 20 minutes. That's the word that I have up here in the tower. So they are located over on the spectator side, and you do have to pay a fee. It's a very small fee, I believe. And so the dyno is going to be set up. Chaos Diesel running the dyno in about 20 minutes. So this came up here a few minutes ago. So I suspect by about 1:45 you may want to run over there and check it out. And that is sponsored by Canadian Diesel Online. So big shout out to all those folks as well for their participation in running the diesel, the dyno. As we get closer to completing that first and only round of qualifying, I do want to make everyone aware of the fact that if you're in the pits, we need you to wipe down your car, wipe down your vehicle, and make sure that you have got as much of the excess water on top and underneath cleared off as much as possible. The last thing we need is for you to come up to the line and for you to leave some water on the start line under acceleration. So we need you to wipe down your cars as much as possible. Wipe them down on the top and underneath, and that will help everybody on the start line as much as possible. So the sun's peeking out a whole lot more, and that is going to help dry the track off a whole lot quicker. So certainly get all of you racers back to your vehicles, and as I mentioned, make sure that you wipe them down so that no excess water gets on the start line. We need you to attend to that. Also, the fact that we are having only one qualifying hit. So Pro Bracket had that. Sportsman had that. And I believe that we are going to, although I haven't had official word, but if I believe that we're going to pick up on Super Pro. So that's sort of where the status is. Hey, I mentioned that the folks over on the spectator side, Chaos Diesel, are going to be running the dyno in about 20 minutes, so they're getting real close. The sponsor for that, of course, is Canadian Diesel Online. They have all the aftermarket diesel parts that you need to get the most out of your truck or fleet. Their team offers over 20 years of first-hand experience with diesel performance parts. You know, they love seeing a truck perform at optimal capacity. And they're really happy to help out answer any questions that you might have about diesel truck parts. Canadian Diesel Online carries only the highest quality diesel performance parts to ensure their customers receive premium results. Shop their extensive range of aftermarket diesel parts at www.canadiandieselonline.ca and take your truck to the next level today. So I'm seeing all kinds of dry patches on the racing surface, so that is absolutely good news. A bit of a breeze out there. We had the sun out there, so it is not going to take long for all of this to be cleared. And we've still got lots of vehicles on the track, so we're a couple of minutes away yet. We'll keep you posted as far as how close we are to getting cars down the quarter mile. That's not going to be too much more time. Hey, it's great to see the sun come out again. It is going to make the track drawing go that much quicker, and that is certainly fine in our books after we had to wait it out through most of the morning. Good to see all of you race fans in the stands. That is always good to see. Glad that you are taking a bit of time on this Father's Day weekend to spend it with us here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Picked a great weekend. This is the Summit ET Racing Series race number 8 for 2023, and we also have on the property the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. Their event will be kicking into high gear with eliminations later on this afternoon. The anticipated time is about 5 o'clock. We have scheduled only the remainder of one qualifying session for the Summit ET Racing Series. They will be racing again race number 9 tomorrow. But number 8 today, we're partway through the qualifying. We will finish the one round of qualifying, and then we'll go directly into eliminations. We do have Canada West Doorslammers on the property, so fast cars got to run 870 or better. Running upwards of 220 miles an hour. What did I hear? Greg Field wants to do a 640. He's already done 680s. He's done 660s. His goal this weekend, 640. So we'll be watching that little Opel GT on the track a little bit later on this afternoon. So track drawing is continuing and going extremely well. Lots of dry patches happening. Good to see you folks in the stands. We will be getting the remainder of qualifying underway very, very shortly. So we've got the equipment coming off of the racetrack, and so that means we are getting real close. We still have some drying happening at the top end, but hey, we're going to call Peden Industries Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes. Junior Dragsters. So, juniors, we're going to correct that, and you're going to be on standby for 1:15. 1:15. So, that is roughly 20 minutes from right now. So, juniors, we all want you on standby, and then we are going to carry on, and I'll have a revised run order for that one and only qualifying session in just a moment. So once again, Junior Dragsters, and that includes Junior Street, Peden Industries, Junior categories. You're on a standby call. Looks like we're going to have you in the lanes for 1:15. 1:15. And then we're going to go directly into Hot Rod, and then Super Pro, then Super Combo, and then Doorslammers. So that is going to be how the one and only qualifying round ends. And then we go into elimination. So it'll start with juniors, and then we'll have Hot Rod, Super Pros, Super Combo, and Doorslammers. So Junior Dragsters, 1:15. You're on a standby call right now. Once again, want to make sure that all racers are aware of the fact that there will obviously have been water accumulating on your race vehicle if it's not covered. And so we would ask that you clean all the water off of all parts of your race vehicle before you get to the staging lanes. We would appreciate your due diligence on that. So just to keep everybody up to speed, we have taken all of the Mission Raceway 500 vehicles off the top end. It looks very dry from here. We see Brian taking the sprayer to the track, laying down the traction compound. The track has been dragged, and we are, getting real close to starting. We have junior dragsters on standby. Pay attention in the pits, junior dragsters, Peden Industries, junior dragsters. This is your call. Bring them up to the lanes. So that means that we're going to put on standby Old Car Center Hot Rod. You're on standby now. And Super Pro, you are on standby as well. Rad Torque Super Pro, you are on standby. But juniors, we need you to the lanes, please. Juniors, bring them up. We like you. Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2, and Junior Street. We need you up there as well. The junior category, of course, sponsored by good folks over at Peden Industries. One of the guys you want to talk to there is Neil Smith. With Neil's support, our junior dragsters and junior street now have a chance to win up to $100 cash. And we've seen that program grow from 6 racers in the junior category all the way up to over 30 on some race weekends. And now Neil's excavation business is looking to donate even more to the kids and families of these programs. Neil has been in excavation for 50 years and specializes in developing farmlands. So if you own a farm and have been thinking about land clearing or site grading or anything like that, Neil is the guy to call. Right now, if you mention drag racing, when you call, you'll get 5% off. And he'll match that in a contribution to the junior programs here at Mission Raceway Park. So call Neil today for a free quote on your project and support a local business helping keep kids on the track. You can find him at pedenindustries.ca or call him at 604-341-7374. That's pedenindustries.ca or 604-341-7374. 7-4. Of course, the junior dragster category is divided into 2 or 3 categories, depending on how many racers we actually have. The slowest category for racers between 5 and 7 is Junior Storm, although they a lot of times will run in the Thunder category. So Junior Thunder from everywhere from 5 to 12 years of age, and then Lightning 13 to 17 years of age. You can run as quick as 750 at 89.99 miles an hour in the Lightning category. These junior dragsters, they race to the 8th mile and have a very serious program. If you have the opportunity, check them out in the pits. The attention to detail in terms of wraps or painting, whatever it is, boy, it is quite something. Hey, great to see everybody back in the stands as we get set to finish up our qualifying session. The NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League is offering kids ages 5 to 17 the opportunity to experience the thrill of drag racing in a controlled environment. Many of today's Camping World professional competitors got their start in junior dragsters, and even here, locally, we see a lot of racers now moving up into the Sportsman and Pro categories that had their start in the junior program. And we're going to start things off with Junior Street. Junior Street is one of the, well, I guess it's the only category that would have two people in the driver's compartment. You would have the driver who has the NHRA competition license, but because they are underage, not able to have a driver's license for insurance purposes, we have an insured driver co-pilot. So two people in the cockpit. So they race to the 8th mile, and these are street vehicles. So Tyler Smith over on the Lordco side, driving the Chevy pickup, goes 11:13 at 63 miles an hour. In the other lane, 10:31 at 68 miles an hour. All of these racers, along with the ones who ran earlier this morning, with the one qualifying session, they will all have to put a dial-in on their cars. We would remind everybody that Mission Raceway is a left-side racetrack, so we need your car number and dial-in posted on the left side of your vehicle. The driver's side We need large and legible numbers so that we can see the dial-in up here in the tower. They will have that dial-in put into the computer, and then they will race against their competition on a handicap start. So attention in the pits, we have got Old Car Center Hot Rod. You are on standby, and Motorcycle, you are on standby as well. And that means Super Pro will be coming up after Motorcycle, and then Super Combo and Doorslammers. So that is where we're at as we watch Sophia Getz take the 94 Mustang down to the 8th mile stripe. And she goes through with a 11:06 at 70 miles an hour. So Junior Dragsters rolling underneath the bridge now. Emily White and April Bond, first pair to make their 8th mile dash in qualifying. April Bond in mission, and Emily out of mission as well. So April Bond getting the tune-up from Dad, getting the adjustments on the motor, getting the RPM just right. Justin Bond, a week off from racing the Pro Mod on the NHRA circuit. He is the current points leader, I believe, in Fuel Tech Pro Mod. April Bond in the pink dragster. In the other lane, Emily White. So red light comes on for Emily, but of course in qualifying that is not a problem. Goes 9:26. April goes 9:06. 72 miles an hour for April and 70 miles an hour for Emily. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Old Car Center Hot Rod. Hot Rod, we need you to 3 and 4, please. Old Car Center Hot Rod, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Mountain View Motorcycles, lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycles, 1 and 2. And that means we're going to put Super Combo on standby and Super Pro on standby. But Hot Rod, we need you to 3 and 4. And Motorcycle, 1 and 2. Connor Jackson now, sponsored by TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, and Lordco Auto, making his way down to the 8th mile stripe, and he's going to clock in at 9:29, 72 miles an hour. All of these junior dragsters are tuned based on the age of the racer. So if they're running racer is young. They are going to be running anywhere from around 14 seconds to maybe 10 seconds. The older you get, the quicker you get to go. And so right now, Bentley Johnson and Isabella Marshall will be the next pair. We are in Junior Thunder, the slower of the two categories. So they will still hit the 8th mile stripe at 70 miles an hour in the 9-second range, or maybe a little bit slower, depending, as I say, on the age of the racer. Bentley out of Mission. Isabella Marshall, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Quality Manufactured Homes, over in the Black Dragster on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Bentley over here is sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop and Lucas Oil. .922 is the time for Isabella at 73 miles an hour. 9:01 at 73 miles an hour for Bentley. So again, both junior dragsters in that 70 mile per hour category and in the 9-second range. That's going to bring up Adam Katnick and Cadence Rodrigue. Cadence over on the Lordco side, the spectator side in the blue dragster from Chilliwack, sponsored by Milron Truck Body, Colored Compass, Ken's Specialty Auto, Elite Belts, and Grandpa Joe. Let's not forget Grandpa Joe. Adam, sponsored by TK Performance, part of the trio of the Katnick team. Once again, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we have called you to 3 and 4. Hot Rod to 3 and 4. Motorcycle 1 and 2. And that means, of course, Super Combo, standby, and Super Pro, standby. TCS side runs an 894, 73 miles an hour, 894. And Cadence goes 1201, 1201 at 52 miles an hour. Let's bring up our next pair, Ashton Katnick. Remember I said there were 3. There's a trio in that family, just as there is a trio in the Green Brothers Racing family. They'll be coming up shortly. Hunter Gallant in the other lane out of Chilliwack. 2016 Junior Dragster, sponsored by BDL Automotive, Super Steve's Tires, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and of course paint by Rodrigue. I have to tell you that if you have the opportunity to check out those junior dragster paint jobs in the pits, it's one thing to see them on the quarter mile, but when you get up close and you look at the fine detail of some of the paint work, it is absolutely astounding. 932 400 at 68 miles an hour. Ashton goes 1203 at 52 miles an hour, and here's the first of the 2 or the 3 Green Brothers. It's going to be Alex Green over on the Lordco lane, spectator side, and Nate Green over here, tower side. Nate's car is the one that Lincoln Shirk campaigned last year. He liked that patina and asked for one similar, only in green. Again, some beautiful wrap work there that you can see nice and close when you go into the pits. Two brothers heading down track, Alex and Nate. Nate will get there first. Nate's the oldest of the trio, 11:22, 55 miles an hour. 14:85 for Alex at 42 miles an hour. And here comes Jack Green and Wes Armstrong. Looks like Jack is waiting in the water box. Wes Armstrong on the start line. .12:32 at 52 miles an hour is the time for Wes Armstrong. So Jack Green and Owen Armstrong making their way to the 8th mile. 14:23 for Jack, 44 miles an hour. Owen goes 17:80. Remember what I said, the slower the time, the younger the driver. Owen goes 17:80, 34 miles an hour. And that is going to do it for the Thunder category. We now step up the pace and go Junior Lightning racing. This is for racers between the ages of 12 and 17 before they age out into the full-size cars. Abigail White and CL Gagnon. First pair up in the Lightning category. Abigail White sponsored by Lordco, Pioneer Truck, TNT, and Walco Industries. Over here in the blue and black dragster. Over on the other side, Rat Torque sponsored, Titanium Auto Group sponsored. That is CL Gagnon, daughter of Nate Gagnon, who rides one of the Nitro Harleys that we often see here at Mission Raceway. Past champion CL. Lightning is quicker and is faster. 8:01 at 80 miles an hour for Abigail, and 8:71 for CL at 82 miles an hour. And that brings up the next pair, McKenna Thompson and Emma Debris-Coos. Emma over on the spectator side from Shawnigan Lake in BC, on the island. BD Lift Trucks, SRC, Shawnigan Excavating, and Titanium Auto Group sponsors for Emma. Kenna Thompson. Out of Missions, sponsored by JBS. Stripe 8:02 for Emma, 7:91 for McKenna, 82 miles an hour for McKenna Thompson, 81 miles an hour for Emma. Brings up Nick Bond and Colton Warren. Justin Bond giving some start line advice to son Nick. Do the fine tuning on the Briggs & Stratton motor on the back. Get the RPMs just right based on the temperature of the motor and the air temperature. Once the RPM is set, they'll back away. Colton looks ready. Bond runs 8 flats. Colton Morin goes 794. 82 miles an hour for Colton. On the Lordco side, Nick goes 80.89 miles an hour. Here comes Aiden Katanick and Lincoln Shirk. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to call up some more. Super Combo, we're going to call you up to lanes 1 and 2, all right? Super Combo, bring him up, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, Rad Torque Super Pro, we need you in lanes 5 and 6. Rad Torque Super Pro, we need you in 5 and 6, and that means Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammers, you're on a 40-minute standby. We're going to be calling you up shortly. 8.12 is the time for Lexi Winterbottom as she goes through 80 miles an hour. 8.12. Junior dragsters now done. Peden Industries junior category is complete with qualifying. The next time you see them on the racetrack, it'll be eliminations. We've got Hot Rod, Old Car Center Hot Rod category coming up next. The rules for Hot Rod are really quite simple. By simple, I mean that the predominant aspect is it's got to be a vehicle that is 1969 or older. And you run 750 or slower, no quicker than 7.50. But the big deal is, of course, 1969 or older, and no electronics. Generally, that's the rule. No electronics accepted in that category. So Hot Rod is up next. Motorcycle will be coming up after Hot Rod, and we have now called Super Combo to lanes 1 and 2 and Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. Doorslammers, 40 minutes on standby. So Canada West Doorslammers, you know when I said 40, that was 10 minutes ago. So it's now a 30-minute standby. Let's go with that. 30-minute standby for Canada West Doorslammers to be in the lanes. Yeah, I was talking with Rob Monroe Sr. in the pits earlier. Had to attach about 30 pounds of lead to the front of that car, trying to control the front end lifting on it. It has no trouble lifting the front end, and it tends to go straight, but it's also a little bit unnerving sometimes. So Rob Monroe driving that 31 Ford steel-bodied Model A, and blowing. And let's see if it lifts the front wheel. Still does. Had to back out of it just to set it down, but he's working hard to keep it down the center, and goes 898. 149 miles an hour. Sylvia Hoogston in the other lane goes 1258 at 106 miles an hour. And we got Rob Monroe Jr. over here, a car that he's worked on himself. Senior was saying when they brought that home, it was essentially a big pile of nothing. And Rob Monroe has put his hands to it and turned it into quite a race vehicle. In the other lane, a lot of wheel spin happening on that little Anglia. Might be a Ford Prefect even. So Monroe goes 1078, 123 miles an hour, 1824 coasting through the top end on the Lordco side. Pete Legg now and John Sayer. Sayer driving the purple Dart, Legg in the 56 Chevy Wagon. Sayer will get there with an 1187, 112 miles an hour, 1379 for the Chevy Wagon, 92.88 miles an hour, and that brings up Randy Hermsen and Mike Hollingsted. Mike driving the black Fairlane and Randy driving the black Oldsmobile. 58 Oldsmobile against 67 Fairlane. 371 cubic inches. Wheels up on the Fairlane on the wheelie bars. 427 Ford power. Sails through the top end with a 977. 137 miles an hour for the Ford. 1340 at 104 miles an hour for Randy Hermsen. And here comes our next pair. John Barrichello over here, tower side. So the start line crew just holding up the next couple of racers as we need to send somebody out to check one of the sensors at the 1,000-foot mark. Those of you unfamiliar with the incremental timers that we have here at Mission Raceway, lots of information is gathered by each of the racers, but then a lot of that information is given to them on their timing slips, there are those orange blocks that you see located along the quarter-mile strip, and what they are is they reflect the infrared of sensors at the 60-foot, 330-foot, eighth mile, 1,000-foot, and quarter-mile. So the incremental timers will provide a tremendous amount of information to know whether your car launched well and failed to perform at a different part of the racetrack. All of that goes into the tuning, and so we are just adjusting the 1,000-foot sensor on one side of the racetrack. Hey, if you're having trouble hearing the PA, you can tune us in on the FM band, 92.7. 92.7 is where you can find us on the FM band. And while it's quiet, I will remind all racers that we are a left side racetrack, so the next time you come up for eliminations, we will need to see your car number and your dial-in, and we need that large and legible on the left-hand side of the vehicle, please. Also, I know that you've made one pass. Just do make sure that the car is clean before you come to the start line, as far as any excess water that may have built up on the car while you were in the pits. So do check that out. So we have the safety crew at the 1,000-foot mark taking a look at one of the sensors just to make sure that we're all good to go there. So we have got the race number 8 of the Summit ET Racing Series that is happening this weekend. It's a doubleheader weekend, race 8 and 9. We got the 2 races, 8 and 9. And this Sunday, the 18th, Father's Day, will be the Summit ET Race Series 9, where State Championship Wally will be up for grab. Classes eligible for the coveted Wally will be the Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, Rad Torque System Super Pro, the Old Car Center Hot Rod, Mountain View Harley Davidson Motorcycle, and of course, Peden Industries Mission Raceway Junior Drag Racing and Junior Street categories. So that is the Wally race that everybody's going to be racing for a special trophy. And there is a rain date scheduled, and that will be in September if for some reason that event is not able to be contested. So that's something else that all of these racers are looking to grab hold of. Okay, so John Barrichello is sitting in the water box right now alongside Barry Patterson, and they are going to do their burnouts once again now that we have the sensor adjusted. So tower side, John Barrichello, the big Mopar here. The other lane, another Mopar, 65 Dodge of Barry Patterson. So this continues to be time trials and qualifying for Old Car Center Hot Rod. Patterson goes 10:15, 136 miles an hour. 11:33 at 116 for John Barrichello. Here comes Rob Hodgson here on the tower side in his 67 Plymouth. Dodge Dart in the other lane, staged up, and they are gone. Hodgson goes 1087, 122 miles an hour, 1176 at 111 miles an hour for the Dart in the other lane. And that brings to the line Dustin Hunter in his Ford Falcon and Sean Langley in his 69 Mustang. Fastback Mustang. For Dustin Hunter, 148 miles an hour. And Sean Langley clears the stripe, goes 1196 in the Mustang at 112 miles an hour. And here comes the out-of-time Nova of Mark Brenzinger, running in the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket category and here in the Old Car Center Hot Rod category. That's Mark in his 67 Nova. The other lane, the 62 Chevy 2 of Jerry Brabender. Wheels up launch for Mark as he sets it down and keeps it straight. Goes 954 at 139 miles an hour against Jerry's 1055, 124 miles an hour. Mike McMahon in the injected Camaro, and Blair Criddle in the other lane. Camaro pops the laundry and left before the tree was activated, so no information. 9:02 for Blair Criddle at 145 miles an hour. Dennis Winton now and Larry Rodenizer. So Rodenizer in Old Yeller, sponsored by Lordco. Langley Racer goes 946 at 139 miles an hour. That 46 Ford. Dennis Winton in the 66 Bel Air wagon goes 1163 at 113 miles per hour. Here comes Daryl Storzik now. In the Kawasaki, on the Kawasaki, over on the Lordco side. Sponsored by Thrifty's Machine Shop. He is your track champion. Daryl Storzik, of course, sponsored by Leak Pro, the world leader in automotive water and air leaks and wind noise repair. Storzik out of Surrey, Al out of Abbotsford. Suzuki versus Kawasaki. Suzuki here tower side. Al Oman on the Kawasaki. It is going to be a squeaker at the top end. Wind light comes on. Actually, it's qualifying, but I call it a wind light because he got there first. 863 against a 921. Storzik goes 149 miles an hour, and Ullman goes 139. So we are in time trials for motorcycle. The Kraken, Tom Turand, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports out of Maple Ridge. .922 at 155 miles an hour for Tom Turand. I believe that is all we have for motorcycle. 3 motorcycles on the property this race weekend so far. So we're going to be moving into the Super Pro category, and that means that Doorslammers, we're going to put you on a 15-minute standby Doorslammers, 15-minute standby. We'll be calling you up to the lanes very shortly. So our motorcycle category, of course, sponsored by Mountain View Motorsports and Mountain View Harley-Davidson. These two dealerships are the go-to spots for all your motorcycle needs, whether you're looking for, well, let's say a high-performance sport bike or maybe a classic cruiser. Well, Mountain View Motorsports has you covered with a wide selection of top brands. And for those of you who are true Harley enthusiasts, Mountain View Harley-Davidson is the place to be, offering the latest models and accessories from that legendary manufacturer. So if you're in the market for a motorcycle or just want to check out the latest gear, make sure to visit Mountain View Motorsports and Mountain View Harley-Davidson. And we certainly thank them for their support as we are on race day here. Mountain View Harley-Davidson in Chilliwack and Mountain View Motorsports in Chilliwack as well. You can check them out online, mountainviewhd.com and mountainviewmotorsports.ca. So we go into some index racing now with the Super Combo category. Super Combo, of course, racing against an index of 1090 in most cases. Could be 990 if you're normally running in the Super Gas category, or 890 if you're running in the Super Comp category. So this is... At the stripe, Dan Parsons goes 1098, 133 miles an hour. And 1091 for Martin Rochelle, 127 miles per hour. Here on the tower side, that's Kim Jonkin. TitaniumRacing.ca sponsorship. Sheer Solutions in the other lane, that's Emily Gerard from Chilliwack. Emily, of course, a multi-time champion in the junior dragster category here at Mission Raceway, racing the Super Pro Dragster, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Both drivers pre-stage, they roll forward another few inches, and the stage beam comes on, and they wait for the tree to come down. A little bit of tire shake there for Emily, and she gets off the throttle. Kim, on the other hand, not even leaving the line. So they wait for Emily to clear the top end as Emily's just coasting through 2688, 28 miles an hour. So have a bit of a wait until Emily clears the top end of the strip. Getting their dragster off the start line. So out there on the start line, just making sure that after Emily launched, that any residue that she may have left from the dragster, just get that little bit of a touch up there just to make sure that it's not an impediment for anybody else coming up in that lane. You have a vigilant start line crew looking all the time, eyes all over the place for that kind of thing. Just got to make sure that the start line, the whole 1320, as a matter of fact, is safe for all racers. It's quite possible that something did break on Emily's dragster, and they'll be in the pits taking a look at that, I'm sure. So refiring now is Justin Bond in his Super Pro dragster. Justin, of course, the points leader in the Fuel Tech Pro Mod. Fuel Tech Pro Mod Systems series on the NHRA circuit. Has won 3 race events and has made Mission Raceway proud of his efforts, and is on an off weekend. And when he's on an off weekend, he doesn't sit still. He drives the tractor, he drives the blower, he drives the dragster, he races with his children, all sorts of things. Justin is just one of those guys. He wants to be on the racetrack all the time. So he's in the dragster. On the spectator's side, Richard Love is over here on the tower side. Chevy S10 sponsored by Reflections Guest House and SS Motorsports. So Richard Love, tower side. Justin Bond, spectator side. Yes, that Justin Bond. Reaction times for both drivers. 7:11 is the time for Justin, 7-11 at 185 miles an hour. 1077 for the Chevy pickup of Richard Love at 121 miles an hour. As we continue in the one and only qualifying session here for Super Pro. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. John Jenkins, Dustin Brewington. Brewington lifting the front wheels on that Camaro. He's from Kennewick, Washington. John Jenkins in the other lane. Camaro goes 1024. 128 miles an hour. And the little Chevy S10, the yellow S10, goes 1080 at 122 miles an hour. Here comes Kevin McNichol and Ted Buss. Ted from Shawnigan Lake, 34 Ford with Chevy power. And Kevin McNichol in the Chevy 2. Little Nova here on the tower side. It's the hot rod that gets there first with a 927. 927 at 141 miles an hour against a 1015 for the Nova. 132 miles an hour. Steve Thorne and Jan Christensen roll up now. Jan driving the El Gringo, he calls it. 67 Nova, 582 cubic inches under the hood of that green Nova, sponsored by Preston Chevrolet. Steve Thorne over here, Tower Side, 64 Plymouth, 588 cubic inches under that hood of the Mopar. Steve out of Kelowna. Jan Christensen telling me in the pits how much he enjoys racing that car. It is just a fine-tuned machine. It goes 855, 156 miles an hour. Off the throttle, Steve Thorne, 1488, 61 miles an hour. As Craig Johnson rolls up, up against another one of the Katnick clan in the other lane. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers. This is your call. Bring them up to the lanes. 3, 4, 5, and 6. There's room for you there. Canada West Doorslammers. Bring them up. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So while we're at it, attention in the pits, we're going to put Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket on standby for first round of eliminations. So Canada West Doorslammers, we've called you to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. And Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, first round of eliminations, you're on standby. Stephen Robert and John Tabak on the start line. Robert in the 34 Chevy, here Tower Side, and Tabak in the 89 S10 on the spectator side. .996 is the time for the Chevy on the TCS lane, 101 miles an hour. John Tobacco's 1055 at 126 miles an hour. And here comes Mike Robinson. Mike no longer in blue. JBS Equipment sponsored Ford Roadster, now in 9:17. 141 miles an hour for Mike Robinson. Takes that little roadster through the top end. 9.17. So we're going to do a little trip back in time here. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. These two racers missed their one opportunity when we had Pro Bracket up on the line before. So this is their one shot at the track before going into eliminations. Lordco lane goes 12 flat. TCS lane 1302. We are going to move into the Super Combo category now. This is the index category. 890, 990, and 1090. Instead of running against a handicap, you run against an index that is posted on the reader board for eliminations. So you're going to see some throttle stops. The name of the game here is to make sure that your car does not run quicker than the index that you're running in. So if your index is 990 in a super gas car, which is what Dean Peterson in that green Boss Haas Mustang is all about. Brad Vinci, on the other hand, Camaro, all looking to hit the stripe at, 988, 165 miles an hour. Gives you some idea for Dean. 1090 with a 3. That's a great run for Brad Vinci. 1090 being the other index number for the Super Street category, and that's where most of these cars run. So again, they can run a lot quicker than 1090, but the idea with the throttle stops and timers is to take power out of the car so that they actually just run 1090. Stefan Veach in the Plymouth over on the Lordco side, and Warren Jacobson here tower side. Stefan gets there with a 1094, Warren with a 1099. Next pair is Martin Rochelle and Jerry Epp. Jerry Epp in the black Mustang, the Las Vegas Nationals winner, and also Division 6 winner. 1090 car. Martin Rochelle racing that car for many, many years, and is one of those people that can easily be called Mr. Consistency. Martin Rochelle in the Malibu. 1090 again is their target. Let's see how close these two get. The more stronger the car, the longer that throttle stop is going to be in play. Martin Rochelle will be there with a 1091, and Jerry Epp 1177. 127 miles an hour for Rochelle. Epp 138 miles an hour. And that brings up our last two, Dan Parsons and Steve Lowe. Parsons in the Duster here tower side. Lowe in the Camaro over on the other lane. So again, both cars launch with green, and then power is taken away and pushed back back in. If they do the timing right, they'll end up there with a 1090. Well, or a 1087 for Dan Parsons, or a 1085 for Steve Lowe. And that is going to be it for Super Combo. I see all of the Canada West Doorslammers in the staging lanes. We have just a couple of minutes of track preparation before Canada West Doorslammers take to the strip. Super fast cars, 870 to get in that program. A lot of cars running close to 200, some over 200 miles per hour. I hear tell that Greg Field is got a target of 640 for that little Opal that he runs. 640. Earlier this year, we saw 680s, we saw 660s, and so he's looking at 640s. So that's what's coming up. But first, we need to do a little bit of scrape on the start line. Too much rubber on the start line is just about as bad as too little rubber on the start line. So every so often, the safety crew is out there taking a look at where the rubber buildup is and then doing some manual scraping. We do a little bit of track rubbing and get the track in ship shape for Canada West Doorslammers. Next. So Canada West Doorslammers all getting into the lanes there. We do want to have a big shout out to their sponsors, the association sponsors for 2023, and that includes the title sponsor, Winter Harbor and Marina, an RV in Winter Harbor, BC. That, of course, is the enterprise of Henry Zacharias, who is one of the racers in the program. Each of these companies has racers represented. Total Dairy Solutions, of course, in Abbotsford. That's through Artex Barn Solutions. Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, and VP Race Field Director Jason Field in Mission. Paradise Homes in Victoria. Associated Tire and Auto in Campbell River. Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing in Campbell River. And Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating in Courtenay. And TCS Performance Products in Langley, and Travelland RV in Langley, Kelowna, Airdrie, and Grand Prairie. So those are the association sponsors for Canada West Doorslammers, who will be next on the track. They are an independent group that run a series throughout the course of the year. Fast cars, door cars. As a matter of fact, here's the distilled the essence of their rules. All cars must have 2 operating doors. Cars must have left-hand steering, front and rear suspension, and a roof. No throttle control devices are permitted, and lane choice will go to the faster cars. So that is basic rules for Canada West Doorslammers. Oh, and did I mention, you've got to run 870 or better to be on the ladder. 870 or better. So that is what we've got coming up, and that's why you see track preparation going on right now. A little bit of spraying at the top end. We spray. You'll notice that when the sprayer goes down the quarter mile, it will be spraying in different degrees. Sometimes there will be a bigger cloud and sometimes a smaller cloud. And also, it's worth noting that there are different mixtures of traction compound in the tank, and so they will see what needs to happen at different parts of the track. Hey, attention to the pits. This is attention to Craig Johnson. Craig Johnson, we are waiting for you in the staging lanes. Apparently, we noticed that you missed a qualifier. So, Craig Johnson, we need you to see Tony in the staging lanes. Craig Johnson, roll on up. Look who just rolled in, Nolan. I came up in the tower after having my burger. I heard an announcement from you, and so I'm walking back to the tower, and I come up, and there's no evidence that Nolan was ever here. You had to take care of an emergency, I understand.
Yeah, well, sometimes servers crash.
Sometimes.
And when you're like me and you rely on a lot of spreadsheets online and you lose that data, it becomes fairly important to get it back quickly.
Dang! So it all you fixed it. You're all good to go.
Quicker than expected. The damage to what happened to my stuff wasn't as extensive as others. So someone put some numbers in and we're good to go again.
Cool. Well, it's good to have you back in the tower. So we are just about set for the one qualifying session here, Canada West Doorslammers, and we are putting the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket folks on standby. So Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby for your first round of eliminations. That's going to be happening after Canada West Doorslammer action. Adam DeYoung and Paul Freeborn first pair in the water box, cleaning off the tires, warming up the big Hoosiers. Try not to talk when they're doing a burnout, just so that you can actually hear what's being said. Adam DeYoung. Over on the Lordco side. '67 Chevy Camaro. That's the white Camaro. Adam making his way up from the junior dragsters over the years. Poe driving the Mustang that became the template for a lot of pro mod cars in that Mustang category. So Poe goes 746, 183 miles an hour. And Adam DeYoung, 854 in the Camaro at 158 miles an hour. So the first pair, both under that 870, so they're good to go in this program. Remember, with only one qualifying session, there's a lot on the line. You got to run that 870 in order to be in the program. Here comes Howie Winklehorst and Dave Warren. So Dave Warren in the other lane, the 62 Bel Air, Blue Max he calls it, and he rolls into the stage beams. Goes up in smoke. Loss of traction for Dave Warren. Howie Winklehorst goes 823, 160 miles an hour. Warren having problems on the start line, just losing traction at the hit, and just coasts through 1892 at 45 miles an hour. And here comes Mark Thompson and Devin Jansen. Mark Thompson in that swoopy 54 Studebaker, Marvel Racing out of Coldstream, BC. Devin Jansen, Armstrong is home for that black 70 Nova. Thompson sporting 598 cubic inches of big block Chevy power under the hood of that Studebaker. 565 cubic inches in the black Nova. So Thompson and Jansen, both pre-staged here, bumping in, they're ready. It's going to be the Studebaker getting there with a 757, 181 miles an hour, 859 for the Nova at 152 miles per hour. 757, 181 miles an hour. Ray Rusiani and Brian Ritchie now. Ray driving the black Chevy 2. Or the orange yellow one. I was blinded by my screen. Brian's driving the black Chevelle. So the Chevy 2 here on the tower side, that is Ray Rusiani. 632 cubic inch Chevy power. Ditto in the other lane. So Brian goes 792. 170 miles an hour. 826 for Ray. 163 miles an hour. Up Mike Kenworthy and Darren Buick. Darren driving the Nova, sponsored by Evans Excavating. Mike Kenworthy, Illusion Motorsports, Speed Mart, and Hoosier. Mike out of Arlington, Washington. 92 Pontiac, purple Pontiac. 67 Nova here on the tower side. So Darren leaving before the tree was activated, not getting any incremental times. Mike Kenworthy goes 8:52 at 159 miles an hour. So Henry Zacharias now backing up. 53 vet, Zacharias Investments. Zacharias heading down track in the vet. Runs it through the 769, 178 miles an hour, and pops the laundry. This weekend sponsor for the Doorslammers, TCS. And he was in the TCS lane. TCS Performance Products out of Langley. Performance converters and transmission products. Next pair, Greg Field and Paul Stretch. Nolan, you were talking to Greg Field earlier today, and he's got a target.
I sure was. I caught up to him when I was getting my burger and fries at the Half Track Snack Shack. Told me his goal was a 640 today, and he's running 660. I think he ran a 659 earlier in the season, so he's looking to get that thing a bit further up on the ET list.
Every year he seems to go faster and faster in that little Opel GT. Active Care Auto. Sponsored also by Jubilee RV and Acumen Machine Total Turbo. Lordco. Twin turbos on that Opel GT. And the other lane, Paul Stretch. Mid-Island Engines, the 2022 Series champ in the 2002 Cavalier. So both these drivers sporting big block Chevys. Derek bumps in, as does Paul, and they are off. Opal heading down track. Paul in the other lane goes 678, 170 miles per hour. 724 for Paul's stretch. Derek Shirt now. And John DeYoung. DeYoung getting a little close to the center line, sorts it out, gets down through the top end with a 681, 763 for Derek Shirk in the other lane. Pay attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you to lanes 1 and 2 for round 1 of eliminations. Pro Bracket. Lanes 1 and 2, bring them up. Pro Bracket, first round of eliminations. Jan Christensen and Otto Schulte now. Jan driving the green Chevy 2 El Gringo, and Otto Schulte the 2005 Cavalier. .747 is the time for Otto Schulte. 8:56 for Jan Christensen. Tom Kaetenich and Dale Jansen, next pair. Kaetenich in the TK Performance sponsored 68 Camaro, backing up right now. In the other lane, the 66 Canso from Armstrong. That's Dale Jansen. If you're wandering in the pits, make sure that you stop by and take a look at that red Camaro. No sun today, not right now anyway, but what a great metal flake paint job that is. And it is a paint job, not a wrap, as I was told. Straight down Broadway for both drivers. 781 for Dale Jansen and a 745 for Tom Kaetenich. 184 miles an hour for the Camaro, and the Canso goes 173 miles an hour. So Peter Lucanis and Jason Field. As we work our way through qualifying here, Canada West Doorslammers, Peter Lucanis and Jason Field. Lucanis in the 63 Corvette, Field in the 71 Chevelle. 8:57 for Lacanis. 155 miles an hour. Jason goes 8:53 at 159 miles an hour. Burnout complete for Brody Shirk. And Jay Sievertson as well. Jay's over here, tower side, 66 Canso. And Brody in the other lane, 67 Chevy. The stripe, Jay goes 7:37, 192 miles an hour. Brody, 8:27, 162 miles an hour. One of those days where normally, and I talked about this before, that you have to run 870 or better to be in the on the ladder. Well, because there's only one qualifying session, it's an all-car run. So, yet this is a race weekend where everybody is running the time. So that's a good story all around. Everybody's doing better than 870 anyway. Terry Langdon Davies next up, rolling into the water box, Lordco Lane. .1941 Willys, Terry Langdon Davies out of Yarrow, BC. Making a single qualifying run here. Goes 8:08. 165 miles an hour, 8:08. Kathy Freeborn now, out of Courtney, 1970 Camaro. runs 854, 159 miles an hour. Last few cars in the Canada West Doorslammer category. Scott Robinson in his 94 Beretta getting set to make his qualifying run. And the Beretta breaks the beams with a 766. 766 at 177 miles an hour. Just looking back in the staging lanes, Grant Howell will be coming up underneath the bridge. Grant from Victoria. Pay attention in the pits. We're going to have Sportsman. You're on standby. Sportsman, you're on standby. Pro bracket, you should all be in the staging lanes. So here comes Grant Howell, past champion in the Canada West Doorslammer Series. 37 Chevy with Grant Howell heading down track to close out this qualifying session. Runs 765, 175 miles an hour. And the next time we'll see Doorslammers, it will be eliminations, I believe. Speaking of eliminations, we have got Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket up for round one, and I'm going to turn it over to Nolan.
And it is, of course, winner in the first weekend of racing we had this season, Dustin Brewington, bringing it up in the TCS lane to be racing Ralph Ehlers and his Mustang Fox body over in the right lane, the Lordco lane. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. We need Sportsman to lanes 4 and 5. Sportsman to lanes 4 and 5. Super Pro, you are on standby. Once again, Sportsman to 4 and 5. Two green lights in our first eliminating pass here of the Summit ET and National Hot Rod Diesel Association weekend. This one goes the favor of Dustin Brewington. Gets there first, 5 thousandths of a second over Ralph Ehlers. We'll bring up John Tabak of the Rad Torque Systems S10, dialed at a 10:55 to race Dennis Winton in the Shaggy Bel Air, dialed at 11:61. Winton with over a second head start over Tabak, who is going to have to be mighty, mighty patient. Two green lights once more. John Tabak in hot pursuit of Dennis Winton. The Shaggy Bel Air, though, better on the tree. A double breakout. We'll give it to Dennis Winton as Tabak goes under the dial by 200ths of a second. Dennis Winton only 1 thou under. That brings up Mal Patterson to the Malfunction Albion Tireland Pontiac Acadian, down at a 10:12 to race Ross Walker in a 10:06 Chevy 2. Star as Mal Patterson not able to get a good launch out of the gate. Ross Walker will go through to round number 2. Patterson went almost half a tenth red on the tree. We'll move to the next pairing, the Volkswagen. Terry Hoogstens bringing it up, down at 11:79 to race Rich Dyes. And the Transporters Logistics Chevy Nova, down 11:33. Again, both races away on the green. Hoogstens typically runs in the BC Super Shifters category, trying to stay out in front of Rich Dyes. Can't do it. Rich Dyes, 11:40 with a 5, 111 miles an hour. Hoogstens goes 11:91 at 109. Brings up John Barrichello. And the Ron's Engine Machine Dodge Dart, down 11:35 to race Nick Barnhart in the barn find Mustang Fox Body, dialed at a 10:30. Red light star. Nick Barnhart goes 19 thou. Red on the tree. Gifting John Barrichello a freebie to round 2. Sean Langley brings up the Hustler Mach 1, leaks first. Ray Bollinger, A&A Custom Brokers, Just Mechanical Pontiac could not wait long enough. 300's red on the tree. Sean Langley and the Mach 1 Hustler will move into round 2. Bring up Rich Ray in the 1971 Dodge Dart, making his first start of the season, dialed at a 980. Nick Douglas brings up the SBB Racing Dodge Charger, dialed at a 1235 in the Lordco lane. tree for Rich Ray Douglas. Takes the Charger to round 2. We bring up Rob Monroe. And the 1969 ST Performance Gibson's Racing Transmissions Horizon Auto Body 1969 Acadian dialed at a 1075 to race Dustin Hunter. The Falcon Fast Ford Falcon dialed at a 912. Both races head down track. Breakout for Dustin Hunter. Got there first, but went 3 thou under the dial. A 911 with a 7. On the 912 dial, we'll give it up for Rob Monroe. Grant Gordon brings up the 4 Cycle Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart dialed at a 1210 to race Dale Northgraves in the Nova, dialed at a 1045. Dale Northgraves gets around. Grant Gordon was just 4 thou off of the dial, so Dale Northgraves was absolutely on it that pass. Just had to get him on the tree a bit more, and it would have been a bit greater than the 27 thou he bested it by. William Wood brings up the Mustang Fox body to race Steve Baskerville in the Volkswagen Golf. Red light start. William Wood goes 800ths red on the tree. Steve Baskerville will move into the next round. We move up to Mark Bresinger in the out-of-time Nova, dialed at a 952. Going up against David Rastad in the Malibu, dialed at an 1199. Mark Bresinger goes red by 13 thou. We're going to make that second call for Sportsman. We're going to change that lane assignment from 4 and 5 to 1 and 2. So Sportsman now coming up lanes 1 and 2. Second call, Sportsman to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, we're keeping you on standby for the time being. And we're now going to make that Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro coming up to lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod, you are on standby. That's again, Hot Rod on standby, Super Pro to 1 and 2. As Matt Warner knocks out Brian Heffel, we move to Lorenz Schwartz and Kevin Garlock. Camaro versus Monte Carlo. Pair of green bulbs and Lorenz Schwartz will take the win as Garlock goes under the dial by almost 0.2 of a second. Craig Johnson brings up the Johnson Customs Exhaust Oldsmobile Cutlass Racing Chris Stone in the Willebrook Motor Stone Cold Racing Dart. Green lights, Chris Stone hunting down Craig Johnson, and Johnson goes under the dial in. Gets under there by 35 thou. Chris Stone will move on into the next round. We bring up Jim Banky in the Rad Torque Systems Bucky Mini Excavating Wheel Standing Barracuda dialed to 1016 to race Richard Love. The Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports S10. And it'll be Jim Banky taking the win on a double breakout. Banky the lesser offender. Richard Love was 36 thou under. Jim Banky only 15. That brings up Veronica Hodgson as the final car in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Hodgson with the bye run will move us over into Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman. So as it was mentioned before, all Doorslammers get on a ladder. Now, because of some current system limitations, Darren Buick, when he left when the tree was ready, did not get on that ladder. But because we wanted to give Buick, obviously, the chance to run, as is the Doorslammer policy for today, that's why you just saw our starter Willie down there putting his foot into the beams, doing some good old stolen identity as he steals Darren Buick's thunder and puts some Buick onto the ladder. The Evans Excavating Nova. turns out it doesn't like Willie's foot in the beam. So we're going to send Pat down on the quad instead, and that'll count as Darren Buick's qualifying run. Our system isn't a fan of the starter, apparently. So with first round of eliminations complete for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, we'll be getting set to roll into Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman.
For me? Now what?
$11.99 or slower for the Sportsman category. Jim Mantle brings up the pacer to race Jackson Skirito. SUV versus pacer. And it's a red light start for Skirito. Jim Mantle going to go through into round number 2. Cindy Jung racing the Chevy Malibu will go up against the Hyundai SUV over in the right lane. And it'll be Sydney Jung moving on into the next round. As we bring up now Kevin McCulley and a Dodge pickup over in the right lane. I'm going to correct myself to a Ford pickup and act like I knew that it was a Ford the whole time. The old school Cutlass bringing it up over here TCS side. 12 seconds to 11.99 virtually heads up this race. And it's a red light start for the diesel pickup over in that right lane. That's Kevin McCulley. Move on into the next round. 11.829 at 112 miles an hour. Ryan Ledrette brings out the Muffler Tech Automotive Chevelle down to the 1250 to race Eric Hansen in the 1968 Plymouth down to the 1287. Red light start, Eric Hansen. Ryan Ledrette moves on to round number 2 in Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. This Chevy Silverado in here running in the National Hot Rod Diesel Association later on tonight, I believe in the Sportsman category, driven by Kendall Freed. Out of Minburn, racing Steve Baskerville in this 2-liter turbo Volkswagen Golf R. Baskerville turns on the wind light as Kendall Free goes under the dial in by 0.2 of a second. Sean Langley brings up the Mach 1 Hustler down to the 1187 to race Roland Lowen in the Meteor down at a 1292, and Lowen goes red. It'll be Sean Langley moving on to round number 2. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Old Car Center Hot Rod. We need you to lanes 3 and 4. Old Car Center Hot Rod. We need you in lanes 3 and 4. Motorcycle are going to be on standby. Carson Barlow turns on the red light by 700ths of a second. Emma Sidden in the top side of the repair Dodge Dart will move on to the next round. And attention to the pits, we're also going to put Super Combo on standby. So that is Motorcycle and Super Combo on standby. Hot Rod 2, 3, and 4. Gary Fawcett brings up the 1966 Plymouth out of Burnaby, trying to stay out in front of Randy Hermsen and can't do so. Does do so. Randy Hermsen goes under the dial-in. Gary Fawcett was 0.24 under. Randy Hermsen was 0.27. And that brings up Cade Shirk and Nick Douglas. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers. Your ladder has been posted on the Canada West Doorslammers Facebook page. So please take a look at that ladder, find your opponent, figure yourselves out before you are called back to the lanes. Canada West Doorslammers, your ladder has been posted on the Doorslammers Facebook page. That leaves us with the bye. Sylvia Hookstons in the 66 Ford Mustang going to be finishing out our first round of Sportsman eliminations. Hookson's with a 009 on the tree, goes under the dial. Doesn't matter though when you have a bye run. We're gonna check that track real brief and get ourselves back sorted as we get set to go racing for round number 1 of Rad Torque Systems Super Pro for round number 1 of eliminations. And with that, I'll turn things back to Jerry.
Thank you, Nolan. Yes, I was wandering around the pits and checking in with some racers, see what's what. Everybody experiences something just a little bit different. Racers who have never experienced loss of traction in one lane, suddenly that's a thing, and they're trying to figure it out. Others, I was talking with Jim Benke earlier today. He was having problems. The car has always, that Plymouth Barracuda has always lifted the front end, and it's been getting better, bigger wheel stands. But all of a sudden, it started pulling to the right, and a couple of races ago, he had to get out of it and thought that it might need some attention. So he'd been looking for what it was and was not able to find it last race, and was racing his little Scamp. I talked to him this morning. He said that he made some adjustments on the rear shocks that might have been contributing to the car pulling to the right. But on his first run today, it was still doing that. So ongoing problems, problem solving fixing puzzles. That's car racing. It's all sorts of things that you just don't anticipate. But nonetheless, there are solutions waiting. So we're going to get set. Rad Torque Super Pro should be the next category that we have on track after we do just a little bit of start line maintenance here. So we should be going back into racing momentarily. Don't go far. Super Pro is the category, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. So Dan Parsons and Emily Gerard. Emily, multi-time champion in the junior dragsters from years ago. Racing the Rad Torque sponsored dragster over on the Lordco side. Here close to the tower, Dan Parsons, 1970 Duster. Quality Racing. Powell River. So a handicap system in play here in this first round of eliminations. 1090 is the handicap for Dan Parsons, 763 for the dragster. And that obviously means that Dan Parsons will be leaving the start line first by roughly 3 seconds. So both cars staged and ready to go. Here comes the tree. Dragster waits patiently and now is in pursuit. Green lights all aboard. And the wind light comes on for Emily Gerard. Goes 782. 782 at 141 miles an hour. Dragster goes to round number 2 in Super Pro as Mike Robinson, sponsored by JBS Equipment, brings his Ford Roadster to the line. I asked him about the new paint job. He said that it had been something he'd wanted to do for a long time. That car has been blue for many, many years. Now when you get up nice and close to that car, it's a very deep-looking red. Black trim. Steve Thorne in the other lane. Black Plymouth. handicap for Mike Robinson in the Roadster is 919. 966 is the handicap for Steve Thorne. So Thorne will be leaving the line first by just about 0.5 of a second. Just about one bulb. So problems with win light for Mike Robinson as Steve Thorne timed out. What happens is once both cars are pre-staged, and then the first car that goes into stage, once that bulb comes on, there is roughly a 10-second window for the other driver to stage. If the other driver doesn't get into stage within that time frame, the tree times out, turns on the red light, and hands the green light to the other driver. So Mike Robinson gets the win, 918, 142 miles per hour. So we do need to make this announcement from time to time. If you are flying a drone here on the property, actually, you're not allowed to. So if you're flying a drone, you should not be flying a drone here on the property. It is a safety issue that we enforce very, very strictly. So if you're flying a drone, bring it down. You should not be flying it here on the property. So John Tabak, Jan Christensen heading down. Green light comes on for the S10 of John Tabak, 10:53, 003 reaction time on his little truck. So John Tabak takes out Jan Christensen. Runs a 10:53 at 124 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits, motorcycle. Motorcycle, we need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Motorcycle, lanes 1 and 2. Super Combo, you be on standby. Craig Johnson and Ted Buss. Johnson getting the handicap start. He's dialed in at 11:62. Buss going to get around him? No, does not. Craig Johnson goes 11:63 for the win. 111 miles an hour. So one of the Katnick clan. And Martin Rochelle. So the handicap 9 flat here on the tower side. 1090 for Martin Rochelle. So Martin Rochelle will be leaving the start line first. Rochelle picks up the win, goes 1086, 125 miles an hour. Burnout complete for Justin Bond and Stefan Robert, sitting in the water box, waiting for the dragster to come back. Justin Bond in his Super Comp dragster, running in Super Pro. Dialed in at 713 against the 34 Chevy's 848. So the Chevy is going to leave first. Dragster will be sitting there waiting, and then play catch up. Stephen Robert calls the Chevy here on the tower side the Evil Bucket. They are staged, and here comes the treat. Wheels up for Robert. Justin Bond in pursuit. Who gets there first? Justin Bond goes 726, 155 miles an hour. So Justin Bond moving on. Going to the next round. Kim Jonkin now and Dustin Brewington. Kim in the dragster. Kennewick, Washington is home for the Camaro. That's Dustin Brewington just coming out of the water box. Burnout complete. Handicap going to the black Camaro. Lordco lane. And it's a big red light start for Kim Jonkin. Car actually did launch off the start line that time, but left too soon. So win light goes to Dustin. 1024, 129 miles an hour. Good for the win. As Richard Love and John Jenkins get set for their round match. Jenkins in the yellow Chevy S10 and Richard in the black Chevy S10. 383 cubic inches over here tower side against 406 cubic inches on the spectator side. Handicap is negligible. Pretty much a heads-up race. One dialed in at 1074, the other at 1078. You can see that on the reader board at the top end. They leave almost the same on the start line. Win light comes on for John Jenkins, goes 1082. 1082 at 116 miles per hour. Jenkins had the better reaction time by about a hun. So John Jenkins advancing into the next round as Kevin McNichol rolls up for a bye run. Odd number of cars in the category. Pay attention in the pits. Super Combo. We need you to the lanes, please. Super Combo to the lanes. Juniors, you are on standby. While we're at it, we're going to put Canada West Doorslammers on a 30-minute standby as well. So, juniors, you're on standby. Canada West Doorslammers, 30-minute standby. But Super Combo, we need you to the lanes.
So with Rad Torque Systems, Rad Torque Systems Super Pro in the books for first round eliminations. We'll roll into Old Car Center Hot Rod. This is Mike Hollingstead, going to be racing his 1967 Fairlane. He is the bye run, so the one driver with a confirmed and a guaranteed free pass at Old Car Center Hot Rod. He'll carry those front wheels all the way home into round number 2, which will bring up Rob Munro Sr. in the white knuckle racing. Begin at Hot Rods, Gibson Racing Transmissions, ST Performance, Ford Model A. Down the 898, we'll be leaving second to Sylvia Hookstons. Had a 66 Ford Mustang down to the 1255.
I was in the pits talking to Rob Munro Sr., and he's been working, added a bunch of weight to the front end of that car, 30 pounds of lead, so front end is still lifting on that. He says he's comfortable if it goes straight, but it's going red.
Double red light on that one, but Sylvia Hoogston's the lesser offender. In this case, it's not who red lights first, it's who red lights worse. In which case, it was Rob Munro Sr. left by a full bulb's length early. We'll bring up Pete Legg. We'll race John Sayer in the Frankenstein Speed and Customs Dart. Legg will lead first, TCS side. And John Sayer going to be hightailing after him. Pete Legg goes under the dial-in, breaks out by 1/10 of a second, and that will give it back to John Sayer. Rob Hodgson brings up the Plymouth, dialed at a 1089 to race Blair Criddle in the Precision Motorsports Ford Roadster, dialed in at 9 seconds. And it'll be Rob Hodgson taking the win on a double breakout. 400ths under for Blair Criddle. Rob Hodgson only 18th out. Dennis Winton turns on the red light as Dustin Hunter and the Ford Falcon will move on, knocking out the Shaggy Bel Air. That brings up Larry Rodenizer in the old yeller Lordco Auto Parts Ford over in that Lordco lane. Will be leaving second to the driver in the Dodge Dart over here TCS side. Red light start. Left lane, Larry Rodenizer. Moves on to round number 2. That brings up Jerry Brabander, the California Hot Rod Reunion champion from last year, dialed at a Chevy, a 1052 in the Chevy 2 from 1962. Barry Patterson brings up the 1965 Dodge, dialed at a 985. Mark Bresinger brings up the out-of-time Novo, dialed at a 949. Will race Sean Langley in that Mach 1 Hustler, dialed at an 1187. Pair of green lights, and this one, it's going to be close up at the quarter mile. Double breakout. Mark Bresinger only 1 thou under the dial-in on an 026 light. Not a bad run at all, as Sean Langley goes under by 400ths. Rob Monroe Jr., the ST Performance Gibson's Racing Transmissions Horizon Auto Body Acadian over in the right lane, goes up against the Dodge in the left lane. Breaking out for the left lane, goes 6 thou under, will give Rob Monroe Jr. the trip into the next run. Randy Herbson in the wing behemoth Oldsmobile, dialed at a 1325, will be racing against Mike McMahon, dialed at an 885 over in that right lane. One of the biggest handicaps we'll have all day long. McMahon was patient though, waited on him, now trying to chase him down. Moved around a little bit right at the hitch. Can he power through and take him? No, he cannot. Randy Herbson stays in front. Herbson getting the whole shot win on that deal, as he will take him by 0.08 of a second. That's going to wrap up Old Car Center Hot Rod. Attention in the pits, particularly attention National Hot Rod Diesel Association. All diesel classes, your start time has been moved to 6 p.m. as opposed to 5. You will have a driver's meeting at 5:30 at the NHRA tent. That is all classes in NHRA, the diesel classes. You have a driver's meeting at 5:30 p.m. Attention to the pits, We need junior classes to the lanes. Junior Thunder to lane 1, Lightning to lane 2, Street to 3 and 4. That is Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your 15-minute standby call. 15-minute standby call for Doorslammers. we roll to Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycle, the thrifty machine shop. Kawasaki ridden by Al Lamond, still winless in the 2023 season, not like the 15-time track champion. Racing Daryl Storzak in the Leak Pro, world leader in automotive repair and, water and air leaks and wind noise repair. Racing his 1984 Suzuki, dialed in at 863. So Al Ullman looking to defend his title, but so far going winless on the season. So it's been a rocky start to Ullman's title defense. Could we see our 15-track champion finally dethroned? Oh, it's going to be not a win for Ullman today. 2 thou red on the tree as Daryl Storzak will move into the final to race Tom Turand. Turand, the #1 qualifier in the Daytona Motorsports GSXR Suzuki, names that bike the Kraken. And so far has swept the season. 2 back-to-back wins in races 4 and 5. Of course, races 1 through 3 rained out earlier this year and then did not run during races 6 and 7 due to the CMDRA weekend. We didn't have any motorcycles run in our bracket motorcycle category, as every one of them went to race with the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. So Turand trying to go for the hat trick. And goes way red, left before even the 3 bulbs were up. But I mean, I guess it's good to do that in your bye run as opposed to the final, which is where he will be racing against Daryl Storzak. Now that's gonna now roll us out of Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycle and in to Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. 1090, 990, or 890 indexes will be in play. Most racers use the 1090 index. Dean Peterson in his green Mustang has been running the Super Gas Index the last few races he's run here with us. And even last time we saw Super Combo, we had one driver that dared to run the Super Comp Index of an 890. Unfortunately, got eliminated round 1, so we didn't get to see what the 890 would have looked like, but I'll give him credit for trying.
Yeah, the index racing is tricky at best, especially for spectators. So that's why, Nolan, that what you were saying there, that was sound information. It's hard to keep track of what's going on, because they're using throttle stops and delays, timers, and all sorts of things. So it's a unique style of racing that is completely different. They launch hard, and then the throttle stops come in and take power away, because each of these cars can run a lot quicker than 1090, a lot quicker than 990 or 890. The trick is not to, and still win.
And of course, both racers have the same dial-in. So it's noted some of the closest racers will get on the track straight.
Heads up.
Jerry F brings up the Mustang over in that Lordco lane. Runs that car in the Super Street category whenever the Divisional Series would come out to party here at the Titanium Strip.
Warren Jacobson in the other lane over here at Tower Side, the little Chevy 2. So classic Ford versus Chevy battle.
Jerry F, of course, was the Vegas Nationals winner and recently a Division 6 winner. So F knows how to handle the Super Street car when it comes down to getting wind notches on the belt.
Check out the reader board at the top end. It says 1090 on both sides, so that is the target number. They'll launch hard, and then everything comes to a grinding halt for a bit. The car that has, that's sitting on the delay longer, the more powerful car. Throttle stops taken away, and it's going to be at the stripe. Win light for Warren Jacobson, 11:05. The other lane, 11:59. So 11:05. Better of the two runs for Warren Jacobson. Goes 115 miles an hour.
And both races a fair bit, though, off that 1090 index on that Warren. That's not very usual.
A whole bunch. That's what the technical term is. Yeah, just a whole bunch off 1090. Here's Brad Vingy, former champion in the category. Steve Lowe in the Camaro in the other lane. So both driving 68 Camaros. One a little bit more stock than the other. Steve Lowe is at 582 cubic inches under the hood. Once again, we see them launch on the green as they shoot for their 1090. Win light comes on for Brad Vingy, 1091. 1091 against a 1089, going under the 1090, so breaking out of the index. Brad Vingy advancing to the next round, runs 147 miles an hour, 1091. So Dean Peterson and Stefan Veach. Win light, Dean Peterson. The Roadster Mustang goes 989 against a 1087. So the margin of victory there, just about 0.03 of a second. And Dan Parsons and Martin Rochelle will be the last pair in the category. So reaction time's relatively close here, but it's a win light for Martin Rochelle on a 1090. He runs 1090, dead on 1096. So 121 miles an hour, 1095 for Dan Parsons. Martin Rochelle picking up the win.
See, the wind is really starting to pick up. You can tell that from the flags atop the Lordco Auto Park Spectator Bridge and the way the trees are currently swaying around. Wind currently, as my weather apps tell me, 14 kilometers up to the northeast. Now, looking at the flags, I don't think he's to the northeast, but I think the north is a bit of a solid guess on that deal. We roll into Peden Industries Junior Street. You see Tyler Smith bringing up the quality, not the quality racing Duster, the Chevrolet over here. TCS side, Tyler Smith has so far absolutely crushed the junior street category in 2023, has taken 4 back-to-back wins, currently sits undefeated, and as the Junior Street Drag Racing League put out, there's a bounty on Smith's head. First racer to knock out the Zap Strap Racing Chevy 1500 gets a $15 Tim Hortons gift card, and the first racer to attempt it will be Taryn Monroe. Smith trying to go 5 in a row in Junior Street. Both races away on green lights. Taryn Monroe trying to knock out the 4-time 2023 winner. Won't do so. Smith one closer to taking a 5th win in the season. the rate this is going, Tyler Smith could easily lock out the Junior Street Championship well over a month before season's end. We'll bring up James McNeil and Sophia Getz in the 1994 Mustang 1010 to a 1090. And this will be to see who will race Tyler Smith in the final. Two green lights for McNeil, and gets double breakout, gives it to James McNeil. As McNeil, quarter second under the dial, Sophia gets over half a second. So that wraps it up for Peden Industries Junior Street. Next time we see them, it'll be McNeil versus Monroe. Sorry, McNeil versus Smith in the final. We shall roll into Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Temperature is about 17 degrees right now outside in the air. That is the warmest it's going to get all day long. It's only going to get colder from here as the afternoon wears on. Junior dragsters, 1/3 scale, full-size dragsters. Two classes running this weekend, Thunder and Lightning. The slower the car typically is representative of the age bracket that the racers run in. 790 is the fastest cars we'll have on the property. That'll be in your Junior Lightning category, and the Junior Thunders will be seeing more of the 8, 9, 10, even 14 and 15 second times as they race up towards that 8th mile mark. It has been an almost record-sized junior dragster field for us here in 2023, and that is very representative when you take a look at the win charts, and it's been competitive as well. There has not been a repeat winner in the junior dragster category so far all season long. Each race with a different winner. That's what you love to see, though. It keeps the points nice and close, and it makes sure that the competition stays very much alive all season long. So Emily White brings out the White Lightning Racing Lordco Parts Pioneer Truck and Trailer Walco Industries. Drags are dialed at a 919 to race Isabella Marshall. The Titanium Model Group Quality Manufactured Homes Junior Drags are dialed at a 915. And this will be our first pairing in Junior Thunder. Well, I think I know which win light this one's going to go to, and I was correct. Isabella Marshall, trip zip with a 5.0005. 5/10,000ths of a second reaction time is hard enough to pull off in full-size cars, let alone, in the junior categories. What a reaction time for Isabella Marshall. We'll see if she can follow up on that one in future rounds to punch her ticket into the final as we bring up Alex and Jack Green. So a pair of the Green Brothers Racing machinery. As this will end up actually being a competition single. Jack Green not making it to the call. You don't often see attrition in the junior dragster category. So Alex Green on a solo pass will get a free round into the second round. with Alex Green through to round number 2 on what it ended up being a competition single. We will bring up Connor Jackson for TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab and Lordco Auto Parts down to the 922 to race Hunter Gallant for BDL Automotive, Super Steve's Tires, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Painted by Rodrigue down to 925. A lot of close dial-in pairings here in this first round of eliminations. Only 0.03 of a second will separate Jackson from Gallant on the line. Connor Jackson turns on the red light. 19 thousandths of a second. Red will give the win to Hunter Gallant. Moves into round number 2. Bring up the last of the Green brothers, Nate Green. Also dialed that on 1190 to race Wesley Armstrong. And the Fountain Tire Chilliwack. Sea to Sky Law.ca Badass Garage. Dialed that at 12:31. Wesley Armstrong earlier this season finally breaking what was a dreadful drought for the win columns for Wesley Armstrong. So was so glad to see Wesley back into victory lane on the CMDRA weekend. And now hoping Armstrong can follow it up. Pair of green lights, Nate Green trying to get out in front of Wesley Armstrong. Gets there first, goes under the dial in doing so though. Nate Green breaking out by almost half a second. Wesley Armstrong moves into the next round. We bring up April Bond for JBS Equipment and Ashton Katnick. 905 to an 1192. Got the Katnick Trinity, as it has been dubbed, up here in the tower. Out to party here this weekend. Is away, as is April Bond in hot pursuit. Bond closing in and breaks out. 0.25 of a second for April Bond. Ashton Katnick going to move into the next round. Bentley Johnson for Bubba Speed Shop and Lucas Oil going to be dialed at an 896 Lordco side. ACS side, it is Adam Katnick at an 891. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Canada West Doorslammers to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. That is Canada West Doorslammers. Lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Two green lights as Bentley Johnson tries to stay in front of Adam Katnick. Does so. 16th foul, the margin of victory. Bentley Johnson will move into the second round. Bring up Owen Armstrong. Over here, TCS side in the Battersea Garage Fountain Tire Chilliwack BD Diesel Powered Junior Dragster. Youngest racer on the property, racing against Cadence Rodriguez in the Milron Truck Body, Color Compass, Ken Specialty Auto Elite Belts, and wants to thank Grandpa Joe as well. Cadence Rodriguez having to be very, very patient here on the starting line. Now, will her patience be rewarded? Chasing down Owen Armstrong. Double breakout. Armstrong got there first by 6/10, broke out by 6/10. Cadence Rodriguez moves on to the next round. That wraps up Junior Thunder. We roll to Junior Lightning, and it is first up Nick Bond from JBS Equipment. 8 seconds on the dial, and this will be a bye run. Nick Bond will move into the next round after taking the bye run. Brings up Abigail White for Lordco Auto Parts, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, and Walco Industries. Dialed at a 798. To race McKenna Thompson. The JBS Equipment colors dialed at a 790. We continue to work our way through the first round eliminations here. Peden Industries, Junior Lightning. McKenna Thompson trying to stay in front of Abigail White, and it does so. 2 thousandths on the tree for McKenna Thompson will send the JBS Equipment Dragster in to round number 2. CL Gagnon for Radtorg Auto Systems and Titanium Auto Group to go up against Lincoln Shirk, also for Radtorg Systems and Titanium Auto Group, as well as JBS Equipment and JS Power Sports. And defending champion Lincoln Shirk going to see if he can't work his way into round number 2. Shirk, I think, only with 1 win so far on the season, trying to get that a bit higher so he can promote himself further up into the Junior Lightning Championship order. Green lights. Heads up race to the 8th mile and give it to Lincoln Shirk. 6th thou on the tree to CL Gagnon 16 hundredths will send Lincoln Shirk to round number 2. Well, Jerry, it's time for me to dip out of here again, as is the norm on Saturday nights.
Well, there you go. Great job, Nolan, and I will be. I'll do my best to cover.
I'll be back around 7 or so, 7:30.
And we got Chrissy in the booth as well, so she will be coming on here in a little bit. We have got a few more pairs of junior dragsters, Lightning, run off. Emma Debris Coos in the water box, and Colton Morin in the other lane. So Lightning is the category. Quicker of the 2 junior dragsters. These cars can run as quick as 750, 89 miles an hour in the 8th mile. So So Emma Debris Coos dialed in at 8:03. Colton Morin 7:92. So Emma over here tower side will be leaving first. She's sponsored by BD Lift Trucks, SRC, Shawnigan Excavating, and Titanium Auto Group. Colton Morin, TDS, Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS, and Rex Cox. Drivers getting the RPM set. Blue light comes on the Christmas tree. They both pre-stage real quick, and now it's a matter of getting back into 7 inches to move forward, and we're set. Here comes the tree. Everything's clean and green here on the start line. This will be decided on the stripe. It's a win. 790 with a 9 for Colton Morin. Dialed in at 792, runs 790 for the win. And that brings up Aiden Katnick and Lexi Winterbottom. $790 is the dial-in for Aiden from Maple Ridge. Langley is home for Lexi. Dialed in at 8:07. Lexi driving the blue and yellow junior dragster. we will see the blue and yellow junior dragster leave first. Not much of a handicap, only about a tenth of a second, maybe 2/10 at most. They're both staged. Here we go. At the stripe, win light 4. Aiden Katnick goes 782 on a 790 dial. They both broke out. Aiden closer to the dial. 700 off as opposed to 800 off for Lexi. So Aiden picks up the win in Junior Lightning, and that will take care of the class. So as you can see, the tractor's on the property and doing some track preparation. Canada West Doorslammers in the staging lanes for their first round of eliminations. Doorslammers, the weekend sponsor is TCS Performance Products out of Langley, Performance Converters and Transmission Products. That's what their whole world is all about. The association sponsors, though, takes a lot of people, a lot of businesses to get behind a race schedule like Canada West Doorslammers. So here they are. Winter Harbor Marina and RV, the title sponsor for the Doorslammers. Also on board, Total Dairy Solutions out of Abbotsford. Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field out of Mission. Paradise Homes out of Victoria. Associated Tire and Auto out of Campbell River. Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing out of Campbell River. Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating out of Courtney. The aforementioned TCS Performance Products and Travelland RV in Langley, Kelowna, Airdrie, and Grand Prairie. Your RV Supercenter sales and service. Those are the association sponsors for the Canada West Doorslammers here in 2023. So we want to give a big shout out to all of those businesses who have stepped up. And as a matter of fact, we always encourage you to take a look around the property and take a look at the signage that you see. And if there are products that you are in need of and you see businesses that are selling those products, we encourage you to support them as they support us and keep racing alive here at Mission Raceway. So please, by all means, pay attention to the sponsors and all of the good folks on the signage around the property, and everybody leaves happy. Speaking of signage, we can each become walking billboards by heading to the Pro Shop and picking up some great merch that's available, NHRA and Mission Raceway stuff that is available in the Pro Shop. I was in earlier today and took a look at all the great stuff that they have. There's some shirts, there's hats, there's die-cast cars, there's you name it. There's all sorts of stuff that if there is someone on your birthday list, Christmas list, you can buy all of your gifts in one spot, and that's the Pro Shop. Canada West Doorslammers normally run on a 870 or quicker race ladder, but today, there being only one qualifying session, it is an all-run category. Interestingly enough, I think every car ran quicker than 870 anyway. So the field is going to be tough. It's not a track class per se. It's run by an independent group, but they do have a series of 6 to 7 races, collect points over that time, and award a championship. I've gone over the rules once before. I distilled the rules down to 4 points. It's Canada West Doorslammers, so all cars must have 2 operating doors. That's rule number 1. Cars have to have left-hand steering, front and rear suspension, and a roof. There are no throttle control devices permitted, and lane choice is going to go to the faster car. So that's why qualifying is so important. So that's who we will be seeing coming up next, right following this little bit of track preparation, laying down the traction compound right behind the tractor that is laying a little bit of rubber on the surface. I was talking earlier about how you will see the sprayer giving out different levels of spray at different portions of the track, and part of that has to do with the mixture that they're using and how tight they want to make it. I was talking to Otto Schulte at the last race, and he was saying that the cars in the Doorslammer series had not necessarily adjusted for how tight the track was going to be, and by tight they mean sticky. There's a lot of traction that is available to them, and they were set up to run on loose, and that was causing a little bit of tire shake. And so for him in particular, he had never experienced tire shake to that degree, talking about Otto Schulte. So he had to revisit how the car was set up, and you'll see that the sprayer is laying a thin, fast coat on the main portion of the track, and as he gets out to the top end, it will plume out a little bit more as they spray a little bit more at the top end, and the idea being you want that adhesion to the track to be tight at the top end because you're already going 200 miles an hour and you don't want to be loose at the top end. So that's just one of the elements of track preparation that people like Brian have to take into account. So we do appreciate all of the work that the start line crew puts in to make sure the track is safe for every category that's running. They are ever vigilant to what is happening on and around the racing tracks. There you see the big spray at the top end at the finish line, and that's designed basically to make sure that the cars do have grip at the top end. Signal goes from the starter to fire them up. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're putting Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket on standby. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket on standby, please. All right, Greg Field going to be first up. Greg said that he was shooting for a 640, 6.40. He's dialed in at 670. Nice quiet burnout from that twin turbo Opel GT. 572 cubic inch big block Chevy. Twin turbos, sponsored by Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, Total Turbo, and Lordco. This is Greg Field out of Kamloops. You can see the dial in on the scoreboard. That is the number that they have chosen after their one qualifying session. It's a number that they cannot run quicker than, although this is a by run. Odd number of cars. Quick qualifier gets the choice. So here we go. First round of eliminations. First car, Canada West Doorslammers. Greg Field bumps in. And he is charging. Down to the stripe. 642. Wow. Man wanted to run a 640. He runs a 642. 221 miles an hour. So he got what he wanted, I think. 642. So he should be happy with that run. Bo Freeborn and Mike Kenworthy now. Freeborn driving that very swoopy, sleek Mustang. 1967 Shelby. 632 cubic inches under the hood. I am told by a very authoritative source that was the first version of that body style that then became copied in so many other racers. Mike Kenworthy in the other lane from Arlington, Washington is driving the 92 Pontiac with Chevy power. Pontiac got the head start. They're both clean and green. At the stripe, Bo Freeborn not going to get there. 866 Mike Kenworthy able to stay out in front of the Mustang right through the top end, goes 161 miles an hour. Stretch coming back from the burnout. Stretch in the Cavalier. 2002 Cavalier, sponsored by Mid-Island Engines. The 2022 Series champion is Paul Stretch. Over here, tower side. Winklehorst going back into the water box. I guess not happy with that first burnout. Goes back in and gets some instruction from the starter. And problem there for Howie. Obviously not sure what happened there. But in any case, Paul Stretch is going to stage up. And he will pop the chute and run 7:22 on a 7:22, so dead on his number. Off his dial by 11/10,000ths of a second. So he dialed it in pretty correctly, I'd say. So Mark Thompson over on the other lane in the 54 Studebaker. Over here, Kathy Freeborn in the Camaro. '70 Camaro dialed in at 8:53, so Kathy will leave first. Mark Thompson's 7:57 means he has to wait a little bit on the start line. Not much. Thompson has a problem getting off the throttle. His reaction time was 0:08, and he picks up the win. Goes 9:10. 9:10 for the win at 107 miles an hour. So Mark Thompson going into round number 2 of Canada West Doorslammers. Here's Terry Langdon Davies now, and John DeYoung. Langdon Davies in the purple and black 41 Willys. 67 Camaro for John DeYoung. 68. Correction. 68 Camaro. Sporting 598 cubic inch big block Chevy power. Plumber's nightmare if you've ever been in the pits to take a look under that hood.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get pro to lanes 1 and 2, please? Pro to lanes 1 and 2.
So Terry Langdon Davies from Yarrow. Sponsors include Langdon Davies Concrete, John DeYoung, Artex Racing, Total Dairy Solutions. 6-second car, dialed in at 6:70 against Terry Langdon Davies 8:07. Oh, up in smoke is Langdon Davies, losing traction on the start line. John goes 683 at 169 miles an hour. It looked like he was off the gas, knowing that Langdon Davies was now nowhere to be seen. So John DeYoung advancing. Langdon Davies having start line problems, losing traction at the hit. Had a great reaction time, 0:06. John, 0:09. Boy, you're talking a difference of 3 thousandths of a second in those reaction times. Pretty on the spot, on the tree. Here comes Jan Christensen, El Gringo, he calls this Chevy 2, and Grant Howell in the 37 Chevy. Grant Howell from Victoria, dialed in at 7:67. It's the quicker of the two cars. Jan Christensen over here, 8:55 is the dial in. Grant Howell, past champion in the Canada West Doorslammer Series. Haven't seen Jan Christensen race his dragster this weekend, but he does have a dragster in the trailer. This is his favorite car, though. You know, when you say with your children, who's your favorite children, you're not supposed to say who's your favorite. He doesn't have the same standards for his cars. Red light start for Grant Howell. So the win light is on for Jan Christensen. Grant Howell off the gas, just coasting through. He saw it was not his day. Jan Christensen runs 8:49. 8:49 at 159 miles an hour. And that brings up Jason Field and Otto Schulte. Otto Schulte over in the Lordco Lane 2005 Cavalier. 12-time champion in this series. Been around a while. Sponsored by Associated Tire, Next Gen Hearing, and the Georgia Strait. Jason Field over here in the 71 Chevelle. Well, sponsored by Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales. Handicap start going to Jason Field. Here comes Otto. Looking to chase him down at the stripe, and does. Goes 7:48. 170 miles an hour. So the Cavalier moves on to round number 2 in Canada West Doorslammer action, taking out Jason Field. Here comes Henry Zacharias. Over here, Tower side. First time out this year for Henry. Henry, of course, title sponsor at Winter Harbor Marina and RV. Title sponsor for Canada West Doorslammers. Little pause for burnout. Chatted briefly with Henry. He's thinking of heading down to the California Hot Rod reunion with this car. That is in October. So Henry's dialed in at 765. White Corvette's the quicker of the two, as Devin Jansen's Black Nova dialed in at 8:59. So Devin will leave first. Henry sits waiting. They're staged. Here comes the tree. It's all clean and green. Green light comes on for Henry, goes 771. 771. Pops one of the chutes, 178 miles an hour. Breakout on the part of Devin. Dialed in at 8:59. He went 8:54. Dave Warren now. He's driving the Blue Max. Dave Warren in the 62 Bel Air. Dialed in at 784. And Dale Jansen, 1966 Canso. 406 Chevy in the Canso. Dialed in at 781. So it's pretty much a heads-up race. 784 and a 781. I'm pretty sure that I would not be able to see 3/100ths of a second on the tree. However, the drivers will. It's a clean leave here at the start, getting really close to the center line is Dave Warren. Wow, managed to keep it off and pick up the win, goes 786. Used a lot of real estate to get to that stripe, though. That one was probably, looking at Dale's reaction time, started with a 1, whereas Dave's was a 0:51, so that was a race that was won on the start line, for sure. Jay Sievertson and Ray Rusiani now. Ray in the 66 Chevy 2, the yellow Chevy 2 in the Lordco lane, and Jay Sievertson in the 66 Canso here, tower side. Jay dialed in at 732, Ray 825. So Ray leaves first. And so get around the Chevy 2? Yes, it does. Indeed it does. 733 on a 732 dial. So he was just off a tick on that, but Jay Sievertson advances. Runs 187 miles an hour, taking out Ray's 829, 162 miles an hour. As we work our way to the final cars in Canada West Doorslammers. Looks like Derek Shirk and Adam DeYoung. So Derek driving the Dodge pickup out of Langley, dialed in 760. That's what it says on the reader board. Adam DeYoung, 855. Adam driving the 67 Chevy, sponsored by Artex Racing and Total Dairy Solutions. And Derek Shirk, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, and JS Performance. Derek dialed in at 760, the quicker of the two. Adam leaves first, dialed in at 855. Comes on for Adam DeYoung, goes 855. 855 on an 855 dial. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Sportsman. The lanes 4 and 5. Sportsman. Lanes 4 and 5. Bring them up. Sportsman. This is your call. As Tom Katnick and Brody Shirk, our next pair. Tom in the Camaro here, Tower side. Maple Ridge is home. 7:44 is the dial-in time. The handicap will be going in favor of Brody, who's driving that 67 Chevy. He's dialed in at 825. Brody has 496 cubic inches of big block Chevy power under the hood. We're just starting to see the sparkle of Tom's paint job. That's an amazing metal flake paint job. If you get a chance to see that in the pit under the sunshine, wow, that is just beautiful. Tom Katnick, sponsored by TK Performance, family business. The whole family is out here racing. They're staged. Handicap went to Brody, but Tom looks like he's going to get around him, and he does. Had a better reaction time as well. 0.25 against an 0.62. Run 7:47 for the win, 177 miles an hour. And so Tom Katnick will advance into round number 2 of Canada West Doorslammers. And that is going to do it for that category as we move into, I believe, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. So we have got Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket coming up, and the evening is going to be, you're going to be in the capable hands of Chrissy Anderson. Is this true? Is this true?
I'm going to do my best, Jerry.
Well, welcome to the tower again. It's good to have you here once more.
Thank you so much.
Street legals are all in good order, I take it.
Yes, we're doing great at our Friday night street legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. But, you know, here we are in the big times, the Summit ET Series, number 8, along with the NHRA race a little bit later.
Yeah, it's going to be a jam-packed evening. I'm going to be leaving you here in a few minutes and be watching on the YouTubes. I want to thank all the good folks at Valley Tech and Lordco for sponsoring the live feed. It is certainly, if you can't make it to the track, and be here in person, we do encourage you, check us out on the live feed on the YouTubes. First pair here then in Pro Bracket just before I head out, Jim Benke and Rob Monroe. I talked to Jim. He said he still hasn't sorted out his front end issue, and it's still pulling a lot to the right. Thought it was the shocks. He looked at that, but boy, it is not a problem that is fixed, and it was his nemesis this time, as he wasn't able to get there first. Rob Monroe goes 10.75, and they both broke out, but 10.75 for Rob Monroe, a car that he built himself, by the way, the Acadian. That's going to be advancing to the next round. Veronica Hodgson now and Sean Langley. Dodge Dart versus Mach 1 Mustang. Handicap goes to Veronica. Sean Langley picks up the win. Goes 1182, 112 miles an hour. Veronica ran at 1235, 108 miles an hour. So Sean Langley picking up the win to advance as Dustin Brewington and David Rastad roll into the stage beams. They both break the pre-stage beam and then move forward another 7 inches or so as they get set for the stage beams. Good to go. Wheels up for Rastad, wheels up for Dustin, and they are heading down the quarter mile to find out who is the victor here, and it's going to be Dustin. Goes 10.23 at 129 miles an hour against an 11.98 for Rastad.
Rich Dye is in the TCS lane. He's driving that 73 Chevy sponsored by Transporters Logistics, going against Nick Douglas, the 1968 Dodge Dart. Sponsored by, well, he's the Sportsman track champion 2 times at Pacific Raceways. Nick sponsored by SBB Racing. And Rich Dye taking the win, 11.36, 111 miles an hour here. First round of eliminations in Pro Class here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. We've got Chris Stone in a 68 Dodge running a 511 Animal, sponsored by Stone Cold Racing and Willowbrook Motors, going against Steve Baskerville, 2016 Golf. Second round of eliminations in Pro, pardon me. This round will go to Chris Stone, 10.24 at 114. We've got Matt Warner here from Sumas, Washington, sponsored by Linden Service Center, going against the king of the track winner, Lorenz Schwartz, 1983 Chevy Monte Carlo, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop. It's Matt Warner, TCS lane, going against Lorenz Schwartz. Double green here in the Pro Class. .22 at 122 miles an hour for Lorenz, pulling a little bit toward the center line. Matt at 10.64 at 115. Lorenz moving on into the next round. John Barcello in the 1967 Dodge in the TCS lane, sponsored by Ron's Engine and Machine, going against Ross Walker from Langley in that 66 Chevy 2. John dialed in at 11:32, Ross a 10:04. John taking this round 11.27. Red light for Ross Walker, unfortunately. 16 10,000ths off. Dennis Winton in a 66 Bel Air. He calls Shaggy, going against Del Northgrave from Pitt Meadows in a 77 Nova. I was talking to Dennis earlier and I'm like, why is your hood like that? He says to let more air in, baby. That's the old school way before scoops, and he's off. Double green here. See if Del can catch up. And no, Dennis moving on into the next round, 11.58 at 113.
That was a good question that you asked, Dennis, though, because it's one of those things you see the hood up all the time on that station wagon, and you wonder, why is he racing with the hood up? I mean, isn't it supposed to be latched? It's like driving with the door open or something. But no, you open it up, and it's an old school hood, right? Let more air in, cool it down, and easy fix. It's a whole lot cheaper than buying a hood scoop.
That's right, but I was always up here going, is that thing going to fly open or what? So, and great guy. He is an old school racer, Dennis. And if you get a chance to talk to any of these guys in the pits, I highly suggest you do. They are amazing people. And for a person like me that has a lot of questions, they are more than willing to answer any question that you throw at them.
And we can throw some pretty strange questions.
I know, they look at me like, who is this strange lady asking so many questions? It's okay, it's just Chrissy, relax.
Pay attention in the pit, Super Pro. We need you, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, we need you, lanes 1 and 2. And Hot Rod, 3 and 4, please. Hot Rod, 3 and 4, bring them up.
Moving into Sportsman, we've got Ryan Ledrette from Maple Ridge, 1971 Chevelle, sponsored by Muffler Tech Automotive, going against Kevin McCauley from Maple Ridge's 1983 Cutlass. Unfortunately for Kevin, a red light. Ryan taking this round at 12.40. Breaking out a little bit, but he is moving into the next round. Emma Sidden in the TCS lane. 1968 Dodge Dart running a 440, sponsored by Tops Auto Repair in Kelowna, going against Gary Fawcett from Burnaby in his 1966 Plymouth.
Emma's one of those ones that started a couple of years ago in Junior Street. So making the way up to Sportsman, that's lovely to see how you age out of junior dragsters or the junior program, and then you carry on your racing career in a legit car in one of the other classes.
Next thing you know, we'll be announcing her in Hot Rod. Emma taking this one, 11.76, 111 miles an hour. Next up, we've got Jim Mantle from Black Creek, 1977 Pacer, going against Sidney Jung, another one of those young racers moving up through the ranks. 1981 Chevy Malibu. Sidney's dialed in at a 12.04, and Jim a 14.57.
Little American Motors product there that is a regular runner and consistently running through the rounds in the Sportsman category. Unfortunately today for Jim, red light is going to take him out of competition, and so his day ends relatively quickly. Win light for Sydney though, 12:01. On a 12:04 dial, so cars dialed in really well. Getting a lot of, I think, good encouragement and start line instruction from Dad Dave on Father's Day weekend.
And only a red light by 3/10,000ths for Jim Mantle. Tough break there. Sylvia Hoogston's pulling up in our TCS lane here. 66 Ford going against Nick Douglas. Oh, Nick's running a Charger, pardon me, sponsored by SBB Racing. In our Sportsman class here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. So glad to have everybody out here with us today. And Mother Nature did cooperate. What a great day it is, and what a great evening it's going to be. This pass going to Nick Douglas at 12.46. He's moving on into the next round. Steve Baskerville from West Vancouver, a 2016 VW Golf, going against Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington, in a 69 Mach 1. Sean dialed in 11.81, Steve at 11.85. So pretty much leaving at the same time. So glad to see our American friends up here. And it's good to see everybody here watching on the live stream. We hope to have you come down and see the racing live in the near future. Big thanks to Lordco for sponsoring our Lordco TV. Sportsman sponsored by Vancouver Car Wraps. Sean Langley moving ahead into the next round, 11.82 at 109 miles an hour. We'll be having the NHRA race coming up, and that's the diesel drags. Folks, they're going to have their drivers meeting around 5:30, and they'll be starting hopefully for 6 o'clock. Can't wait to see all those diesel dudes out there. Now, I'm an old school truck driver. I know all about diesel, and I love it. So I can't wait to see these guys come out and play. Rolling some coal. Even here, there's some racing semi action. Makes me want to go get my dump truck that's just down the road, but yeah, little heavy. Probably wreck the track. Diesel drags coming up. Lots of action a little bit later, starting at 6. Don't forget, we do this again tomorrow, the Summit ET Series race at number 9. And of course, on Friday, we've got the good old Mopac Street Legals. We always have a great old time. That's where you can come and race. Come and bring your car, truck, minivan, coal roller, whatever you would like. Come on out. Friday night Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. August 4th to 6th, we've got the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags, the Gasser Get Down, Street Rod, Street Classic, Street Machine Outlaw, Pro Mod, and much more. And of course, August 24th to 27th is the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco. That is going to be amazing. But way before then, we've got Door Wars 11, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. And boy, oh boy, I hope you have joined our group on Facebook and read all about it. It's going to be quite the race, and hopefully I'm working that weekend. Not sure, but I know the Master Jerry here is going to be here for Door Wars 11, aren't you?
I believe that I am. Yes, I'm scheduled for 2 days. I think Friday and the Sunday. Friday and Sunday I shall be here. All right, yep, that's going to be an awesome race. I can't wait for that to come up. I had to think about it for just a second, you know.
I just look on Facebook and then they kind of tell me when I'm working. Yes, the NHRA, the National Hot Rod Diesel Association, coming up a little later. It is called the Canadian Diesel Shootout and presented by dieseldoctor.ca. Dieseldoctor.ca, Abbotsford's leading light-duty diesel truck repair shop, and 3K Calibrations, a custom ECM tuning services that provide world-class diesel truck tuning throughout North America. They're proud to sponsor this event, and it is sure going to be a hit here tonight with diesel truck enthusiasts and old school truckers like myself. Can't wait to see those diesel guys come up. The Canadian Diesel Shootout is an exciting event featuring North America's most powerful diesel trucks, competing in various events, including drag racing, sled pulling, well, not here, but the dyno testing they had a little earlier. You can win cash prizes and bragging rights are up for grabs. Competitors will push their trucks to the limit, putting on a show that is not to be missed. In addition to the competition, there's a vendor alley just down on trackside, featuring some of the biggest names in the diesel industry, as well as food and drink vendors to keep spectators fueled up all through the day. Can't wait for them coming up. The National Hot Rod Diesel Association, starting around 6 p.m. Moving into Super Pro. And of course, that's our man, Justin Bond, in the Lordco lane. I must admit, I fangirled out on him a little bit. I'm kind of embarrassed. But you know what happened, and I can't take it back. But he's the man, Justin Bond, representing us, representing Team Mission with the big boys on NHRA TV in the Pro Mod category. Justin Bond going against Martin Rachel, 1978 Chevy running a 454. Martin dialed in at a 1090 and Justin a 708. So he is going to have to be very, very patient. But he is a professional, so we'll see what happens if he can catch up to Martin. Here in Super Pro on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. And there goes Justin. Whoa, a little bit close to the right wall. He's pulling it over. And he takes it a 708 on a 708. Holy moly, this guy. Moving on to the next round is Justin Bond. Kevin McNichol, the 1967 Chevy Nova. He's the 2014 Super Pro champion, sponsored by Ken's Specialty Auto and Titanium Auto Group, going against Mike Robinson from Chilliwack, running his 87 Ford with a 448, sponsored by JBS Equipment. Little head start for Kevin, double green. Mike breaking out. Kevin moving into the next round, a 10.11 at 133 miles an hour. Super Pro brought to you by Rad Torque Systems. Thank you so much, Rad Torque Systems, for sponsoring Super Pro here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Ooh, there's one of those racing semis, isn't it, over there? You know, if you need another driver, sir, I can shift like the best of them, my friend. Well, that's what our Class 1 is for, isn't it? Well, I guess it's a Class 3 without a trailer, but I'm willing to haul the trailer. Hook it up. Let's race with trailers. That'd be awesome. Emily Gerard in the Lordco lane. Sponsored by Shear Solutions and Just Mechanicals, going against John Jenkins in his 88 Chevy S10. Sponsored by West Coast Building Restorations and Mackenzie Racing. Emily, a resident of Chilliwack. John's from Delta. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycles to lane 1, please? Motorcycles to lane 1. Super combos to the back of the lanes for laddering, please. So motorcycles to lane 1, super combo to the back of the lanes for laddering, please. Super Pro here on the Titanium Strip. John Jenkins moving into the next round at 10.86 at 122. Emily's ran a 7.54 and off her dial. Let's see. Anyway, that's okay. John moving on to the next round of eliminations for Super Pro. Next up, we've got Craig Johnson in the TCS lane in his 1984 Oldsmobile Cutlass, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust, going against John Tabak from Maple Ridge in his 89 S10, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. John racing to catch up to Craig. Will he do it? Yes, double breakout, but John breaking out less, a 10.50 at a 10.53 dial-in. Next up, it is Dustin Brewington from Kenwick, Washington. 1999 Camaro running a 408 LS, dialed in at a 10.23. This will be a solo pass. All right, a bye run for Dustin. He's lucky because he did have a red light, but he is moving on into the next stage of eliminations. Moving into Hot Rod, round 2, sponsored by the Old Car Center. We had to give it my fancy announcer voice for Hot Rod. Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack, 1964 Ford called It's Falcon Fast, going against Rob Monroe in a 69 Acadian. Sponsored by SD Performance, Gibson Racing Transmission, and Horizon Auto Body. Dustin in his Falcon Fast, dialed in at 9:08. Rob at 10.76. Rob will get that head start. double green. The Falcon chasing him down. Will he make it? Yes, he will. A 9.10 at 149 miles an hour. Rob breaking out 200th of a second. Randy Hermson from Mission in his 1958 Oldsmobile, the TCS lane, called the Winged Behemoth, going against Larry Rodenizer from Langley, 1946 Ford, he calls the Old Yeller, sponsored by Lordco. And he's off. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get super combo to the lanes, please? Super combo to the back of the lanes for laddering, please. Juniors, you will be on standby. Juniors, you're on standby. That last pass is Larry moving ahead into the next round, 9.4 at 141 miles an hour. Mark Brenzinger from Richmond, 1967 Nova, called out of time, going against Mike Hollingstead from Maple Ridge, 1967 Fairlane. Oh, sky high, wow. Wow. Now that was checking the weather, folks, right up and down. Unbelievable. I hope his car is okay. That was a hard landing for him. Wow. Our safety officials are going to have to go and check it out, make sure he didn't leave anything on the track. Yeah, he came down real hard, folks. Mark moving on into the next round, 9.48 at 140 miles an hour. Making all our hearts here pitter-patter in the tower. Just a reminder, the NHRA will be having their drivers meeting at 5:30, and that will be held at their tent at trackside, about halfway down the track. That'll be at 5:30. The National Hot Rod Diesel Association drivers meeting, please, at 5:30.
What is that? Yeah, they're
Track officials are just checking out our track now. Safety, of course, is our first priority. Want to make sure that nothing came off the track. Make sure there's no liquids that shouldn't be there. Then we'll be moving on with our program. Just a reminder, if you do have a stroller, you can actually just walk on through instead of that. But you know what? I really appreciate your effort, and look at those bulging muscles. Ma'am, you're amazing. Welcome to the titanium strip. Just a reminder, the National Hot Rod Diesel Association drivers meeting will be at 5:30. All right, NHRA, you have your drivers meeting at 5:30 right at your tent. The NHRA tent that is at trackside. Be sure that you do attend that drivers meeting, please. And we're going to be moving on here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway with our hot rod class. Hot rod sponsored by the Old Car Center. Jerry Brabander from Cloverdale, 1962 Chevy 2. He's the 2022 California Hot Rod Reunion Champ in the TCS lane, going against John Sayer in a 68 Dodge Dart, sponsored by Frankenstein Speed and Custom. Little lift off and a pull to the right for Jerry. But both greens, and they're heading on down. Who's moving on? It is John Sayer, an 11.85. Looks like Jerry broke out. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the last call for Super Combo. Last call for Super Combo. You should be at the end of the staging lanes for laddering, please. Last call. Rob Hodgson's in the TCS lane going against Sylvia Hoogstens. She's got her 66 Ford going against Rob's 67 Plymouth. Sylvia, the little head start, but Rob's coming after her, gonna chase her down if he can. Not today, Rob. Sylvia's moving on at 12.60 at 106 miles an hour. In our hot rod class here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Great to see everybody out here, all your smiling faces, all the kids running around. Hi, kids. Those are our future racers, folks. Don't forget, you too can race Friday Night Street Legals coming up June 23rd. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get juniors to the lanes, please? Juniors to the lanes. And Doorslammers, you are on standby, please. Juniors to the lanes. And Doorslammers, you're on standby, please. Moving into our motorcycle class now, sponsored by Mountain View Harley-Davidson. It's Tom Tarand in the Kraken, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports. Daryl Storzuk in the Lordco lane from Surrey, 1984 Suzuki, sponsored by Leak Pro, the world leader in automotive water and air leaks and wind noise repair. Oh, this is the final in motorcycle. Now you tell me, and look at that. It's Daryl Storzuk taking it an 8.52, 146 miles an hour. Congratulations. Your final round here in motorcycle, Daryl Storzuk, the winner. Big thanks to Mountain View Harley-Davidson for sponsoring this class. Bunch of great guys in the motorcycle class. If you have a chance to talk to them, I highly recommend it. Maybe pat Tom on the back a little. Give him a tissue. Super Combo coming up next. Brad Vingy in the 68 Camaro, sponsored by B&C Racing, going against Warren Jacobson from Mission In his 1967 Chevy 2, both dialed in at a 1090. This is the Super Combo class. All right, Super Combo's like, I kind of like this class, folks. This is the one that they've got the throttle limiter. So you're going to see these things take off, and they're like not going very fast. And you're like, what's going on here? And then they kick in. They're trying to run a 1090. It's Brad Vinci and Warren Jacobson. Weird, right? But I love it. I don't know why. I just think it's really cool. All right, it looks like a double breakout, but Brad broke out last at 10.89. 68 10,000ths off the dial, but he moves on. Second round of eliminations here. Super Combo, Martin Rochelle in a 78 Malibu going against Dean Peterson from Courtney. Sponsored by the Peterson Family Racing. Dean dialed in at a 990. Martin a 1090. So Martin will get the head start. And Dean will try to catch up. Dean Peterson from Courtney moving on into the next round, 9.91 to his 990. And Martin broke out at 9,000ths of a second. Wow. Dean moving on into the next round of Super Combo. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All juniors, you should be making your way to the lanes, please. All juniors, making your way to the lanes, please. Juniors sponsored by Peden Industries. We do have a lot of junior racers, and they make me so proud. These are our future racers, folks. Looks like we're going to have Junior Street. Now, these are the kids 13 to 16 till their birthday, I think, just when they turn 17. All right, now this is a final round in Junior Street. It's Tyler Smith in the TCS lane. Tyler is the points leader, and now I think there's a bounty on his head. Sponsored by Zapstrap Racing, James McNeil in the other lane looking to collect that bounty. Here we go, the final in Junior Street. Don't forget they've got a parent in there with them. If you want to race in Junior Street, please go over to their Junior Street tent and talk to somebody. Looks like Tyler Smith again, 11.07. He is the winner. I am going to add a $25 bounty for the next race, you guys. Chrissy is laying down the cash. Someone has to stop Tyler Smith. It's getting out of control. But congratulations, sir, this time. Well, we got quite a bit of cash to take you down, my friend. Great fun in the junior classes. A lot of family racing, like dad's got a super fast car and then all of his kids, or mom, okay, and then all their kids are in the junior classes. It's amazing. These parents go above and beyond for these kids. It's just so amazing. Their little faces, they're so excited to be racing. Like, they're race car drivers. We bring them up in the tower and we talk to them, and we want to know all about their championships and their racing history. They're amazing. So we've got juniors coming up, sponsored by Peden Industries. Just a little bit about Junior Street. Now, 9 years ago, the NHRA started the Junior Street program for young racers aged 13 to 16 years old. Now, we often get asked, what does it take to qualify to run in Junior Street? Well, the answer is less than you would think. Racers need to be between 13 and 16 years old. They can race until their 17th birthday. Racers need a parent or a guardian in the passenger seat with them while racing. And the best part is, racers can use any old vehicle to race in. No special race cars necessary. Mom's minivan works just fine, as we've just seen. After that, it's just a matter of filling out some paperwork and buying helmets. Super simple. We love this class of bracket racing. It's a low barrier opportunity for youth to become familiar with the sport of bracket racing in a fun, safe, family-friendly environment. If you're looking for more information on how to join the Junior Street class, if you've got a 13 to 16-year-old that would love to join, you can contact them on Facebook. They have a Facebook page called Mission Raceway Junior Street. Now, I've added myself, and it's very, very cool. That's how I know about the bounty. I know about it, and I just added to it. So, hey, if you're looking to race, you're between 13 and 16, go and talk to our Junior Street parents. They're waiting to talk to you. The Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceways, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group. Big thanks to our friends at Titanium Auto Group. Be sure to check them out if you're shopping for a vehicle, a car, minivan, truck. They have it all with multiple locations. Titanium Auto Group for all of your car purchasing needs. Junior Thunder now. It's Wes Armstrong in the TCS lane from Chilliwack, sponsored by Fountain Tire, Chilliwack, Sea to Sky, WAD.ca, and Badass Garage, going against Bentley Johnson from Mission. Sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop and Lucas Oil. Wes is dialed in at a 12:14, Bentley an 8:97. So Wes will be taking off first. We'll see who'll be moving on into our next round of eliminations here in Junior Street, sponsored by Peden Industries. Wes with the head start, Bentley taking off after him. Can he catch up? Junior Thunder, here it is. Wes Armstrong moving on at 12.15, 50 miles an hour. It looks like Bentley broke out. Wes moving on into the next round of Junior Thunder. Here comes Alex Green in the TCS lane going against Hunter Gallant. Hunter's from Chilliwack, sponsored by BDL Automotives, Super Steve's Tires, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Paint by Rodrigue. Alex Green dialed in at 11.99, Hunter a 9.35, so Hunter will have to be very patient, while Alex Green gets a big head start. Green bulb for both drivers. And Hunter moving on to the next round, a 9.49, 68 miles an hour. Alex running a 11.95. So he broke out. Candice Rodrigue coming up next from Chilliwack, sponsored by Milron Truck Body, Color Compass, Ken's Specialty Auto, Elite Belts, and Grandpa Joe. Isabella Marshall in the Lordco lane, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Quality Manufactured Homes. Cadence Rodriguez is dialed in at 1193. Isabella, a 915. So we've got Girl Power here in Junior Thunder, sponsored by Peden Industries. Which one of these ladies will be moving on into the next round? Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Canada West Doorslammers to lanes 1 through 4? Doorslammers to lanes 1 through 4. Pro, you are on standby. And the NHRA folks, your driver's meeting is starting now. So you should be at your driver's meeting right now. Isabella moving into the next round, 9.173 miles an hour. Cadence breaking out, so Isabella moving on. Ashton Katnick coming up here on a bye run. Junior Thunder class. If you'd like to get your kids involved in racing, that is a very, very smart thing to do. Talk to any one of these parents, they'll let you know. Keeping your kids out of trouble, they'll want to mow the lawn, they'll want to clean their room, anything for money, anything for that allowance money. Get those cars going faster. An 11.91 on 1190 for Ashton. And his bye run moving on into the next round of eliminations in Junior Thunder. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Doorslammers, you should be making your way to lanes 1 through 4, please. Doorslammers, lanes 1 through 4. Pro, you are on standby. Next up, we've got Nick Bond from Mission, sponsored by JBS, going against Colton Morin. Sponsored by TDS Tires plus Waco Flooring, JBS and Rex Cox. Nick Bond in the TCS lane, going against Colton. This is a Junior Lightning. Junior Lightning sponsored by Peden Industries. Thank you so much to Peden Industries for sponsoring all of our junior classes. We really appreciate you. Here it is, Junior Lightning on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Nick Bond versus Colton Morin, who will move on into the next round of eliminations. Dial-in client times are very close. It could be anybody's pass. Let's see who makes it. It will be Colton Morin moving on into the next round. 7.93 on a 790, and Nick Bond a red light. Tough break. We do this all again tomorrow, folks. Junior Lightning here on the Titanium Strip. Aiden Katnick in the TCS lane, going against Lincoln Shirk in the Lordco lane. Lincoln sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Specialties, JBS, and JS Power Sports. Lincoln dialed in at a 797, and Aiden a 790. lanes here. Aiden moving on to the next round, a 7.91 and a 0038 reaction time versus an 039. So congratulations, Aiden, moving on into the next round. McKenna Thompson from Mission is our next junior Lightning coming up here. A bye run for McKenna. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Doorslammers, you should be making your ways to lanes 1 through 4, please. Doorslammers to lanes 1 through 4. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, you can make your way to the lanes also. Pro, make your way to the lanes, please. McKenna moving on into the next round, running a 7.92 on a 7.93. It's a bye run. 1/1000th off her dial. So pretty darn close, but she's moving on anyways. Pro, please make your way to the lanes, please. Pro, make your way to the lanes. Doorslammers, you should be making your way to lanes 1 through 4, please. Don't forget the NHRA drivers meeting is on, and you should be there if you're participating in racing tonight. Diesel drags, folks, coming up a little bit later. Should be absolutely amazing. I can't wait. Canadian Diesel Online, a title sponsor here of the NHRA. Canadian Diesel Online has all the aftermarket diesel parts you need to get the most out of your truck or fleet. Their team offers over 20 years of first-hand experience with diesel performance parts. They love seeing a truck perform at optimal capacity and are happy to help answer any questions you have about diesel truck parts. Canadian Diesel Online carries only the highest quality diesel performance parts to ensure their customers receive premium results. Shop their extensive range of aftermarket diesel parts at www.canadiandieselonline.ca and take your truck to the next level today. Diesel drags coming up a little later. We'll be moving on into our Doorslammers class. Doorslammers coming up next. Canada West Doorslammers Association 2023 sponsors our Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field right here in Mission, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Parts, and Travel and RV. Big thank you to those sponsors for our Canada West Doorslammers. They're coming right up, Doorslammers. Big shout out to everybody on the live stream on Lordco TV. How are you doing out there? We hope to see you soon down here at the track live in person along with all of our friends out here tonight. So good to see everybody out here enjoying themselves, all the kids. And have you taken a look at the river lately? God, it's gorgeous. They've taken down those bushes and now it's just absolutely beautiful. Reminds me actually that the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association, I do believe their next race is July the 15th. Sunday, July 15th, I do believe. Unfortunately, the last race, the boat drags, they couldn't go because the river was too high. And there was too much debris floating down the Fraser, but I can't wait to see those drag boats out there. Sitting on the beach, having a nice cold 7-Up, watching some drag boats. That's right up my alley. July 15th. Fraser Valley Boat Drag Association. You can join them on Facebook as well. And don't forget to join us on Facebook, Mission Raceway Park, so we can let you know all of the latest and greatest coming right up. Don't forget this Friday, the Friday Night Street Legal is brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies, where you can be the drag racer. Bring your grocery getter, your muscle car, your minivan, your diesel truck, whatever you got. Come on out. It's $50 and you get to just do pass after pass after pass. I'll tell you, sometimes they get like 6 or 7 of them. It just depends when the due sets in, but it is a great time. We have so much fun here. And of course, the Teslas. Nobody talks about them, but they come and they kick our butt on a regular basis. So if you know someone with a Tesla, I know one of them goes 148 miles an hour in the quarter mile, so he needs a little competition. So tell your friends that own Teslas to come on out and put it in hyper, super duper crazy mode and come race it down the strip. Love to see it. We have the TNT West Coast Classic, July 28th to 30th. The Langley Old Time Drags, August 4th to 6th with the Gasser Get Down. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder is August 24th to 27th, and the Mission Finals, September 22nd and to 25th. So be sure to check us out on Facebook, because we have an amazing social media director. Her name's Jessica, and she lets us know about everything that's happening. And Door Wars 11's coming right up, and I'll tell you, that is a great race to come to. Door Wars 11, June 29th to July 2nd. So that's a Canada Day weekend racing. That is going to be awesome. I know I'm announcing on Canada Day, and I love Canada, so it's going to be a great old time. Just doing a little track prep right now, and we'll be carrying on with our Doorslammers. Just talking to Randy here from the NHRA, the Diesel Drag. I think he's the head honcho, just filling me in on what's going on. All the greatness that is coming up. Big thanks to all of their sponsors: Hot Shot Secret, DieselDoctors.ca, Harbor City Diesel, Dirty Diesel Customs, Armor Incorporated, ARP, 10-4 Magazine, Supreme Diesel, Diamond Diesel, Radical Diesel Repair, Smeding Diesel, and MHPD. Lots of sponsors here. The Canadian Diesel Shootout coming on up very shortly. But next up will be our Doorslammers. So it looks like we're going to do a little ET series, a little diesel. We're going to mix it all in. We're going to roll some coal. It's going to be awesome. Just a reminder for the NHRA vendor row. Now that's located pit side, about halfway down the track. You'll want to check all of those sponsors out. The vendor row down there for the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. Great to have them out here today. Diesel drags coming up. Doorslammers coming up next. Here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Here they come. Canada West Doorslammers. Adam D. Young, TCS side, sponsored by Artex Racing and Total Dairy Solutions. He's racing a 67 Chevy. He is from Abbotsford. It's going against John D. Young from Abbotsford. All right. So Adam D. Young is the son of John D. Young. So Dad is in the Lordco lane, sponsored by Artex Racing and Total Dairy Solution, dialed in at a 663. Adam at an 852. So Adam's going to take off a little bit before his dad. A little pull over to the right for John, and Adam is moving on. 8.57, 149 miles an hour. Great family racing action there. Wow. It's pretty cool. Dave Warren in the TCS lane going against Mike Kenworthy. Mike is from Arlington, Washington, in the Lordco lane. He's got a 92 Pontiac running a 354 Chev, sponsored by Illusion Motorsports, Speed Mart, and Hoosier, the dealer. It's going against Dave Warren in a 62 Bel Air in the TCS lane. He calls it Blue Max. Dave Warren versus Mike Kenworthy here in the Doorslammers class at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Shake here for Blue Max, having some trouble in the TCS lane. Mike Kenworthy moving on an 8.51 at 161. Wild ride there for Dave. Looks like some track officials just going to go and check out the track, make sure it is okay. Just a little bit of track prep before we carry on with the Canada West Doorslammer class. We have the Canadian Diesel Shootout going to be starting momentarily, where we welcome our friends here at the NHRA. Can't wait to...
You want to do first call for Diesel Sportsman? 1 and 2?
All right, folks, so since we have the diesels and we have our ET series, you're going to have to listen very carefully when we call you to the pits. You can also listen on 92.7 FM in the pits to make sure that you hear it. So this is the first call for Diesel Sportsman to lanes 1 and 2. So we're looking for Diesel Sportsman, Super Diesel to lanes 3 and 4, and Big Rig Bracket to 5 and 6. So again, this is the diesel classes we're calling to the lanes. Diesel Sportsman, Super Diesel, and Big Rig Bracket, please. Diesel Sportsman, lane 1 and 2, Super Diesel, 3 and 4, Big Rig Bracket, 5 and 6. Canadian Diesel Shootout will be starting after our Doorslammers. We're blending, Randy says. We're mixing up here with the diesel dudes. Don't forget, if you're hungry or thirsty, be sure to check out our concession stand. Go say hi to Clara. She was the employee of the year last year. They have all sorts of yummy things. I see Kevin up here having some chicken strips and fries. Delicious. Highly recommend that. They've got a pretty wicked poutine too. So check out the concession stand when you've got a moment and have some dinner. Also the Pro Shop. T-shirts, hats, ice cream, candies, Matchbox cars, and much, much more. Now, I bought 2 freezies. I bought a purple freezie and a white freezie. And I just can't wait. Because we got to get it to the bottom of this. Is it the white or the purple freezies that are the best? I mean, everyone says white freezie, but you know what? We're gonna settle this once and for all. So be sure to get your freezies over at the Pro Shop. And if you're hungry, go and say hi to Clara at the concession stand. Big thanks for all of you spending your day and evening here with us on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. The Titanium Strip, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Be sure to join the Titanium Facebook group, and you could win. They give away money, they give away mission passes, and in fact, they're actually going to give away a 2006 GT Ford. Oh yeah, we'll be doing that this year. So be sure to add yourself to the Facebook page and keep yourself tuned in to win. Also, big thanks to Valley Tech Production for all your help with our sound, video, Lordco TV, and just about everything. They are amazing. We're not sure what we would do without them. Canada West Doorslammers here on the Titanium Strip carrying on. It's Darren Buick from Mission in the TCS lane, dialed in at an 863. Otto Schultz from Black Creek, BC, an 05 Cavalier, running a 598 Sunset. Sponsored by Next Gen Hearing, the Georgia Strait and Associated Tire. He's still cruising, a 12-time champion, Otto Schulte, in the Lordco lane, going against Darren Buick from Mission. Darren sponsored by Evans Excavating. Otto Schulte, a red light, 68 10,000ths of a second red. That means Darren Buick moving on into the next round of eliminations. And you know, he ran his dial exactly, Darren Buick, at 8.63 on an 8.63 dial. Jay Severson from Mission, the 1966 canceled, sponsored by JS Power Sports, going against Peter Lacana from Coquitlam in the 63 Vet, sponsored by Transporters Logistics. Jay dialed in at a 7.32, so Peter will be taking off first, dialed in at an 8.56. Jay Syverson versus Peter Lacantus. Unfortunate red light for Jay Syverson, and Peter is moving on into the next round, an 8.56 at 155. Just 4,000th from his dial-in, and he is moving on. Coming up next in the Canada West Doorslammer class, we have Paul Stretch from Duncan. He's in the TCS lane. Paul dialed in at a 7.21, sponsored by Mid-Island Engines, and he was the 2022 Series champ of the Canada West Doorslammers. It's going against Jan Christensen in El Gringo. Paul Stretch in the TCS lane, Jan Christensen in the Lordco lane, who will be moving on into the next stage of eliminations, Canada West Doorslammers, here at the Titanium Strip. A red light for Paul Stretch. That means Jan Christensen heading on into the next round. An 8.53 on an 8.50 dial, 146 miles an hour. Greg Fell from Kamloops, 1969 Opel GT, running a 572 big block Chev, sponsored by Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, Total Turbo, and Lordco. Greg dialed in at a 6.40, going against Mark Thompson from Coldstream, British Columbia. He's sponsored by Marvel Racing, dialed in at a 7.55. We'll see Mark taking off first. And Greg chasing him down. See who moves on into the next round here in the Canada West Doorslammers. Can Greg catch him? Yes, he can. A 6.46, 220 miles an hour. A 646 on a 640 dial. He's moving on to the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Our diesel competitors. We need diesel Sportsman to lane 1 and 2, super diesel to lanes 3 and 4, and big rig bracket to lanes 5 and 6, please. Oh. Canada West Doorslammers, Tom Katnick in the TCS lane, 1968 Camaro. He's from Maple Ridge, dialed in at a 7.45. Going against Henry Zacharias from Surrey, 1953 Corvette, sponsored by Zacharias Limited. Double green, they're off. Look at this race here, folks. Wow, it's a close one. And it is Tom Katnick moving on, a 7.48 on a 7.45 dial, 183 miles an hour. Henry breaking out at 27 thousandths off his dial. What a great class, the Canada West Doorslammers here on the titanium strip. We're going to be running all right, folks, it looks like we're going to be running our pro class, and then we'll be running all of our diesel classes. So the Canadian diesel shootout will be starting right after the pro class. Moving into our pro class here, sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop. It's Rich Dye from Port Coquitlam, Port Moody, or Port Kells. Port Coquitlam, says Shelby. 1973 Chevy Nova going against Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington. In the 69 Mach 1, called Hustler, it's Rich Dye versus Sean Langley here in the pro class. Sean Langley moving forward in 11.81 on 11.78, and unfortunately Rich broke out only 1/1000th of a second. That's how close it is here, folks, in the pro class. Rob Monroe, TCS lane from Surrey, 1969 Acadian. Sponsored by SD Performance, Gibson Racing Transmissions, and Horizon Auto Body. Going against Dennis Winton in a 66 Bel Air he calls Shaggy. Shaggy's dialed in, 11.56. Rob at 10.74. And Rob Monroe moving on this time here in the pro at 10.80 at 113 miles an hour. Chris Stone in the TCS lane, 1968 Dodge. Sponsored by Cold Stone Racing and Willowbrook Motors, going against Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington. Love seeing our American friends up to play in the 99 Camaro. Nice liftoff, double green for both these drivers, and it's a close one. It's a double breakout, but Dustin breaking out less. A 10.223 on a 1023 dial. Only 6,000th of a breakout compared to 7,000. Wow. Again, this is amazingly close, this class here. Lorenz Schwartz is the king of the track winner in his 83 Chevy, going against John Barcello from Surrey in a 67 Dodge, sponsored by Ron's Engine and Machine. Lorenz sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop. Lorenz in the TCS lane. And Lorenz moving on. There you go, and then you do that. Lorenz a 10.25 and a 1020 dial, moving on into the next round of eliminations here in Bubba's Speed Shop Pro.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Randy Cole with the NHRA. This is the third stop on the Hot Shot Secret Drag Racing Series. We've been to Arizona, California, and we're super happy to return to Mission Raceway. 2008 was the last time we were here. We've got approximately 65 competitors today. We'll be running our categories of Sportsman, Super Diesel, Big Rig Bracket, 670 Index, Super Street, Pro Street, Pro Stock, and Hot Rod Semis. On property today, Donovan Harris, Armor Inc. from Red Deer, Alberta, has a very good chance of setting a new national record here at Mission Raceway. So keep your eyes on when you see that maroon Dodge pulling up. We are also live on Diesel TV. So if you have friends and family that want to watch this live, go to our Facebook page, and it is live right now on Diesel TV on our YouTube page. Again, we want to thank everybody, the Mission Raceway staff. They're a great staff here. And this is our last qualifying round for the diesels. And then we'll come back to the gas racing, and then we'll come back into elimination. So we're kind of doing a crossover here. But again, thanks you for Mission Raceway and the staff for having us back.
So good to see the NHRA out here with us today. We're going to be going through their classes right away. All right, Tower Staff says they're ready for the diesels. Bring it on. That's what I'm talking about here. DieselDoctor.ca sponsoring this event here. The right lane sponsored by Harbor City Diesel. Left lane sponsored by Dirty Diesel Customs. We'll be starting off in our Diesel Sportsman class sponsored by Armor Inc. All right, here we are, Sportsman Bracket Racing. It is John Kitson in the Dirty Diesel Customs left lane, going against Kendall Freed in the right lane, sponsored by Harbor City Diesel. John is from Abbotsford, and Kendall is from Minburn, Alberta. Oh, wow. Kendall is really following the circuit. A national championship circuit, and he's from Alberta. He's been going all over the U.S. And it's John Kitson here, 7.95, 88 miles an hour. Okay, this is the last round here of qualifying. Brett Laurie from Armstrong, BC, in his 01 Dodge 2500 going against Rob Kretz from Kamloops 2007 Ford F350. Rolling some coal here. The Canadian Diesel shootout. Brett Laurie moving on, a 7.8 Ford 88. Just a reminder, these diesels are running to the 8th mile, Marissa Novak from Outington, Washington, 2016. Arlington, Washington. That'd be Outington. In the dirty diesel lane, going against Jordan Oborn from Abbotsford in his 2011 BMW. So there you go. It's Marissa's first time racing this type of vehicle. Apparently it's Randy's daughter, you guys. A 9.59 for Jordan in the diesel Sportsman class here. Sponsored by Armor Incorporated. Brent Ambler going against Kelsey Rucker from Arlington, Washington in the Harbor City Diesel lane on the right side. Bulbs are lit here. Diesel Sportsman. Oh, wow. I kind of want to roll some coal. 8.5085 miles an hour for Brent Ambler. 11.11 even at 65 for Kelsey. Chris Oborn from Abbotsford, 2011 Diesel Ram 3500 in the dirty diesel lane, going against Andrew Hatton from Langley in the Harbor City Diesel lane. A lot of these trucks double class, Randy tells me. So we'll see these trucks making repeat appearances as they can hot lap. No need to cool down a diesel. $7.8190 miles an hour for Chris Oborn. A 10.04 for Andrew Hatton at 66 miles an hour. Elijah is in the dirty diesel lane. He's from Nanaimo. 1991 Chevy Silverado going against Caitlin from Williams Lake. 2001 Ford F350 in the Harbor City Diesel lane. A 905 at 76 miles an hour for Caitlin. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Our diesel drags. Can we get the 670 index class to lanes 1 and 2? And the Super Street to lanes 3 and 4. Now these are our diesel competitors, please. The 670 index class and Super Street. We have Marissa Oborn here from Abbotsford, 2011 Dodge in the dirty diesel lane, going against Derek Lorden from Chilliwack in that 2014 Dodge. Looks like Derek takes it at 9.83 at 70 miles an hour.
This is how many rounds I have. So.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Our diesel competitors, can we get Pro Street to the lanes, please, and Pro Stock to the lanes. These are for our diesel competitors only. Pro Street and Pro Stock to the lanes, please. This is Lorenz Schwartz, our very own from Langley, in his own 22 Silverado. Going against Brody Shirk. Here are some local guys saying, hey, why not? Let's get out of our race cars and get into our diesel trucks and race. And this round will go to Lorenz at 10:30 at 71 miles an hour. Hey, that's kind of cool. Oh, so it's $1,000 to the winner of the diesel Sportsman. So no wonder they're just grabbing their tow vehicles and having some fun. Don't forget, that could be you too next time the NHRA shows up here. You can enter your diesel and win the big cashola. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Our diesel competitors, we need you to the lanes, the 670 index class, Super Street, Pro Stock, and Hot Rod Semi. For our diesel competitors only, we need the 670 index class, Super Street, Pro Stock, and Hot Rod Semi to the lanes, please. This is John Kitson from Abbotsford, 2008 Dodge, going against Nick Kriegel from Bow Island, Alberta, the 07 Dodge in the Harbor City lane. All right, this is the Super Diesel 770 index class. Nick running a 773 at 89 miles an hour. John an 8.1 at 87. Super Diesel sponsored by ARP. ARP, thank you for sponsoring the Super Diesel 770 class. Justin Laurie from Lloydminster, Alberta. It is 01 Dodge in the Dirty Diesel lane, going against Rob Getz from Kamloops, the 07 Ford F350. So we've got a Dodge versus Ford battle on our hands to the 8th mile, Super Diesel 770. Spooling up their trucks. Look at that coal rolling. That is cool. And it goes to Rob Getz in the Harbor City Diesel lane, a 7.68 at 90 miles an hour versus the 7.85 at 87. Chris Oburn from Abbotsford, BC, in his 2011 Dodge 3500, running a solo pass here in Super Diesel 770, sponsored by ARP. .45, 65 miles an hour for Chris Oborn in the Super Diesel 770. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, our Canadian Diesel shootout participants. We need big rig bracket racing, 670 index, Super Street, Pro Stock. To the lanes, please. We'll get the 670 class in lanes 1 and 2, Super Street to 3 and 4, Pro Street to 5, Pro Stock to 6, and Hot Rod Semi 2, 3, and 4, please. And look what we got here. This is my kind of racing. Rob John Kine in the Dirty Diesel Custom Lane 1962 Needle. Going against Katz Wolf from Maple Ridge in the 2007 Columbia. Here we go, semi-racing at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Here we go. I love it, you guys. I was a trucker for 22 years, so this is right up my alley.
Texas, we have 12-second free
It looks like they're doing the quarter mile. Woohoo! 22.5665 miles an hour for Rob, John Kind, and Katz of Red Light, but this is just qualifying at 23.8665 miles an hour. Now, this is a local gentleman, and I used to drive dump truck and take it to his pit over at Davies Sand and Gravel. It's Dean Davies. Be sure for all of your sand and gravel needs that you contact Davies Sand and Gravel. Dean Davies, and I know that gentleman can shift through the gears.
All right, next up is our 670 index class. This is new to us. For most of you people want to know why we're going 8th mile, the problem was back in 2018, a lot of our trucks and categories were exceeding the 150 mile mark. So NHRA did not like us at 5,000 pounds going over 150 miles an hour. So to cure that, we are now at 1,000 or 8th mile because the rules changed at 8th mile. So that is the reason we are 8th mile. But next up is a 670 index class. And then after that, we have the Super Street class. That's a 590 index. Then we get into the real racing. Pro Street, Pro Stock, and Hot Rod Semi all heads up, run what you brung.
I don't know. I got to call my boss at Mid Holdings and get one of those dump trucks out here because I'm pretty sure I can beat Dean Davey in his 21.74. I'll tell ya. 670 index here, the Canadian Diesel Shootout, sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. This class is sponsored by Supreme Diesel. We've got Taylor Brown from Penticton in his 01 Dodge in the left lane, the dirty diesel lane, going against Rich Mead from Sturgeon, Alberta, in 2007 Dodge in the Harbor City diesel lane. A 708, 102 miles an hour for Rich Mead in the right lane, the Harbor City diesel lane, versus 7.44 at 80 miles an hour. This is the 670 index class, sponsored by Supreme Diesel here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Now, I know on the live feed, you can't see a lot with that coal just flying in the air, but, you know, you should be here. That's all I'm going to say. Marina Zune from Maple Ridge in the 2006 GMC. Next up in the 670 Index. Spooling up that diesel at the start line. And he's off. Wow, did you see the back wheels jump? Just wanting to give her a 6.29, 111 miles an hour. Holy moly. Got to keep our eyes on that guy. Moving into our Super Street class. This is a 590 index sponsored by Diamond Diesel. They're just getting faster and faster. We're just getting started here. Super Street, the Canadian Diesel Shootout here, sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. Chris Jervis from Sylvan Lake, Alberta is in the right lane, the Harbor City diesel lane from Sylvan Lake, 1996 Ford F-150. Just pulling up the other drivers, not in our computer. spooling up. And they're taking off. Pretty close race here. Wow, a 6:40, 113 for Chris Jervis. And a 6:64 at 108 for Jordan Powell from West Kelowna. Carrying on in our Super Street 590 class, sponsored by Diamond Diesel, we've got Hans Van from Armstrong, BC, in the left lane, the dirty diesel lane. 1994 Dodge Ram going against Malcolm Cross. 1991 Chevy Silverado in the Harbor City diesel lane. Wow. Hans Van, a 6.36, 121 miles an hour, and 8.52 at 146 for Malcolm.
Attention the pits, attention the pits. My diesel competitors, do not come back to the lanes. We are going back to gas for a couple of rounds, so diesel competitors, do not come back to the lanes until you're called. We're now moving into the Pro Street category. From here on out, it gets faster. It's all heads up racing.
Pro Street here at the Canadian Diesel Shootout, sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. Pro Street sponsored by Smeding Diesel. And it is just getting faster and faster, as Randy said, folks. Canadian Diesel Shootout here on the Titanium Strip Admission Raceway. Just a reminder, diesel competitors, do not come back to the lanes until you're called. We're going to carry on with our Summit ET series, and then we'll be going on into your next round. Dennis Kriegel from Medicine Hat. 2019 Dodge Ram 1500. Oh, a hard right for Dennis Kriegel, but letting out as he should, a 7.82, 57 miles an hour. We're going to have to keep our eyes on that truck. All sorts of power in these classes. Wow. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Our ET Series competitors, we're calling Sportsman to lanes 1 and 2 and Super Pro to 3 and 4. This is for our ET Series gas vehicles, please. Sportsman to lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro 3 and 4. All right, we're just checking the track out because, as the big man Randy says, these next two trucks are fast. It's getting faster and faster here. The Canadian Diesel Shootout series sponsored by Hot Shot Secret, and this event sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. Big thanks to the Canadian Diesel Shootout, the NHRA sponsors, Harbor City Diesel, Dirty Diesel Customs, Armor Incorporated, ARP, 10-4 Magazine, Supreme Diesel, Diamond Diesel, Smegging Diesel, and Radical Diesel, as well as MHPD. 10-4 Magazine, big thank you for sponsoring the Big Rig Bracket Drag Racing classes here at the Canadian Diesel Shootout. 10-4 Magazine is a fun and informative monthly publication that features the coolest trucks and trucking companies out there. Available for free at nearly 300 locations in 25 states. Subscriptions are also available for those who'd want to have them sent directly to them for just $60 a year. Visit www.104magazine.com for more details, or to check out their free digital edition, which is an exact copy of our printed version, 10-4 magazine, for today's trucker since 1993. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a Mazda in lane 1 that needs to be moved immediately. If you have a Mazda and you are in lane 1, we need that moved immediately, please. Oh, I see it there. How rude. The National Hot Rod Diesel Association race here, the Canadian Diesel Shootout. Sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. Don't forget to check out the vendors row. It's just down here on pit side, about half track. All sorts of great people there. And I made sure I stopped by and said hello to everybody. Make sure that you say hello too.
Attention in the pits, attention in the bits. Mario, hot rod semi. If hot rod is semis are running, here they come. Look at that. I make a call and they come running. Hot rod semis to the lanes again. Last call, hot rod semis.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get our ET Series gas Sportsman to lane 1 and 2? This is for the, I want to call them gassers, but they're not really, but Sportsman in NHRA, and Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4, please. Sportsman to lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro to 3 and 4, and that is for our gasoline-powered competitors. Moving into Pro Stock here, the Canadian Diesel Shootout, sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. Oh, a little bit of nitrous too early, Randy says. And smoke rings. Hey, that is pretty talented right there. I like it. Pro Stock 8th Mile Racing, brought to you by Radical Diesel Repair. Pro Stock here at the Canadian Diesel Shootout. Lots more racing to come, folks. Lots more ET Series NHRA. Lots more NHRDA. We'll be racing late into the evening. Donovan Harris in the Dirty Diesel lane. He's from Red Deer, Alberta. That's a 2001 Dodge 1500. A former NHRDA world champion and national champion. I'm having a feeling this truck is going to go very, very fast. Donovan Harris from Red Deer, Alberta here. The Canadian Diesel Shootout, sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. A hard right for Donovan Harris, having to let out of that. They're just figuring out the track, big old Randy here says. There's been a few hard rights, that's for sure, but they're going to straighten that out. They'll be back in their next round. Here at the Canadian Diesel Shootout. Kevin Douglas in the Harbor City Diesel Lane from Calgary, Alberta. 1960 Chevy C10. Great to see these guys from all over coming down here to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway to come play in the Canadian Diesel Shootout, sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. Kevin Douglas at the line, Harbor City Diesel Lane. Wow, a little squirrely there at the end of the track, but a 6.42, 101 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Pro Stock brought to you by Radical Diesel Repair. Hot Rod Semi coming up, sponsored by MHPD. Mario Magnetti coming up to the line with his lights a flashing. Now, what would you do if he was behind you? Would you pull over? He's in the Beast. Going against Dave Stewart in the Harbor City Diesel Lane. Rolling the coal, folks. Wow. Oh, yeah, that is what we're talking about here at the Canadian Diesel Shootout, sponsored by Diesel Doctor. That's what we're waiting for. Amazing burnouts. We'll have to see what these semis will do. Mario Monette is in the dirty diesel lane, which is the left lane. He's from Edmonton, and he says he's the Canadian John Force in the Beast. And I love the dude's hat right there. Now that is cool. Oh, it's the Mario Brothers. That now I get it. Okay. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm a little late. I'm gonna have to crack this Red Bull. Hot Rod Semi here at the Canadian Diesel Shootout, sponsored by MHPD. off hot rod semi racing here on the Titanium Strip. Yeah, let's just keep doing this. 12.51 for Mario. The Mario brothers, 114 miles an hour. Now you got to appreciate the Yoshi, the Luigi, and the mushroom hats. Now I do appreciate that. Very good. Dave Stewart at 12.68 at 107. Man, is there any truckers here in the crowd? Yeah, right? That's what I'm talking about. This is what we wish we could do when we leave the job site. Wow, I feel like I need a cigarette. That was awesome. Wow. Canadian Diesel Shootout. That was Hot Rod Semi. The National Hot Rod Diesel Association. All right, so that was their final qualifying for our diesel friends. And we're going to get back now to the Summit ET Series with our Sportsman and our Super Pro that should be in the lanes right about now. So glad to see you all out here today, all of our new friends here watching the NHRA. Glad to have you out and all of your kids running around. It's a beautiful evening for some awesome diesel and Summit ET Series racing. NHRA and the NHRDA here at the track tonight on the Titanium Strip. Titanium Strip is sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Be sure you join the Titanium Facebook group. They're giving away cash, and I love cash. Be sure to like their page and win. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get ET Series Hot Rod to the lanes, please? Just a little track prep and we'll be moving on with our ET Series NHRA race number 8. Don't forget this Friday we've got the Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. That's June 23rd. That's where you can bring your diesel, car, truck, anything you want and come play on the track. If your friend says your car's junk and is slow, well, you challenge him to a race here at the Street Legals. We'll just see about that, pal. Friday Night Street Legals this Friday. And don't forget Door Wars 11, June 29th to July 2nd, the Canada Day weekend. Why not spend it here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways? Door Wars 11, always an amazing time. Be sure to join our group on Facebook to get all the deets. Don't forget to check out the concession stand if you need to get a drink. I know I did, just cracking open my Rockstar Punch right now. Lots more racing action to come. Track officials just doing a little track prep before we get back to our NHRA racing. Summit ET Series race number 8. Of course, tomorrow, Summit ET Series race number 9. Shout out to our friends on Lordco TV. How are you doing? And just want to say, don't forget to go and say hi to these race car drivers. If you've got kids or if you've got questions, you don't even need kids, just questions. They love to talk to you. I can't tell you how many questions I am throwing at them, and they deal with me. So definitely, if you have any questions or just make friends with some of these drivers, they're the nicest people in the world. They're not going to bite. Moving into Sportsman class here, Sportsman. Sportsman sponsored by Vancouver Car Wraps. Sydney Jung in the TCS lane. She's from Surrey, 1981 Chevy Malibu, dialed in at a 1201. Going against Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington in a 69 Mach 1, dialed in 1179. Sydney Jung moving on into the next line. Sorry, mouth won't work. Need more Rockstar. 12.02, 105, moving into the next round. And you know, Sean Langley had a quad 9 reaction time. 0009 for Sean, but Sydney moving on. It's Ryan Lorette from Maple Ridge, 1971 Chevelle, sponsored by Muffler Tech Automotive, going against Emma Siddon in her 68 Dodge, sponsored by Tops Auto Repair. Emma moving on. 11.77 on the 1174 dial, 107 miles an hour for Emma. By run for Nick Douglas from Washington. SBB Racing is his sponsor. This is the Sportsman class, sponsored by Vancouver Car Wraps. A 12.33 at 108 for Nick. Moving into our Super Pro class, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways, this is the Summit ET Series race number 8. John Jenkins from Delta, 1988 Chevy S10, sponsored by West Coast Building Restorations and Mackenzie Racing. John's dialed in at a 10.85, going against Dustin Brewington. A 10.22 is his dial in. He's from Kennewick, Washington. Chevy versus Chevy, our first 2 competitors in the Super Pro, brought to you by Rad Torque Systems. Double green for both these vehicles. A 10 to 227 miles an hour for Dustin Brewington from Washington. He's moving on into the next round. In the Lordco lane, it is Justin Bond. Yes, you know him from Pro Mod fame, NHRA TV. Going against Kevin McNichol from Mission, 1967 Chevy Nova. He's the 2014 Super Pro Champion, sponsored by Ken Specialty Auto and Titanium Auto Strip. Kevin dialed in at a 10:10, Justin a 7:07. So Kevin getting a considerable head start. And Justin's going to have to chill out for 3 seconds while he watches Kevin barrel down the track. One Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. Can Justin make it? He does. A 7:08, 171 miles an hour. Justin moving on in Super Pro. Kevin at 10:12 at 128. Is John Tebeck from Maple Ridge, 1989 S10, running at 365, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Super Combo to the lanes, please? Super Combo, we need you to the lanes, and juniors, you are on standby. A 10.45 on a 1040 dial for John at 120 miles an hour. Moving into Hot Rod. Hot Rod sponsored by the Old Car Center. Thank you so much for sponsoring the Hot Rod class. Sylvia Hoogstens in the TCS lane for Maple Ridge, 1966 Ford Mustang. Larry Rodenizer from Langley in his 46 Ford he calls Old Yeller, sponsored by Lordco. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Doorslammers, you are on standby, please. Doorslammers, you're on standby. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Combo, your last call. Super Combo to the lanes, please. Can we get juniors to lanes 1 and 2, please? Juniors to lanes 1 and 2. Sylvia, unfortunately, red lighting at 9 thousandths of a second. Larry Rodenizer will be moving on, 11.47 at 77 miles an hour. Mark Brenzinger from Richmond, 67 Nova called Out of Time. He's the 2021 and 22 Hot Rod champ, going against John Sayer in his 68 Dodge, sponsored by Frankenstein Speed and Customs. John with the head start. Mark with liftoff, chasing him down. Unfortunately, a red light for Mark. It'll be John Sayer moving ahead, 11.82 on 11.82 dial. Just 9 thousandths off his dial. Amazing driving right there. Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack in its Falcon Fast. Dustin on his bye run here. 64 Ford, it's Falcon Fast. Say that 3 times in a row. I'm not going to try. Moving on into the next round, a 911 at 149 on the 909 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, we need you into lanes 1 and 2, please. Juniors to lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Doorslammers, this is your 5-minute standby. Doorslammers, your 5-minute standby. Super combo, you should be in the lanes as you've already had your last call. Don't forget, lots more racing action and a whole bunch of NHRA diesel drags coming up. The Canadian Diesel Shootout. So glad to have these guys out here. Very, very cool what they're doing out here. Big thanks to their sponsors. Hot Shot Secret Drag Racing Series. This event here is sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. Big thanks to Harbor City Diesel, Dirty Diesel Customs, Armor Incorporated, ARP, 10-4 Magazine, Supreme Diesel, Diamond Diesel, Radical Diesel, Smegging Diesel, and MHPD. So glad to have all these guys out here with us today. So lots of more racing action. Summit ET Series, NHRA. And our friends here at the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. Can't wait to see those semis come on back again. Now again, if you need another driver, I'm available. I've driven trucks for 22 years. I think I can handle it. Great to see everybody out here today. All your smiling faces here. What a beautiful evening it was. It was a little sketchy, wasn't it? But no. We got all sorts of racing in and lots more to come. Sun is out. It's a great, great day for racing. All right. Just so you know, for your information, we are broadcasting live at 92.7 FM. If you cannot hear my voice, now I know I'm a woman and you tune me out, but listen, give me a break. We're broadcasting live, 92.7 FM. You should be able to hear me calling your class. If you cannot hear me, we are also on Twitter. Add us on Twitter. We tweet exactly what classes we're calling. So there is a visual on the classes. So Twitter or 92.7 or I've got Nolan here. Nolan is back and you're going to listen to Nolan.
Oh, you know you missed me.
We missed you. We missed you, Nolan. Nolan is back. Hello, everybody, waving at us. He's back. I'll make sure Nolan calls the classes because no one's going to mess with Nolan.
And speaking of which, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, lanes 4 and 5. Canada West Doorslammers, bring them up to lanes 4 and 5. We roll to Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo for round number next, which, as I understand, is the final round. Brad Vingy brings up the BNC Racing Camaro dialed in at the 1090 on that Super Street Index. Dean Peterson for Peterson Family Racing to the Mustang dialed in at 990. Two green lights. Peterson has to chase down Brad Vingy. The Super Gas Mustang chasing down the Super Street Camaro. Can he get around him at the top end? He does not, but it doesn't matter because Vingy goes under the dial. 1088 on the 1090 index. 12 1,000ths under the dial, and we'll give it up for Dean Peterson, who will take the Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo victory for race number 8 in the NHRA Summit ET Series. Although it is their race 3. As I understand, the National Hot Rod Diesel Association has gone through their list of, or their final qualifying hit of the evening. And on that note, I want to once again give a big welcome to not just the folks on MRP Lordco TV today, but also Diesel TV, broadcasting to 2 places at once this evening. As the plan was to have this Summit race locked out before the Diesel guys began, but Mother Nature earlier today had something to say about that one. Rained us out throughout our entire morning, so running both programs at once, but hey, it's more racing for you guys at home. Right. Yeah, 2 races for the price of 1. I'll take that. Of course, I'm sure the guys who were here for the summer race were not so appreciative of that, having to stand outside of the rain for 3 hours, but it is what it is. Still got the beautiful puddle of knowledge down there, which is looking to be shrinking, which is exactly what you like to see. We roll into Peden Industries Junior Thunder for their next round of eliminations. Undergland brings out the BDL Automotive Super Steve's Tires, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, Paint by Rodriguez. Junior Tracks is dialed in at a 943. Racing Isabella Marshall. The Titanium Auto Group Quality Manufacturing Homes Dragster dialed in at 915. One of these races will move on to the final. The other one will be sent packing until tomorrow. 2. Green lights will be hightail it up towards the 8th mile. And it'll be Isabella Marshall moving into the final round, knocking out Hunter Gallant by just over a tenth of a second. We'll bring up Ashton Catney for TK Performance down then in 11:90 to race Wesley Armstrong. And the Fountain Tire Chilliwack, see to Skylaw.ca Badass Garage. Drags it down then in a 12:16. Wesley Armstrong turns on the red light. Ashton Catnick will face off against Isabella Marshall in the Junior Thunder Final. And that'll wrap it up for Junior Thunder semifinals. We'll roll into Junior Lightning semifinals. Colton Morin brings out the Total Dairy Solutions, Tires Plus, Waco Ford, and JBS Equipment, Rex Cox, Student Dragster down at a 791. Race McKenna Thompson's JBS Dragster down at a 793. Stage over here in the TCS lane. Gary Thompson in the Lordco lane. Bumps in second. Red light start, Colton Morin. McKenna Thompson takes the win light. 4 thousandths of a second reaction time will move into the final. Race Aiden Katnick. Hey, how about the attendance we got in the stands today? We usually don't see this kind of a turnout for our regular race weekends. Glad to see everybody out here enjoying the Summit race with us, as well as the diesel racing later on this evening. We all should come back out for Door Wars in 2 weeks. We got the Outlaws out to party. Good old pro mods. Justin Bond bringing the Bahrain 1 crew back up to party. Possibly Khalid Al-Belushi will be up to race. Belushi setting the 8th mile pro mod record last time he was up here for last year's Door Wars 10. Aiden Katnick with the bye run will face off against McKenna Thompson in the final. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Doorslammer drivers Peter Lacanis and Darren Buick. We need you back to the staging lanes. We're getting set to run you here. That is Peter Lacanis and Darren Buick. We need you in the staging lanes. ASAP. And while we're at it, we're going to make that a 10-minute call for NHRDA Diesel Sportsman to the lanes. That is a 10-minute standby call for NHRDA Sportsman. We'll be calling you up to the lanes in about 10 minutes here. Check out the action down on Vendor Row. It is busy, 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 busy down there as all the stands getting some much needed attention over the course of the afternoon. You want to see the latest and greatest in diesel performance? Well, hop on down pit side, opposite end of the grandstands. And well, there's I'd imagine a whole host of goodies. I've been too busy today to take a run down there. I've been running back home, back up here constantly, dealing with one thing or another, one broadcast or another. We roll to Winter Harbor Marine and RV Canada West Doorslammers, sponsored this weekend by TCS Performance Products. You want to learn more about performance converters and transmissions, swing on up to 205 Street, Langley, BC, unit number 6217, or call them up at 604-533-8675. They'll be more than happy to take care of you. Attention to the pits. We're going to make the call for NHRA Sportsman Super Diesel to the staging lanes and Big Rig Bracket. Sportsman Super Diesel and Big Rig Bracket, come on down to the staging lanes for first and, in one of your cases, only round of eliminations. Adam DeYoung. Taking up the Artex Racing Total Dairy Solutions Chevy Camaro, racing to an 852 with the buy run on this round of eliminations. Third round of eliminations for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammer Series. Like so many of our other classes, we have yet to have a repeat winner on the season. So far, only 2 races have been run for the Doorslammers. Paul Stretch, Peter Lacanis, the 2 winners thus far. 2023. It'll be a 9:21 with the 6, 111 miles an hour for DeYoung, shutting it off early. No need to push the tree when you got a buy run. A lot of smoke at the top end as well. They're going to shut things down and have a look as Adam DeYoung had something go awry on that latest pass. As we stand by on our next Doorslammer pass, Mike Kenworthy, the Illusion Motorsports Speed Mart, Hoosier the dealer. Pontiac will be racing Jan Christensen in the El Gringo Nova. Christensen typically a runner in Rad Torque Systems Super Pro and occasionally in Super Combo, but today making the decision to run over in the Doorslammer group. And in fact, he made that decision last event too at the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association race a couple of weeks ago. Of course, was eliminated round 1 in the CMDRA, so making a better effort here, it would seem, as he's sitting in round 3. Attention, NHRA, Armor Incorporated Sportsman Diesel. That is once again Sportsman Diesel. We are looking to hot lap your class as you are, shall we say, outnumbering a good number of the classes in the diesel race here tonight. So if you win in your class, it is straight back to the lanes, not to your pit stall. If you win, it is right back to the lanes. We are hot lapping Sportsman Diesel tonight. Burnout's complete as track has been deemed safe to run. We will get back into the fray. This race back underway. Hightailing up to the quarter mile. It'll be Jan Christensen taking the win. Mike Kenworthy goes 4 thou under the dial. And that will promote Jan Christensen into the semifinals. We bring up race 2 winner Peter Lucanis. Transporters Logistics Corvette racing Darren Buick in the Evans Excavating Chevy Nova. 8:56 to an 8:62. Hoping for a smooth path this time from Lucanis. As we hightail it up once again to the quarter mile and double breakout. Darren Buick, the lesser offender. Peter Lucanis was 12th thou under the dial. Darren Buick was 001. Went 861, 85 on the 862 dial, 15 10,000ths underneath that dial in. That brings up our final pairing of the Doorslammers quarterfinals. I see Greg Field hasn't been eliminated yet. That car's been running smooth all day. I know he was aiming for a 640. I saw he said he had a 642 on the way back home a couple hours ago. Has he beaten that 640 target yet? Jubilee Armia Q Machine, Total Turbo, and Lordco Auto Parts on the Little Opal over in the TCS lane. Tom Catney for TK Performance. In the Camaro, down to the 643 to a 745. 1 second separated them on the tree, and this Opal is quick. Hands down, the fastest machine we have on the property today, whether it be diesel or gasser. That thing made a 642 pass at 221 miles an hour up to the quarter mile earlier today. If this was a heads-up category, Field would smoke them any day of the week.
Well, anything can happen, Nolan, and we're going to find out momentarily. The Canada West Doorslammers here. Final pair.
All racers staged. Oh, it's a red line by 3,000. Whoa, look out as Field gets way close to the left side wall. Thought for a moment was going to go into the wall. He'll lift out of it, and that'll be an aborted run from Greg Field. Tom Katnick runs through a 754, 170 miles an hour will move to the semis. Tough break. You make it so far, you're eliminated by 3 thou in the quarters. I think an aborted run, though, was wise on that one. He got out of the groove on the left side. I think couldn't fit a sheet of paper between him and the wall. Once again, the call for NHRA Sportsman Diesel. If you win, straight back to the lanes. We are hot lapping the Sportsman Diesel category. Sponsored this weekend by Armor Incorporated. Going to put the 10-minute call for 670 Index and Super Street as well. That is 10-minute standby call for 670 Index and Super Street, as well as Pro Street. Armoring Diesel and Suspension, home to some of the fastest diesel trucks in Canada and a top competitor in North America. Armor has been in the diesel business for over 15 years. They do everything from stable maintenance to 2,000 horsepower plus competition diesel trucks, serving not only Canada but shipping parts all over North America and indeed overseas. With a service shop of 11,000 square feet, they have the tools and the knowledge to get you down the road or the racetrack. Located in Red Deer, Alberta, they have the know-how to service your diesel needs. We roll once again into the dieseldoctor.ca Canadian Diesel Shootout for the National Hot Rod Diesel Association Hot Shot Secret Series. First pairing up, Brett Laurie in 2001 Dodge 2500 out of 770 to race Chris Oborn in the Ram 3500 out of 780 as we get set for our first diesel elimination pass of the weekend. Chris Oborn taking the win light by 0.4 of a second over Brett Laurie. So Laurie is eliminated. We move to our next pairing. Rob Kretz out of the 760 against Marissa Novak out of Outington, Washington. In the Ford pickup dial that at 1040. This is a bracket class racing up to the 8th mile, as is a good number of the races from the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. Big rule, you cannot go faster than a 640. Both races away on green lights. Kretz closing, knocks out Marissa Novak as that race won on the start line. 061 to a 181 on the tree. Kretz puts down a 793, 82 miles an hour. Got there first by about 0.4 of a second. They bring up one of the BMW X5s, one of the two BMW X5s we've got on the property, racing against Brody Shirk, the Ford F350. Jordan Oborn over here. Not in the TCS lane, but in what is now the Dirty Diesel Customs lane. It'll be the Harbor City Diesel lane to get there first. Brody Shirk didn't get there first, but Jordan Oborn went under the dial to do so by 0.2 of a second. Not like it would have mattered. Even if he hadn't broken out, Shirk would have gotten him by about 1.5. We'll bring up Andy Hatton. Usually races in our Canada West Doorslammers category. I think raced there, in fact, earlier this afternoon. Now racing a tow truck. It's Brett Ambler, and Brent Ambler goes out under the dial. Andrew Hatton got there first. Better on the tree by 0.4 of a second. Well, the bracket racers are showing what's what tonight.
I think this is really exciting, Nolan.
Derek Lord and then Caitlin Skirto. Both away on the green, and it's a breakout for Skirto. Got there first, only went under by 0.6 of a second, and you take a look at how much 0.75 second got there first. Didn't need to push it, pushed too much, got too greedy. Derek Lodorn will go on into the next round. Marissa Oborn brings out the other Beamer X5 to race Kendall Freed in the Silverado. On the brakes at the top end for Kendall Freed, and it'll pay off. Just 1 thou off the dial. That truck is dialed in. 973 with a 1 on the 973 dial. So was Marissa Oberg, though, only 4 thou off the dial. That race, again, won on the starting line by about 0.3 of a second.
It's been really close, Nolan, with these NHRDA guys. They are really dialed in. These guys are really cool.
This is all they do. They race their diesel vehicles wherever they go, touring all across North America. And they drive to work on Monday. Kelsey Rucker will not beat John Kitson as Kitson gets there first. Moves into the next round. Final pairing here of Armor Incorporated Sportsman on the line. Elijah Garmau brings up his Chevy Silverado to race Lorenz Schwartz, our 2022 King of the Track in the Silverado. $1,000 up for grabs here tonight. That's why I think Schwartz is running in the diesel categories here.
Oh, yeah. They're just having fun racing their tow vehicles.
I mean, hey, it's a car.
Here's $1,000.
And that's not a good light, is what I've just noticed, as Lorenz Schwartz taking it easy. And double breakout. I think Lorenz Schwartz is going to take that one regardless, though, as Elijah Garmau went 0.8 on the tree. That's That's a yikes from me, Chief, on that one. We'll bring up Super Diesel. It is ARP Super Diesel, one of 3 index classes for the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. These ones running 770, so it'll be we have 5/10 Pro tree. Heads up racing to the 8th mile. 770 is the index.
Justin Laurie in the Dirty Diesel lane going against Nick Kriegel in the 07 Dodge. First 2 vehicles of the Super Diesel 770 class. And it's Nick, 8.09, 86 miles an hour. Moving on into the next round, 8th mile racing here. The Canadian Diesel Shootout. Super Diesel brought to you by ARP.
So with Nick Kriegel knocking out Justin Laurie by a quarter of a second, ran the 809, 86 miles an hour. But again, won on the starting tree with an 093 reaction time to Justin Laurie's 0.605. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Jay Laurie we need you in the lanes now. Jay Laurie, we need you in the lanes now. If you are not here within the next 60 seconds, we are running without you. You will be disqualified. Jay Laurie to the lanes now. BD Diesel Power sponsoring both lanes here in this one. Chris Oborn and John Kitson, pair of Dodge pickups. Going head to head. Boss versus employee, as I'm being told. Chris Oborn and John Kitson staging up. 2 green lights. Oh, that's going to be a close one up at the 8th. 056 to an 091, and it's Chris Oborn. Now, do you think John Kitson threw that one for a raise is the question. John Kitson goes under the dial by 75 thou, went 762 on the 770 dial, as Chris Oborn was 777. So as Sportsman is getting set to run for their second round of eliminations, after this round, you can go back to the pits. So Sportsman, after this second rotation, once you have run for a second time, you can go back to the pits. Rob Getz and Justin Laurie, Ford F-350 versus Dodge. Lloydmaster Alberta versus Kamloops, BC. Rob Getz waiting to stage him up in the Dirty Diesel Customs lane. Justin Laurie napping on the tree a little bit in the Harbor City Diesel lane. At the line, Rob Getz stays out in front, 1/1000th of a second, the margin of victory between the two as Rob Getz moves to the next round. That takes us to 10-4 Magazine Big Rig Bracket for their final round. Well, as I understand, not in fact a final anymore. We had a last-minute turnout. We only had 2 racing last night, but now we've got. So this is a semifinal now for the Big Rig Bracket class, sponsored by 10-4 Magazine. Sponsoring the Big Rig Bracket Drag Racing Series here at the Canadian Diesel Shootout. One of their new marketing partners is 10-4 Magazine. Started in 1993, Southern California, 10-4 Magazine is a fun and informative big rig trucking publication that has grown to have a nationwide coverage and will be celebrating its 30th anniversary this September. To sign up for a subscription or review of their free digital edition, visit www.104magazine.com today. Both trucks away on green lights. As we hightail it, or low-tail, I guess, up towards the quarter mile. Rob, John Kine, and Katz Wolf. Which one of them will move on into the final round? It will be Rob, John Kine, knocking out Katz Wolf. Dean Davies will be facing off against John Kine to the final.
All right, so Dean Davies, a part of Davies Sand and Gravel for all your sand and gravel needs. So I was a dump truck driver for the last 3 years, spent a lot of time over at Davies at his pit there. This is a great family and a great dude. Davies Sand and Gravel. Dean Davies at 22.16, 65 miles an hour. Great driving, driver.
So this is back to I believe our first round of eliminations for 670 Index, as they did not fully get through they did not get through their full rotation. So this is 670 back up to party. So 670 Index, sponsored by Supreme Diesel, up for their first elimination round. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Street and Pro Street. We need you in the staging lanes. Super Street and Pro Street. Come on down to the staging lanes. Rich Mead racing Marinus Wound. And 8th mile, it'll be Marinus Wound. 200ths of a second knocks out Rich Mead. Brings up Taylor Brown in the Dodge pickup. So Taylor Brown will face off against Marinus Wound in the 670 Index Final, sponsored by Supreme Diesel. And that will take us back to Armor Incorporated Sportsman. 8 trucks remaining in our Sportsman category.
Rolling through the classes here, the Canadian Diesel Shootout, the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. So glad to have them here today. We've been rolling coal, Nolan. Having a great old time. Good to see everybody out here today. Big crowd. And a shout out to everyone watching on the live stream.
Live streams, plural. We got 2. Diesel TV and MRP Lordco TV. And Hatton turns on the red bulb. Derek Lorden will be through to round number 3, the semifinals. Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. Super Street and Pro Street, final call to the lanes. Super Street and Pro Street, this is your final call to the lanes. We're steamrolling through this program, so this is your final call to the lanes. Kendall Reed, 972 dialed up against Lorenz Schwartz, and the Silverado dialed at a 978 to the 8th. Pair of green lights. Only 6th thou on the tree in the back pocket for Kendall Freed. Will break out at the top end. A double breakout will go the way of Lorenz Schwartz. Schwartz is through to the semis. Chris Oborn brings up the Dodge Ram 3500. Will go under the dial, though, by 15th thou. Brody Shirk moves into the semis. Brings up Rob Kretz in the 2007 Ford F350. And John Kitson will bring up the 2008 Dodge 2500. 762 to 795 to the 8th. And that's going to go the way of John Kitson over in the Harbor City Diesel lane as the Dirty Diesel Customs lane driver Rob Kretz finding himself eliminated. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Street, Pro Street, we've made your final calls already, so we're going to move swiftly along. Pro Stock and Hot Rod Semi to the lanes. Pro Stock, Hot Rod Semi to the lanes. That is once again, Pro Stock and Hot Rod Semi, the only remaining classes in NHRDA as of right now, to the lanes. So we get set to roll through tonight's program. We're going to be down for some track prep as we get set up for Super Street. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragster finalists. We need you back to the staging lanes. Junior Dragster finalists. Come on back to the staging lanes. Once again, Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. Junior Dragster finalists, back to the staging lanes.
You've been watching the National Hot Rod Diesel Association's Canadian Diesel Shootout, brought to you by Diesel Doctor CA. I've been having a great old time. How about you, Nolan?
I've been having a grand old time as well.
I love watching these guys roll coal. It's good to see everybody out there in the crowd watching all the diesel drags tonight, as well as the Summit ET Series race. Some more diesel drags coming right up.
We roll into Diamond Diesel Super Street, 590 index.
We're only getting faster and faster, folks.
It'll be Hans van Derzen going up against Malcolm Cross. Dodge Ram versus Chevy Silverado racing to the 8th mile on the fastest index class. Both racers away on green lights, and it'll be Derzen taking the win. Hans van Derzen going through into the Super Street final. We'll be racing either Chris Jervis or Jordan Powell. Burnouts complete for Jervis and Powell. Both racers away to the 8th. And it'll be Chris Jervis to race Hans van Derzen in the final. We will go to the Peden Industries Junior Dragster finalists earlier today. Tyler Smith in Junior Street extended his win streak to 5 in a row. For both Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning, we are still waiting on a repeat winner. Your winners so far in Junior Thunder have been Alex Green, Hunter Thompson, April Bond, and Wesley Armstrong. Junior Lightning has seen McKenna Thompson, Lexi Winterbottom, Nick Bond, and Ciel Gagnon take it to the winner's circle.
Remember my 8:30 thing?
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket and Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman for the Summit ET Series to the back of the lanes to be laddered. Pro and the Summit ET Series Sportsman to the back of the lanes to be laddered. Super Pro and Hot Rod, Old Car Center Car Hot Rod. You are on standby. Doorslammers, this is your 20-minute standby call. For the folks that are potentially waiting around for Pro Stock and the Hot Rod semifinals, because they're in their final round, we're going to run them a little bit later on tonight once more of the classes get a bit down in fewer in numbers. We're going to run the finalists a bit closer together. So Pro Stock and Hot Rod semi, a little bit of a wait still ahead, but we'll be bringing them up, I'm hoping, within the next hour or so. I mean, we should be hopefully done in the next hour and a half or so.
That sounds about right, Nolan.
That said, whenever I've made that prediction, it's gone against me. Even earlier today, I made the call, we should be back up and running with the rain, about 10 minutes from now, hopefully. Things have dried up, 40 minutes later. Okay, so it's going to be at least an hour before we're back up and running again.
Well, it's because you said the R word. You're not allowed to say that R word.
I said weather. I didn't say rain. I said weather.
You said it again. Knock it off. You're jinxing us.
Sun. We'll be fine.
Lots more racing to come, folks. Summit ET Series race number 8 and the NHRA. Lots of diesel left to come as well. Big shout out to everybody out there in the crowd. Good to see you. Good to see all of you kids out there. Don't forget to check it out. The mini donut shop is open. They've got the cappuccino, the frappuccino, all of the chinos with all of the whipped cream on top. Be sure to check them out. Yum, yum. Also, visit Claire in the concession stand. They've got some delicious food over there. I know it is around dinner time, isn't it? All right, 8 o'clock. It's kind of dinner time, but the concession stand's over there. Lots of refreshments and food, all just waiting for you.
I've got Papa John's pizza waiting for me at home. Either room
Yum.
temperature or microwave. It'll be one of the two.
Well, you're a bachelor, aren't you?
Very much so. It's just embracing the lifestyle.
Well, that's good. So good.
For those watching MRP Lordco TV, how's that for sun in your eyes? Literally dead center of the screen. What are the odds of that? Looks nice, though. Looks very beautiful.
It's gorgeous out. Ended up being a beautiful day. So glad you could spend it here with us on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway.
It's gorgeous until I try to look out the window and get sunburns on my retina. And then it's not so gorgeous. Then it's just a lot of color. Junior Thunder finalists. Ashley Catling dialed in 11.90 will race Isabella Marshall. Titanium Auto Group, Quality Manufactured Homes, dialed in at 9:15. It will be a 5th different winner of Junior Thunder, as neither one of these drivers has taken a win so far in the Junior Thunder category. Both racers pre-staged. Katnick bumps it in. Here comes Marshall. Peregrine balls. We race to the 8th mile, and it'll be Isabella Marshall. 3,000ths of a second, the margin of victory. Isabella Marshall becomes winner number 5 in Junior Thunder in 2023 on what is arguably one of the most competitive Junior Thunder fields we have had in years. We roll to Junior Lightning. Aiden Katnick and McKenna Thompson will go up against one another. McKenna Thompson trying to become our first repeat Junior Dragster winner in both categories. Aiden Katnick, just like Isabella Marshall, trying to become the 5th different winner on the season. McKenna Thompson won the season opener in race number 4 about a month ago. Last, both races pre-stage. Andy Katnick bumps it in. Oh, it's a red light start for McKenna Thompson. And Aiden Katnick becomes unique winner number 5 in Junior Lightning. That is now 10 different winners across both Junior Dragster categories in 2023. Thompson, red lights by a 10th.
Congratulations to all of our junior drivers. You guys are amazing. And a big shout out to you parents supporting your kids racing. You are doing parenting right. Thank you so much. Thanks to all of our juniors. We love you all, and there can only be one winner. We wish you, but you are all winners in our book.
We move to Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro and Old Car Center Hot Rod to the lanes for laddering. Super Pro and Old Car Center Hot Rod to the lanes for laddering.
Carrying on into the Pro Class, sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop, it's Sean Langley in the TCS lane from Lyndon, Washington. He's driving that 69 Mach 1 called the Hustler, going against Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington, the 99 Camaro.
Pair of green bulbs as Dustin Brewington tries to outlast Sean Langley. Gets there first, but under the dial by fourth out. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers. We have given you your 20-minute standby call. We're making that now a short standby call. Doorslammers, this is your standby call.
Carrying on in our pro class, it's Rob Monroe in a 69 Acadian, sponsored by SD Performance. Gibson Racing Transmissions and Horizon Auto Body going against Loren Schwartz, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop. He is our Race of Champions and the King of the Track winner of 2022. Loren's in the Lordco lane, Rob in the TCS lane. Semifinals here in the Pro Class. Double greens, and they're off. Close racing action here at the Titanium Strip. And it's Loren Schwartz at 10.58, 107 miles an hour. Moving on into the next round.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro and Hot Rod, we've called you to the lanes. This is second call. Super Pro and Hot Rod to the lanes. Canada West Doorslammers. We're calling you back to the lanes for next round of eliminations. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your next call back to the lanes for round number 4, your semifinals, I believe, of eliminations. We roll into Sportsman, where Nick Douglas and the SBB Racing Dart goes up against Sidney Jung. These are the 2 winners we've had so far in Sportsman all season long. Douglas trying to go for win number 4 in a row. Jung trying to go for the second after winning the season opener. This is going to be the semifinal for Sportsman. So one of these racers will be able to face off at the final. The other one will have to watch from the sidelines. Will it be the 3-time back-to-back-to-back winner in a different car, running the Charger instead of the old 68 Dart, or will it be the Malibu? Sidney Jung trying to chase after Nick Douglas, and oh my gosh, goes under by not 4 hundredths, not 4 tenths, not 4 thousandths, 4 10,000ths under the dial for Sidney Jung. Double, triple 4. Triple 04.
That's a heartbreaker for Sidney.
Emma Sidney going to make her next run in the top side repair Dodge Dart. We're going to make that third call for Super Pro and Hot Rod to the lanes. Super Pro and Hot Rod to the lanes. We're trying to get through this program. Your delaying makes it no easier. Super Pro Hot Rod back to the lanes immediately. We're calling Doorslammers back to the lanes as well. So once again, we've called Super Pro, Hot Rod, and Doorslammers to the lanes. Doorslammers, this is your second call to the staging lanes.
This is the Summit ET Series race number 8, alongside with the NHRA. Having a great old time here with the Diesels and the Summit Series.
NHRA classes are on standby.
All of them? Is this including pro stock and hot rest? Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. All diesel classes. This is your standby call. All NHRDA classes, this is your standby call.
Don't forget, if you would like to race your vehicle, we've got the Mopac Street Legals on Friday, June the 23rd. That's your chance to be the racer, the big bad drag racer. So bring your vehicle down and see how it fares down the track. Maybe bring a friend and say, I think I can take you, bro. Let's go and fight it out on the track. Well, this is a great place for it, the Mopac Street Legals. This Friday, hope to see you there.
We roll into our next rotation of Old Car Center Hot Rod. Dustin Hunter bringing up the Ford Falcon. Racing Larry Rodenizer in the old Yeller Ford Roadster, sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. Red light start, Larry Rodenizer. 16th hour red on the tree and shaking the tires to boot. Dustin Hunter will move on into the final round. 9-10 with a 3 on the 910 dial, only 3 thou off. John Sayer will bring up the Frankenstein Speed and Customs Dodge Dart. That will do it for the semifinals in Old Car Center Hot Rod. We move into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Justin Bond bringing it up for the Rad Torque Systems Super Pro by running his dragster today, his Super Comp dragster today, running his Bahrain 1 Pro Mod Camaro 2 weeks from now at Door Wars 11. You want to come out and see some of the fastest cars in drag racing? Well, you should come on out next week. Or next 2 weeks. Not next week. It'll be something else entirely.
The Canada Day weekend, Nolan.
What better way to celebrate Canada Day than by drowning out the sounds of parades with cars?
Oh, Canada.
Stand on guard for the E.
Justin Bond here, the Justin Bond of Pro Mod fame.
Fires it up like an arrow or like a dart out of a blowpipe. We'll fire that one up to the top. And 726, 145 miles an hour will give Justin Bond the bye into the final. We'll make John Tabak for the Radtorque Systems and Dustin Brewington for the S10 and the Camaro. Dustin Brewington has taken himself wins already this season in a number of classes. Among them being here in Super Pro and in the Pro bracket as well. He's taken one in both. John Tabak trying to stay out in front of Dustin Brewington, but nothing can stand up to the 006 or 0006 reaction time. It'll be Dustin Brewington moving into the finals face-off against Justin Bond. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRDA, Pro Street, Super Diesel, Sportsman to the lanes. Pro Street, Sportsman, and Super Diesel only to the lanes. That is, again, Sportsman, Super Diesel, and Pro Street from NHRDA to the staging lanes. We move into Winter Harbor Marine and RV Canada West. Doorslammers will be the next one up.
Yes, but I don't understand this one because he's.
Sponsored this weekend by TCS Transmission Products. TCS is your source for torque converters and transmission parts. They take pride in manufacturing an improved performance product. You can check out their website at www.tcsproducts.com to see a complete line of billet shafts, drums, and internal components that are designed to excel in all extreme gas or diesel applications. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, and in the spectator stands in the pits. This is attention to everybody on the property. We have found a missing key to somebody's motor vehicle. If you happen to be missing a key or a key fob, check your pockets. And if you are, coming up to the second floor of the timing tower, we'd be happy to reunite it with your rightful owner if you can identify it. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. John DeYoung, we need John DeYoung to the staging lanes for Doorslammer eliminations. John DeYoung, we need you in the staging lanes for Doorslammer eliminations.
Canada West Doorslammers coming up next. They're sponsored by Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, a VP Race Fuel Distributor here in Mission, Jason Field, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travelland RV. Thank you so much for sponsoring Canada West Doorslammers Association in 2023. Just a reminder, if you do find some lost property or some keys or a cell phone, please bring it up to the tower so we can reunite it with their owner. Several people looking for some lost keys at this moment. So, hey, if you see some shiny keys on the ground, grab it and bring it to the tower for us, please. Thank you.
We bring up Canada West Doorslammers, Adam DeYoung. Bringing it up for the Artex Racing Total Dairy Solutions Chevy Camaro to race Darren Buick and the Evans Excavated Nova. 861 to an 853. Attention to the pits, attention. We will hold on that until this pass goes, because this is about to get loud. Darren Buick and Adam DeYoung. Waiting on DeYoung to bump it in. There we go. Tailing up towards the quarter mile, it'll be Adam DeYoung taking the win line, 8:56 over Darren Buick, who went under the dial by 16 thou. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Street, this is your final call to the lanes. Pro Street, final call to the lanes. That is NHRA Pro Street. This is your final call to the lanes. Tom Katnick brings it up in the TK Performance Camaro down to the 745 to race Jan Christensen at an 851 in the El Gringo Nova. Two green lights. Tom Katnick chasing after Jan Christensen up towards the quarter mile. It is Tom Katnick moving into the final to race Adam DeYoung. 1/1000th of a second, the margin of victory. Lots of tight racing today at the Titanium Strip.
It has been so close, even with our diesel friends. Just amazingly close races here at the Titanium Strip. Back to the NHRDA Canadian Diesel Shootout. Pro Street coming right up, sponsored by Smeding Diesel. Canadian Diesel Shootouts brought to you by Diesel Doctor. It's part of the Hot Shot Secret Drag Racing Series. So glad to have these guys up here with us today. Lots more racing action. We've got these guys, then we've got some final round after that. It's going to be quite exciting. I can't wait for those racing semis to come back up again in their final round.
We will be rolling into Pro Street semi-finals. Smeding Diesel, Pro Street. One of the faster classes for the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. And of course, first up, it is the truck that scared the daylights out of me when it came out for his first qualifying hunt yesterday. Took a very violent turn towards the center line in Q1 last night. Dennis Kriegel bringing up the Dodge Ram 1500. Oh, spinning the tires, shaking them up. Pedals through it. 572, 129 miles an hour for Dennis Kriegel. And this one will be a Cup single. Malcolm Cross was due to race Jeff McKay. McKay not able to make it to the call, so Malcolm Cross on a free pass into the final round. It'll be an 8-second run at 84 miles an hour. We move back to Armour Incorporated Sportsman for the Sportsman semifinals. Attention the pits, attention the pits. All NHRA Summit ET Series finalists, as well as Super Combo. Actually, sorry, Super Combo already had their final. So we're going to call all finalists from the Summit Series and Doorslammers back to the lanes. That is, all Summit finalists and Doorslammers back to the lanes. John Kitson goes red on the tree, and Ren Schwartz with the free pass into the next round. And that's going to be a final now for Loren Schwartz.
Our king of the track, he's been real lucky in this diesel drags, hasn't he? Racing his tow vehicle.
It's the title, King of the Track. It instills fear in everything that runs against him. You know, it works, right? I mean, that's how most rulers worked in the feudal system. I mean, you tend to scare the people into submission that you're under, right? Same purpose here. The King of Mission Raceway Park topples another. We'll see if he can topple one more to win the $1,000 in the final. It'll be either Derek Lorden or Brody Shirk. 2014 Dodge Ram going up against the Ford F-350, 975 to a 992. And it is Brody Shirk into the final, 8 thousandths of a second over Derek Lorden.
Wow, Brody Shirk and Loren Schwartz in the final. Wow.
Super Diesel semifinals, Chris Oborn with the bye. We're going to walk back the call for the Doorslammer final. So Doorslammers, I guess we can consider you on a standby call at this point, but all Summit ET finalists, if you're still in competition, back to the staging lanes. NHRA Summit ET Series, if you're still in competition, back to the staging lanes. Nick Kriegel and Rob Getz taking it up in the Super Diesel semifinal. And it'll be Rob Getz moving on into the final round to race against Chris Oborn in Super Diesel. Attention, all NHRA Summit ET Series finalists, not including Doorslammers. If you're still in competition, we need you back in the lanes. That includes Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, and Old Car Center Hot Rod. Once again, Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, Hot Rod, return to the staging lanes for your final runs. 30-minute standby call on all NHRDA finalists. NHRDA finalists, this is your 30-minute standby call. That includes Sportsman, Super Diesel, Big Rig Bracket, 670 Index, Super Street, Pro Stock, and Hot Rod Semi. That is once again all NHRDA finalists. 30-minute standby call.
Lots of racing left to come, all final rounds. Our Summit ET Series, race number 8, and our friends at the NHRA, bunch of final rounds coming right up. Thanks so much for hanging with us here this evening. It's been a great day. Mother Nature was cooperating with us, which is very nice of her. Also blocking out the sun. It was getting a little sunny in the racers' eyes, and now it's not. Good to see all the kids out there spending their evening with us. Thanks, parents, for bringing them out. Those are our future racers, folks. And if you'd like to get your kids involved in racing, be sure to talk to some of our junior parents. They'd love to talk to you and get your kids involved. Lots of junior dragster racing vehicles available for purchase. Come join the fun. Keep the kids out of trouble. Juniors, a great way to have a family racing bonding session. Looks like it's getting a little bit windier, judging by our flags. If you've got a tent out there, make sure you've got that pegged down. I saw a few flying around earlier today. Don't forget, we've got the Drag Boat Association race, July 15th. Drag boats on the Fraser right behind us. It's going to be an awesome race. Can't wait to see those guys racing in the Fraser. Like to thank Valley Tech Production Group for all of your help with our sound, video, and Lordco TV. Hi to our live stream friends. You can see enjoying brand new views of the racetrack. Right now they're showing a beautiful view of the river in the pits. It's absolutely gorgeous out there now that they took down those bushes. You can see the river, just majestic view.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Nick Douglas to the staging lanes. Nick Douglas to the staging lanes. Once again, that is Nick Douglas to the staging lanes. Justin Hunter brings up the Ford Falcon race. John Sayer in the Frankenstein Spin and Customs Dodge Dart. We are running the Old Car Center Hot Rod Final. 909 to an 1185. our green lights. Dustin Hunter in hot pursuit of John Sayer, trying to make the run up towards that quarter-mile mark. And it'll be John Sayer taking the W, 0.06 of a second over Dustin Hunter. So congratulations, John Sayer, taking the win in the Old Car Center Hot Rod.
Just remember, these are all final rounds, folks. It's time to come back and watch the races. Final rounds here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Moving into Super Pro, it's Justin Bond in the TCS lane. Going against Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington in his 99 Camaro.
Just off the JBS equipment in the dragster to race Brewington's Camaro.
Justin dialed in at a 7:05, and Dustin a 10:19. It's a long wait for Justin Bond, but we know he is a professional. This is the final round here in Super Pro, brought to you by Rad Torque Systems. Dustin will be leaving 3 seconds ahead of Justin. It's Justin's job to chase him down. Will he be able to do it? One Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. And Justin Bond does not do it. It is Dustin Brewington winning the final at 10.21, 129 miles an hour. Congratulations, Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington. You are the winner in the Super Pro of the ET Series number 8.
That brings us up into the Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman category as Justin Bond knocked out by 0.06 of a second in the Rad Torque Systems Super Pro final.